Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to our brand new video. So we are going to start a new series which is a movie booking app. So we are going to make this app from the scratch by using Flutter, and the backend we are going to use is a Firebase. So on this series we are going to cover user authentication, barcode scanner, integrating payment gateway, and many more. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. Now let's get started. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. So before we move forward, I want to simply show you how our movie booking app will be look alike after completing this course. Yeah, so this is the movie booking app you can see here in our emulator. So this is an iPhone emulator and this is the sign up page. As you can see, now I can simply move to the login page and can move to the sign up page back again. So I'll use my name over here. So I'll just write Shivam Gupta, something like this, and we'll enter the email and then the password. Yeah, so now I'll click to this sign up button and we'll simply sign up in the app by using a mail authentication, and we'll directly move to the home page. Yeah, so this is the home page of our Filmy Fun app. Now you will think that what is a Filmy Fun app? So this is a movie booking app and I have kept the name of this app which is Filmy Fun, and you can see at the top hello, and here we are going to show the username, the user picture, welcome to text, and the app name. And this is the trending movies as you can see here, and we can simply scroll or we can move these banners in this app automatically. So this is a carousel slider that I have added by using a Flutter, and you can see the top trending movies section, and in the top trending movies section you can see all the top trending movies. So I have added two movies just for now to show you all. So this is the Infinity Wars. Now I'll click to this and we'll directly move to the movie booking page, and in this movie booking page you can see at the top the movie picture, Infinity Wars, the movie name, action adventure, that what movie have, and some basic detail about the movie. And it is just said that we can select a date and can book the ticket for this movie. So I'm going to simply select Tuesday 21, and these are the 3 time slot available. So I'll click 10 p.m. and now I'm going to select the quantity of tickets that I need to buy. So I'll increase up to 3, and as you can see that when I'll increase the quantity, the total price will automatically change, and here it simply shows $150. Now I'll click to this book now button, and here we have added a Stripe payment gateway to book this ticket. So I'll pass a test card number, something like this, and we'll also pass the year and random CVC code, and we'll simply pay by using the Stripe payment gateway. Yeah, so here it is done, and you can see ticket has been booked successfully. Now let's move back to the booking page, and in the booking page you are going to see that we have created this section which is a bookings, and in the bookings the user are going to see all the bookings that they have done, and you will see at the top there is a QR code. Now this is the QR code that I have added, like this is something new that I've added on this series because I haven't used QR code before in any of my series. So I've thought that to add something extra and make this series interesting. So this is the QR code that we have provided to the each booking that the user going to do. Yeah, now this barcode will scanned by an admin. Yeah, so the admin will scan the barcode, and once that barcode is matched, they will allow the user to enter in the cinema hall. Yeah, so it is a movie booking app, so it will allow the user to enter in the cinema hall. So let's move, and I will simply run the admin side in my real Android device, and I'll show you how it's going to work when we are going to scan this barcode. Yeah, now at the right side you can see that I have run the app on the real Android device, and this is how the admin going to scan the QR code. You can see that there is a scan QR code button. Now I'm going to click this scan QR code button and it will simply enable the phone camera, and you can see that how quickly it detects the barcode and it simply says matched. So let me show you it again. So I'll click on start scan again and will simply move to the barcode, and yes, it is showed, it is matched and QR code has been detected, and this is the unique ID that we have provided to the each QR code. So this is how we are going to add the QR code in our movie booking app, and this will simply make our movie app like very interesting. So now let's move to the code and make this complete app from the scratch. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get an awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. So now let's move, and first I'm going to simply create the home page of our app. So in the leaf folder, I'll simply create a new folder name which will be the pages, and inside the pages folder I will simply create a new file name which is home.dart, and I'm going to simply import the package by using material.dart, something like this, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a home. And now once we have done all this thing, and we need to simply pass a scaffold, body, container, child, and a column. Yeah, now here you can see that I have simply pasted some of the images that we are going to simply use in our movie booking app. So these are the some images, and here I've simply created one images folder. I'm simply pasted some of the image, and now I'm going to simply use this image. So for that I need to simply move to the perspec.ml file, and we need to call our images folder name where we have saved all our images, right? Now once you have call our images folder name, then simply run this file, and once you do that you can simply use the image. Now here, as you can see in the starting, that our main thing of an app is a dark theme, so that's why I'm simply change the color of the background color of this app to colors dot black, something like this. Now here I can simply switch to the home page so that I can show you what all code I'm simply writing over here. So I'll just write a home over here, and this is the home page. Now you can remove this debug banner. So for that I need to move to the home.dart back again, not home.dart, main.dart, and here I just need to simply write debug so check mode banner to false, and it will simply remove this banner from here. Now here in the home page, first I want to simply show the wave emoji, and will just say hello and the username. So for that I need to use a row widget, and in the row widget I'll pass children. Will use image.asset to get our images that we have saved in images folder. So we'll write images, and I will say simply pass our image file name which is wave.png, and now I'm going to simply pass the height and width. So let's pass the height 50, width 50, and we'll simply pass fit box width dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now we can simply pass a margin so that I can see this image clearly. So I'll pass the margin edge inset dot only. From the top let's pass 40.0, and from the left let's pass 20.0, something like this. 40 I guess it will be too much, maybe 30 will be okay, and we can simply image size up to 40. And here as I've told you, I will first show the hello text, then the username. So for that I will just write a text widget, and in the text widget I will just write a hello text, and here I'm going to simply pass the style, something like this style, and will simply pass the style text style. Now the color I need to simply pass colors dot white. Font size let's pass 20.0, and font weight will be simply font weight dot bold. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can see the text. Now I can simply provide a space, so I'll use the size box with 10.0, something like this, Yeah, now I can simply increase the font size up to 22. Now here I've simply shown the hello text, and as I've told, there will be a username. So as I'm just making the UI first, then I'll simply connect it with a Firebase for our complete backend, and then I will use the username that the user will simply use to authenticate in the app. I'm telling authenticate, so we are going to use a mail authentication in this movie booking app. Yeah, so here I will just write Shivam, something like this, and this is how we can simply show the hello Shivam text. Now once we have shown this, I need to show the user picture over here that he simply used to authenticate in the app. Now for that I need to add some of the random image of anyone in the images folder. So let me do that first. So I pasted some random image of any of the user, and here I'll just write image dot asset, and here I'll just write images, and I will write boy dot jpg, and here I'll just pass the height up to 50, width 50, and a fade box width dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have passed all this thing, here you can see the image. Now I need to bring the image to the right side of the screen. So here I can simply use a spacer, and it will give a maximum space between the text widget and the image widget, right? Now it's simply stuck to the right side of the screen, so I can simply use a padding edge inside dot only from the right, and will pass 20.0. Now here I need to simply wrap up with a clip react widget, so that I can simply provide the border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular, and with pass circular 60, something like this. Yeah, now here you can see the image. Now I can simply increase the height and width of an image. I think so 70 will be too much. Let's keep it 60, I guess will be okay. Yeah, it is okay. So here you can see the image of the user. Now once we have done all this thing, now I need to simply show the our app name, which is filmy fun. So I am thinking that to keep the app name, which is a filmy fun over here, which will simply match with our movie booking app. Yeah, so here first I'm going to create a text widget, and in the text widget, so first I think so I need a row widget, because here I'm going to like pass two different color to two different text widget. So that's why I'm passing the row widget over here. And in the text widget, I will just write like this, which will be like filmy. So I'll write filmy, and I will simply write a style, text style. Now the color, which will be the colors dot white, and font size, which will be font size, which will be 20.0, and font weight will be like font weight, I guess W500 will be okay, but if not we can change it later, no worries about that. So I'll copy this and will simply paste it over here again, and here the color that I'm going to use for our filmy fun is the customized color code. So let me see the color code that I'm going to simply use for our this text. Yeah, so here in the color I will just pass like this 0xff, and the color code is EDB41D. So this is the color code that we are going to simply use over here, and I'll just change this text to bold, something like this. And now I can simply increase the font size of our app name that we have shown over here, which will be 25 and 25, or 28. 28 is okay, I guess. Yeah, or if you want you can do up to 32 and 32. Yeah. So filmy fun, this is our app name. We can also like pass a welcome to text over here. I think so that will look good. So here I can simply pass like welcome to text. So I'll just write welcome to, something like this, and here I can pass a cross axis alignment dot start, so that I can move to the left side of the screen. So we'll simply pass cross axis alignment dot start, and we can change the color of this text to different color. So let me find what color it will match over here. Yeah, it is okay. we can do up to 18, or I think so 19 will be okay. And here I'm thinking to increase a font size up to 36 and 36. Yeah, it is okay. Welcome to Filmy Fun. And if you want, you can provide some space, it's up to you, like how attractive you can make. Or let's pass 20, 10 is okay, 20 I think so it will be too much. Yeah, now once we have shown the hello text and welcome to Filmy Fun, now here I will simply show the carousel slider. Now the carousel slider is something that you can see in our e-commerce app, because I've used a carousel slider before, I think so many times in my e-commerce app, where we need to simply show the top products that we are selling on that app. So here in the movie booking app, I'm thinking that I will use a carousel slider here again. Now the carousel slider is because as we need to simply attract a user to see the trending movies in a carousel slider. So in the carousel slider we are going to show the trending movies. Yeah, so for that, creating a carousel slider, we need a carousel slider like package to be added in the perspec.ml file. So we need to move to the perv dev, because we need to copy that carousel slider package and first paste it in the perspec.ml file. Then we can use that carousel slider function in our Flutter app, right? Yeah. So here in the perv dev, you need to simply search a carousel slider and you will simply get this package. Now move to the installing, and we need to just copy this package and just paste it in the perspec.ml file, and we need to paste it something over here in the dependencies section and just run this package that you have added. Now once you will run this package, I hope it is successfully run. If you are using a old version of the Flutter and if you are facing any problem to run the package, you can remove the version and can also run the package easily in your Flutter app. So that will also fix your error if there will be any version error showing you. Though after adding a package I won't see any version error, so I can keep the version or I can remove the version. Both the case will be okay for me. Yeah, so this is how you can simply fix a problem when you are adding some of the packages from the perv dev, right? Now let's move to the home.dart file, and here just we need to simply pass a final. Now as I have told you, I need to show the carousel slider, and in the carousel slider we are going to show the trending movies in our movie booking app. Yeah, so I will simply create a final list. Now the reason for creating a list is because as we need to please show the images of a trending movies in a carousel slider. So here you can see that I have added some of the images, like this is Infinity War movie image, this is Salman Khan movies image, and this is Shah Rukh Khan movies image. So these are the some images that I am going to simply show in our movie booking app. Yeah, so here I need to just write a list, and we need to pass our list name, which is image URLs. And here first I'm going to do one thing like this. Let me show what it will be. First I need to write our images folder name where we have saved our image file, and here I am going to write our first image that I need to show, which is infinity.jpg. Now here if you are writing the file name and the folder name, now make sure that it should be the exact file name that you have simply pasted in the images folder name. Now if there will be any mismatch, then you can't get the image from the asset folder and it will simply throw the error. So keep on mind. Yeah, now here I am going to simply write images again, and our second image name, which is salman.jpg, and here our third image, which is Shah Rukh. I will write Shah Rukh movies .png. Let me check if the spelling are correct, because as I have told you that there will be mismatch, then we can simply face an error. So why to face the error? Let's check the file again and again. Yeah, so once you have written all the thing and you have created a list with image URLs, I have wrote image URLs, but just I have simply keep our list name like this. Now here I need to create a carousel slider. So for the carousel slider, I will move over here, and in the column widget I will just pass some center widget, and in the center widget I'll pass child, and I'll just write a carousel slider. So I'll write carousel slider, and in the items, uh, wait, in the items, yeah, in the items I need to pass image URLs, which is our list dot map, and here I will write URL something like this. Now here I need to use a bracket, and we need to pass return, and we need to return the builder over here, and in the builder I just need to pass a build context, a context, and in the context I just need to return a container. So this is I'm creating because as we need to show the container first, and in the container form we need to simply show that image that we have shown in the images folder. You can also pass image.asset over here, but I'm going to use a container, I think so. Why to pass an container? Let's pass directly image.asset over here, and here I'll just pass the URL, and I'll just pass a fit boxfit.cover. Yeah, now here I need to simply pass dot to list so that I can show my carousel slider, and here I just need to write, I think so over here I need to write to list something like this, and we need to add a semicolon, and here too, and I think so there is some problem with build context, so I'll simply remove this from here. Now here comes the options. Now the options, here is the main thing of the carousel options. Like in the options you are going to simply show how the carousel slider going to behave. So it is the one of the most important thing. Like there are lots of things to simply handle in the carousel slider. So let me show you one by one what all things you can simply add in the carousel option. So I'll just write a carousel option over here, and in the carousel option you can see that there are lot many thing that you can simply add in the carousel option, so that you can customize your carousel slider according to your way, right? Now here first I need to pass the height 200, and this height will simply help me to show the height, like how much height my carousel slider should cover. And here there is one more interesting property, which is autoplay. Now autoplay I will keep as true. Now let me show you. I will show you when I'll run the app again, and you will simply show the carousel slider in the home page. Yeah, so the autoplay will help the carousel slider to move it automatically. As the word says, it will move automatically, and if you keep it false, then the user need to scroll the carousel slider to see all the slider that the carousel has, right? Now here there is one more option, which is enlarge center page to true. Yeah, so it will simply enlarge the center page that it is in my home screen. Yeah, now here the aspect ratio I'm going to pass is 16 divided by 9, and here the viewport portion fraction, let's pass 0.8. Yeah, so these are all the things that you need to simply pass, like how much aspect ratio it should cover, and what should be the fraction of a carousel slider. Yeah, so let me rerun the app again, and let me show you how the carousel slider look alike in our home page, right? So our app has launched successfully, and here you can see that this is the images that I've simply added in the carousel slider, and you can see that how automatically our carousel slider is working, and it automatically show all the slider that he has. Now I need to simply pass the size box so that I can pass a space, and let's pass the height 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now here you can see the image, but if you want you can simply change the viewport fraction and all, like how you want it. So I passed a width, as you can see in the container, to use a complete width of the screen, and I can also increase the height of the carousel slider up to 250. I think so now it's look good, and now my carousel slider are more clear, and I can see all the thing related to that. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now if you want you can also provide a clip react I mean the border radius to your image. So you need to just wrap up the image widget with a clip react widget, and here you need to pass a border radius, and the border radius will be circular, and let's pass 10 over here. Yeah, so it also provide me the border radius to all the images that I have added. So here you can see this is a image that I am going to simply show in my movie app, and these are the some trending app. Now once you see the carousel slider over here, just below the carousel slider we are going to show top trending movies section over here, and the user can simply look to all that top trending movies and can select one of the movies and can book the ticket for that. Right now the top trending movies we are going to simply show in the horizontal direction by using the list view, so that the user can please scroll and can see all the top trending movies. Yeah, so for that I just need to use a text widget here again. So I'll copy the text widget and will simply paste it something over here, and will just write like top trending movies, trending movies, sorry, movies. Yeah, something like this. Now here I just need to change the color to white, so I'll pass colors.white, and we need to also decrease down our font size up to 20. Now I can simply pass the size box, and let's pass the size box height 20.0, something like this. Now I think so I can increase font size at 24 is okay, or let's pass 25, something like this. Now here as I told you we need to use a list view, so I'll use a list view, and in the children I just need to write a container. Now in the container first I'm going to show our first trending picture, so I'm thinking to add Infinity Wars like image over here, and will simply provide a picture name which is Infinity Wars, Infinity Wars, and here I need to just write below the picture name that it is an action, adventure and thriller, or just write action adventure. It's up to your choice like what you want to show over here. Now here I just write like child, and we need to pass a column, and here I need to write a children image dot asset, and we'll write images, and here I'm going to simply write our picture name, or you can see image file name, which is infinity.jpg, something like this. Now I need to just pass the height, like how much height I want to simply show the image. So the height let's keep 150, and the width also let's keep 150, and we need to just pass a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. I can't see the image because as you know that list view is something that we need to simply tell that a list view like how much space a list view should use, so then the list view will be going to work in this home page. Yeah, so without knowing a list view how much space list view should take, it won't show the list view over here, and it will throw the error something like this, which is a render box error. And this error simply shows when there is like a widget who don't know how much space he should take. Yeah, now think that a list view is an obedient student who just need to know that how much space I need to take to simply show the list view over here in the home page. So being a obedient student, I need to respect him, so I need to simply tell that I need to wrap up first our list view with a widget, and we need to simply pass a container, and I just need to pass the height and tell the obedient student to take almost 300 height. Now you can see the list view. Now here as you can see that it is in the vertical form, like scrolling is in the vertical form. I need to do in the horizontal form, so I need to just pass a scroll direction axis dot what, horizontal, not vertical. Vertical is already vertical. Yeah. So horizontal. Now here you can see that it simply come in the starting. Now I just need to pass the size box height, let's pass 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now here once you see the image, I think the size of an image is okay. If then we can simply increase something like this, or let's also increase the width like this. Width is too much, I don't need this too much, I just need to pass up to 180, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, now first I need to simply show this picture name. So for that I will do one thing like I'm thinking that let's use a stack widget, and in the stack widget first I need to like pass a container over here with a different color, and in that container I'm going to simply pass our app name. And as I've told you that it is, we need to simply pass 2 to 3 word like what type of movie it is: action, adventure, thriller, romantic, blah blah blah. Yeah, so for that I need to do one thing. So here in the column widget I need to simply remove a column widget and will write a stack widget, something like this. And here I just need to do one thing. I need to pass a container. Here the container, let's pass the height and width exactly like this, and we'll simply paste it something over here. And here we need to do one thing. We need to pass a decoration, a box decoration, color. Now the color will be colors dot black, and let's pass up to 45. Now the child, in the child I need to pass a text widget and our app name, not our app name, our movie name. So I will write Infinity Wars, Infinity Wars, yeah, something like this. I hope it is not visible, I know that. So I need to pass a style, text style. I think so we have done one mistake, but that's a minor mistake. Yeah, don't need to worry. I need to simply like, I have passed a text widget and overlap with the image widget. As you can see that first I've simply pass a text widget, then I've simply overlapped with the image widget. So thus behind this image widget there is this text widget named Infinity Wars. So I need to at the front. So how this stack widget going to work, like I need to overlap image widget over the text widget. So I'll simply cut it from here and we'll paste it over here. Now you can see the text, but I need to bring something over here, and the container should not cover a complete color. So for that I need to pass a margin. I'll remove the height from here and we'll just pass a margin edge inside dot only from the top, and we need to just pass a margin something like this. I'll pass 180, so it comes something over here. I hope it is okay. If not, then we'll need to do something. So I need to pass a font size 20.0 and font weight will be font weight dot bold, something like this. Yeah, now you can see the app name, and we can also pass padding rather than margin. We can pass padding edge inside dot only from the left 20.0. I need some space and all, that's why I've simply pass a margin, padding, not a margin. Yeah. So once we have done this thing, I need to use a column widget. Reason you already know that. I need to copy the text widget here again, simply paste it over here. I just need to tell that it is an action movie and it has thriller or adventure. I don't know, I didn't watch this movie till now, so I'll simply write adventure. Yeah, so I'll just pass 15 over here, something like this. Now I need to do W500 so that I can provide a different font, and maybe we can change a color of different white shade. So for that I need to simply select it from here. As you can see, yeah, we can use a cross and we can pass cross axis alignment dot start to bring something over here. Now here I just need to do one more thing. First I need to pass a border, and we need to pass border dot all, not over here, sorry for that. So not over here, where, let me show. I need to pass decoration, a box decoration, border, we need to pass border dot all, something like this. And here I need to simply pass the color. Let's pass the colors dot colors dot white. Yeah, now you can see the image. So this is the space how much our container is taking. Yeah, I think so. If you want, you can increase the size of an picture name Infinity Wars, or if you want you can also increase the width also. Maybe it will look good, I guess. I just like pass a less thing over here. We need to pass 2022. Yeah, it is okay. We can do up to 26, I guess. Now it is okay, or 25 will be okay, and we need to also increase this up to 16. I guess now it is okay. Now we can simply pass a border radius, but before that there is like dead space in the container, so I don't want that. So I will simply do something like this. Yeah, it is okay. Or let's pass 20. 20 is good. Yeah, I hope it is good. If not, then we need to decrease it up to 250. Yeah, now we can simply provide a border radius. So for the border radius, I just need to write border radius dot circular, and let's pass 20, something like this. Yeah, now the reason you know that why it happened, because we need to also pass over here clip react border radius dot only. So I need to pass border radius dot only from the top left, which will be radius dot circular. I have passed 20, then we need to pass 20, and from the top right radius dot circular. By passing like this, rather than passing like this, I need to simply pass the border radius to all the corners. Yeah, so I'll pass all, and let's pass directly 20 over here. Yeah, like this. Yeah, so there is also some more thing that we need to do. What? Let me show you. I need to simply pass the border radius here also. So we need to pass border radius dot only from the bottom left and bottom right. Yeah, so bottom left radius dot circular, let's pass 20, and from the bottom right radius dot circular, let's pass 20, something like this. Now we can simply see our border radius clearly with a border, right? So this is how we can simply show all the trending movies, and let me add some more movies over here. Yeah, so that it will completely look like we are running a cinema hall. Yeah, so copy the container widget from here, and we need to simply paste it in our list view, something like this. Now we need to pass a space, so I pass a space, size box width 20.0. Why it didn't happen? Because we passed in a wrong position. We need to pass it over here. Yeah, now here I have pasted one more image, which is of Puspa 2. So it is an Indian movie. If you haven't watched that, then I will recommend you to please watch this Puspa 1 and 2. Both the versions are really great. Yeah, so here you can see the Puspa 2 image, and we just need to pass our movie name, which is Puspa 2. Yeah, so now we can simply scroll and can see all the trending movies over here. Now if you want, you can add some more movies over here and can make a top booking app, like movie booking app. Now once we have done this thing, we need to also show the bottom navigation bar over here, which is a curved navigation bar. Now the curved navigation bar is something that I have used many times before on my channel. Now I'm telling many times before is because I have already made like 13 to 14 apps before on this channel. You can simply follow all the apps playlist link in the comment box. I will simply paste a link in the comment box. You can simply go and get it from there, because I have already made 14 apps, and if you haven't followed one of the apps before, then I will recommend you, because you are missing lots of things, and they are on. And in my previous series, I have taught many more things about a Flutter and how to use a Firebase and all. So go and simply watch all that videos on that playlist and add some of the apps to your app bucket list and in your resume, right? So for the bottom navigation bar, as I was telling you that I will just add a bottom navigation bar from my previous source code that I have, because I won't show the complete process. I will simply show you the code what I have written in the bottom navigation bar, and how to I will explain you how to write a code and all the bottom navigation. If you haven't watched one of my last series, then no worries about that. Yeah, you can simply pause a video and can write a code for the bottom navigation bar, or if you want to simply get a source code, you can see the link in the description box. I will also provide you the source code link. You can go in both the ways as you like it. Yeah, this is how our bottom navigation bar look alike. As you can see that I've simply added a curved navigation bar, and for the curved navigation bar you need to simply add some package in the perspec.ml file. So this is a curved navigation bar. You can simply find this package in the perf dev and just use this package in the perspec.ml file. And here in the pages folder you will see that I've created some of the pages. So let me explain you the first page, which is a bottom nave.dart. And in this bottom nave.dart I've created our bottom navigation, like how I want to simply show our bottom navigation. Yeah, now here I simply create a stateful widget name, which is bottom name, and here I will pass a list name pages. Now the reason for passing a list pages over here, now in the list pages we are going to simply show all the page that we want to show in our bottom name. Now the meaning of page is that, so our home page is the first page and the booking page is our second page. In the booking page I'm going to simply show all the bookings that the user have done, and they can simply track like what all movie they have booked and at which date and at which time. Yeah, so that booking page will be really helpful for the user to be used on this app. So that's why you can see the second option of the booking page. And the third page, which is a profile page. Now the profile page is a page where the user can simply move to their profile and can manage their complete profile, like if they want to simply log out or delete their account, or if they want to check their name, change the image or something. So that's why we have added a profile page. Now in current tab index is one of the most important thing. Now the current tab index will simply keep the track like which page at you are at. Now for example, if I'll tap to this booking page, now it is blank because I haven't wrote anything in the booking.dart file till now. Yeah, when I'll write, then you will see all the things in this file. Now when I tap to the booking.dart file, you can see that it simply moves to the booking page and it simply show me the booking page over here. So the index that will keep the count like which icon that I have simply clicked over here, that will be the current tab index. So current tab index will keep the track like which icon I'm pressing, and according to the icon that I have pressed, I need to move to the which page. Now if I'll tap to this book icon, then I will move to the booking page. If I'll tap to this profile icon, I'll move to the profile page. So the track of all the pages will be simply held in the current tab index. So this is one of the most important thing. Yeah, now as we have passed a pages list, so here in the pages list I'm going to simply pass all the page that we have simply created. Now here in the curve navigation bar, so this is a curve navigation bar. As you can see, we have simply passed a background color, which is a black. The color I've used is this color. Now this is the animation duration. Now the animation duration is something like, here I'm in the home page. Now I'll move to the booking page. Now how much time it should take to shift from home page to the booking page, this animation is the animation duration. So I have simply passed the animation duration in milliseconds, which is 500. Now in the on tab, we need to simply keep the index like which index, or you can say that which icon I have simply pressed, and the current tab index will keep the index and will simply shift the user to that page, as I've told you. Yeah, so in the items I've simply passed all the icons, as you can see here, and in the body, don't forget to pass a body, otherwise you can't see anything in the bottom name. So this is a one line that it is very important. So it will simply keep the tab index, current tab index, and show you the page accordingly. Yeah, so this is the complete code that we have added in the bottom navigation bar. You can simply pause a video and write a code, and I think so it is very clear, and it is very easy to add a curve navigation bar. Yeah, now let's move, and here you can see that I've simply created a booking.dart file. I didn't wrote any code. I just need to show in the bottom navigation bar. So that's why I simply created this Dart file, and we have done same for the profile page. Yeah. Now let's move, and here when I'll type to this infinity wars or any type of movies that simply shows in the top trending section, I need to move to the detail page where I need to simply show the movie over there, like movie image and the price of per ticket, the movie name, some details about the movie, like how the movie is and what the story behind making this movie. Not story behind the making the movies, what is the story of this movie. Yeah, so that all thing we need to simply show in our detail page. Yeah, so let's move, and here I'm going to simply create one more page which is detail page dot dart. Detail page dot dart, and here I need to first import the package by using material dot dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be the detail page. Yeah, but before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. Now once we have written all this thing, I need to do one thing, like here I just need to pass a scaffold, a body, container, child, column. Yeah, and the children, something like this. Now here, as I've told you, we need to simply show the our picture name that we have simply selected, or you can say movie name, not movie image. Yeah, so for that I just use image dot asset, and first I'm going to simply show the image. I'll just write infinity, something like this, infinity dot jpg. I haven't write our folder name, so I'll write images infinity.jpg, and let me move to the detail page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing there. Yeah, so this is it, and here I need to simply show one thing, like I first need to increase the height of my image, so I'll pass height, and I'll use a media query. Now you know the use of media query. If not, the media query is something that makes your app highly responsive. So rather than passing a fixed height in this image, I'm going to use a media query so that I can increase the responsiveness of this app, right? So I'll use a media query dot of context dot size dot height, and will simply pass divide by 2. Yeah, now we need to pass a width also, so we'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we need to just pass a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now you can see the image that we are simply going to use over here. Now once we have shown the image, I need to also show one back arrow over here so that I can simply move back to the our home page. So for that I need to do one thing, like as you know that we need to overlap one widget over the another, so I need to remove a column widget. I'll pass a stack widget over here, and in the stack widget I just need to first pass in container. Now the container, and in the container I will just write child icon, and I'll pass icons dot arrow back iOS new rounded. You can use this. Yeah, we can also pass the color. Let's pass the color first, which will be colors dot white, and I think so we need a black, not a white. Box decoration colors dot white, and we'll change the color of icon to black, something like this. Now here you can see the container, it's behind the screen. So first I need to pass enough margin, so I'll pass margin edge inset dot only from the left 20.0, from the top let's pass 20.0, or let's pass 30. If I said 30, 30. Yeah, so I'll just pass a padding edge insert dot all, pass a padding up to 5. We'll pass a border radius dot circular let's pass yeah, so here you can see this. Now I can increase the, like, 8 is okay. Now I can use a material widget. Will wrap with a widget which is a material widget. Will pass the elevation 3.0, and I need to wrap up with a container again. And here I need to pass a margin, so cut a margin from here, paste it over here. Now we need to pass a border radius, so copy the border radius. We need to simply paste it over here. I think so material widget is not working over here because of an image. And if we are using a container, and then we can simply see the elevation. I mean that this is an image, and just above the image I've used a container, and then we are providing the elevation to this container. So that's why, just because of the image, we can't see the elevation over here. So I have used a elevation so that I can see the elevation, but I think so just because of the image I can't see the elevation over here, but it is okay, let's leave it. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now here I'm going to simply show like this type of container. You can see the border radius from top left and top right. Yeah, so for that I need to do one thing. Like here I'll just pass a container. Now I'm using a stack widget here again. Yeah, so in the stack widget I'm passing this container, and here I need to just pass a width, which will be the media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, now here I just need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Yeah, it is okay. Border radius dot only from the top left. So sorry, top left, radius dot circular, let's pass 20, and from the top right, radius dot circular, let's pass 20. Yeah, something like this. Now you can't see this because we need to do something like child. First pass a column children, and let me pass some text widget so that I can see the container first. I hope we can see the container. If not, then why? Let me see. I need to pass an height. Let's pass. I need to see the container so that I can use that container. I need to pass a margin. I haven't passed a color, so that's why I can't see this. So I'll pass colors dot white. Now I can see the container. Yeah, so I need to bring something over here. So for that I need to use a media query in the height. So I'll pass media query dot of context dot, not in the height, in the margin, and I need to pass the margin from the top position. So that's why I'm going to use a media query. So media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2. I think so, rather than passing a 2, we can pass 1.8 or 2.2. Yeah, 2.2 is okay. I need to provide a more border radius, so let's 30, I guess. Yeah, it is okay. Now we can see our movie picture image, and here I'm going to simply add some details. And for the details I need to do one thing. First I'm going to simply show our movie name, which is Infinity Wars. So I'll simply show that movie name, and we can use a style, a text style. Now the color, which will be the colors dot black, and font size, which will be 20.0, and font weight will be font weight dot bold. Yeah, something like this. Now here I can use a cross, so I'll use a cross axis alignment dot start, and we can pass some padding so that I can see this. Add 20.0 from the top, 20.0, something like this. Now we can increase the height, font size of this text. 30 will be too much, I guess. Let's pass 26. Yeah, so Infinity Wars, here you can see this. Now here you can see that I have simply changed the color of this container. So this is the color that I'm widely going to use for this container to show all the details of about this movie. So I think so it looks great. Now here I have simply changed the color of the movie name, which is Infinity Wars, and just below this name I'm going to use a text widget here again, and in this text widget I'm going to simply show like the action and the adventure that I've simply shown in the home page. So I'll just add an action and adventure, something like this. Yeah. Now once we have written all this thing, I need to simply lower down the font size, and here I'm going to simply change the font width to W500, and we'll also pass a different white shade, something like this. I think so it is too less, maybe this. Yeah, it is okay. Now once we have shown the picture name or movie name and action and adventure, like how the movie is, now here I need to add like 2 to 3 lines about the movie details, like on what basis of this movie has been made. So we need to add 2 3 lines over here. So I don't know many thing about Infinity Wars, so I need to copy some of the details from the internet, and I will simply paste it something over here, because I have told you I didn't watch Infinity Wars till now. So here I will simply copy some of the details and will simply paste it something over here, right? Yeah. So here you can see that these are the some details that I simply found about Infinity Wars on the internet. So I've simply pasted this detail about this movie over here. So here it is how it looks. Now once the detail has been shown over here, now the next thing is about booking a movie ticket for this movie. Now for that we need to add some of the actions over here. First I'm going to simply show the list of date over here, and in the list of date I'm going to simply show like a date in sequence, like 1 2 3 4 with a date and a day, with a date and the day. Yeah, I'm not just telling a day, date and the day. So like Monday 20, Tuesday 21. So just like this I'm going to show over here, and the user can simply press any of that and can book this ticket. Yeah, and the available time slots for the movie. Yeah, so the user can also select the available time slots, and they can select any of the time slots and can book this movie. Now here I'm going to simply allow the user to increase the amount of ticket they need to buy, and a book now button. Yeah, so these are the some details that we can simply show in our detail page, so that user can book the movie ticket for this movie, right? So now for an example, if today is like 3rd Jan and I want to simply show the coming dates for 1 week over here, then for that I need to simply use a INTL package. So in the perspec.ml file you will see that I've simply added an INTL package so that I can get the coming week days and the date. Yeah, I hope it is clear. So if it is Monday, then I need to get a next Monday date, and the user can simply scroll and can select the date. So for that I have used the INTL package to show all the coming date for the 1 week. Yeah, for the next 1 week, and that's why I simply added one of the code, which is get formatted dates, and it will simply provide me the date up to 7 days. Yeah, so this is how we can simply get that. You can simply pause the video and can write this code, and here I've passed a final dates where I'm going to store all the dates, and here I will get that by using a list view.builder. So I need to simply create one list view over here in the horizontal direction, so that the user can scroll and can select a specific date, right? So for that I'll just write a list view.builder, something like this, list view.builder, and in the item builder I just need to pass a context and an index, and where I'm storing the dates. As you can see that we have simply passed a final dates over here, so I'll simply call a dates over here in the list view.builder. So for that I need to first pass an item count, so that I keep the count like dates dot length, something like this. Now here I'm going to simply pass a return, and in the return I'll just write a container first, and in the container I will do one thing. First I'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, and in the color I'm going to simply use the customize color code for the container. So let me see that color. Yeah, here it is. So I'll pass color 0xff, and I'll just pass EEB51E, something like this. So this is the color code then that I'm widely going to use on this container. Now once we have passed this thing, now I can simply pass a child over here, and in the child I just need to pass a text widget. So for the text widget I'll just write a text widget, and here I'm going to show the data that we have in the dates list. So for that I just need to write like something like this, dates, and here I'm going to pass the index. Yeah, now I just need to pass a style, a text style. Now the color, which will be simply colors dot white or black. We'll see that what we need to pass. So let me call this first. So I will simply hot restart the app. I think so I am getting an error. Yeah. So as you know that list view dot builder just act as like a good student. So we need to simply tell him like how much space he should take. So I'll simply wrap up with a container and this will pass the height up to 100, something like this. Now here you can see this, but you will see that the thing are in the vertical direction. So I need to simply move to the horizontal direction. So for that I'll pass scroll axis dot vertical. It is already vertical, we need to do horizontal, sorry for that. Yeah, horizontal. Now you can see this. Now here I just need to do one thing, because we need to provide some of the design so that it will look good. Yeah, I guess it is okay. So for that I just need to pass a color black. So pass black. Font size, let's increase the font size up to 20.0, and font weight will be font weight dot bold. Yeah, so that I can see the text clearly, something like this. Yeah, now I can simply pass, first I need to center this, so I'll pass a center, and here I just need to pass a margin edge inset dot only from the right 20.0. yeah, now I think so height is too much, I don't need this much height. Let's pass 60 is okay. I can use a size box, and let's pass the height 20 or 10. Let's pass 10 first, and here it is. Now here I can simply pass the width. Let's pass the width up to 100. Yeah, so now you can simply see that I can simply scroll and can select one of the container, right? So for that I need to use a border radius. So for the border radius dot circular, let's pass 10. I guess it is, now it look cool, and now I can simply select any of the date. Now here you can see that if I'll press to any of the container, it won't highlight that which container I have simply pressed. Like for an example, if I will simply select like Sunday 5, now I will press Sunday 5, then nothing will going to happen, because we haven't added any execution, or we need to simply highlight the container so that the user can simply know that which date he has selected, right? So for that I need to do one thing, like here which container I have pressed from the list, I need to simply pass an integer, and in the integer I'm going to keep a track. Like if there are 7 containers over here, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in this 7 containers, I have simply pressed to the second container. Then I'm going to create one integer, and here I will just write an integer named track, and in the track I will simply clip the track like which integer, not an integer, a container I have simply pressed on this list view. Yeah, so that's why I simply first change it to 0. Yeah, now here I'll just check that which container I've actually pressed. So for that I need to wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and once I simply press to any of the container, I just need to store the value, like at which position of the container I've simply pressed. So for that I just need to write a track, and we'll keep a track of that value. And as you know that index is something like, it is, as I've told you that there are 7 containers, right? So for an example, if I press to the third container, now the track value will be 3, and as we are simply keeping the value of the index in the track, so the track value will be 3, and we get to know that we have simply pressed a third container. And if we get the value of the third container, we can simply highlight that container, right? So that's why I've used a track integer over here. Now it is much clear. Now here I'll use a set state. So here first I will just write a border, and here I'll pass a border dot all, something like this. Now the color, which will be the colors dot white. So yeah, it is okay, I guess it is okay. We can pass black like this. I'm thinking what we can really do to highlight that container, right? So if the track value is equals to index, then we are going to simply show the colors dot black, and if this is true, then we are going to simply show the colors.white, something like this. I hope it should work. If not, then we need to do one thing. What it will be? Yeah, we made one mistake. What is that? We need to simply cut it from there, and we need to pass inside the color function, and here it is. Yeah, so now you can see that you will see the changes. So let's pass me the width so that it will be clearly seen. Yeah, so here you can see that all the container background color are black, but the third container that we have simply selected, its border color is white. So here you can see that we can simply highlight like this, like which all container I have simply selected over here, and the container border color will be simply changed to white. So this is how the user can know like which all container he has selected over here. Now if you want, you can also pass an elevation over here and something like this. I think so now it will be much in highlighted form, and now I can simply select any of the container and the container will be in the much highlighted form, right? So here it is done. I have selected a date. Now once I selected a date, I need to select a time slot for this movie, because there will be a lots of available time slot for this movie. Yeah, so for that I just need to pass some of the time slots over here. So I need to use a list view.builder again to show that respective time slots. Yeah, I think so. Let me see if we need or not. If we need, then we are going to use a list view. But for now, I'm just writing a row children, and in the container, I'll just pass like a decoration, a box decoration, and here I'm going to simply pass the color. So for the color, what I'm thinking that what we can do, rather than passing the color over here, I will do one thing. Like first, I will just pass a child and a text widget, and in the text widget, let me copy some of the text widget from here and will simply paste it something over here in the text widget. Yeah, now once we have simply done this thing, I need to pass a time slot like up to the show will start from 8 p.m. Yeah, so here you can see 8 p.m. Now I'll use a size box, height, let's pass 10.0. Now the color, which will be colors.white, so I'll just pass colors.white, something like this, and it is okay. Now here I'll pass a border, and border, and the border will be border.all. I just need to also pass the color in the border. So for the color, I'll copy this color and will simply pass over here. Yeah, now we can increase a width of this border. Let's pass up to 3.0, and here let's increase the size 22. We can pass padding as in set.all. Let's pass up to 8. Yeah, so like this, I guess it is okay, or 30 is okay, or 30 is okay. Now we can do one thing. We can pass a border radius. So let's pass the border radius dot circular, and let's pass 10. Yeah, so this is the time slot that the user can select. So time slot, so I'm going to show one more time slot or two time slot, I don't know. So let me do that, and one will be start in 10 p.m. and one will be start in 6 p.m. Yeah, so 6 p.m. I don't know what is this movie length, so I am passing the random time over here. If this movie length is more than 2 hours. Yeah, so I'll use a main axis alignment dot space evenly, so that I can give some space, but the space will create some problem. So for that, I'll just pass 20, and I will also decrease down a padding up to 5. Yeah, so we'll do same for the other 5 and 20 again and 5. Yeah, so this is the thing that we need to simply pass over here to show the time slot. Yeah, I need to pass, I think so, cross over here. Cross is already done. Yeah, I think so. because of space evenly it is happening, so I just need to pass a space between rather than evenly, so that I can provide a maximum space between all this container. Now I need to select one of the time slot. Now again, to select one of the time slot, I need to do one thing. Like for that, I will just wrap up the container over here, and I'll just write gesture detector, and on the on type function I will just pass this. Now I just need to change the color of the time slot so that the user can know like which time slot that they have selected. Same for the date one. Yeah. Now I will add a complete execution, like if I will select any of the time slot, then how I need to highlight that container. So I will do that with a music. Yeah, so enjoy the music, and you can simply code along with me, and I'm simply write all the process to highlight this container. Then I'll explain you what all thing I have done. Yeah, so let's go. 1 2 3 start. Yeah, so this is how we can simply show the time slots and how the time slots will be shown in the highlighted form. So now if I'll select 10 p.m., then you can see that how it will simply highlight this container and will indicate the user that this is the time slot that the user have selected. Now when we'll switch to the 6 p.m., so this is how we can simply select any of the time slots from here. Now once we have done all this thing, now I'm thinking that let's pass something over here like choose date, choose time slot. Yeah, so that it will look good, I guess. Yeah, so for that I need to copy the text widget, and here I'll copy this text widget and will simply paste it something over here. So close this container, and here I'll paste this, and we'll just write select date. I'll just write select date something like this. Yeah, so now you can see select date. Now I can use the size box here again and will simply paste it something over here. So select date will be highlighted over here. Now I need to simply change the color up to like this, and we'll just pass W700 is okay. Yeah, select date. Now the select time slot. So time slot will be shown something like this, and we need to simply change up to 10, I guess, and we'll just write select time slot. Yeah, so this is how we can do that to show the time slot. Now once we have done all this thing, I just need to show like as I've told you that the user can simply select the ticket, the amount of ticket they need to book. So for that, I just need to add like a function to increase the quantity of a ticket from 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. Yeah. So for that, I just need to create something like here. So first I need to provide some like enough space. I think so rather than passing over here, we can shift the container over here like this. I guess it will be much okay, I guess. So for that I need to do one thing. We can decrease size up to 1.8 will be too much, or 2.5. Yeah, it is okay. Now there is much space to show that container and a book now button. Yeah. So here I'll just create a row widget, and in the row widget I'll just pass a children. Yeah. Now here once we are passing a children, I'm going to show the function. So for that I'll just create one container, and in the container I will do one thing. I will pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now the border will pass border dot all. Yeah. Now the color, which will be the colors dot white, and here I'll pass a child row and a children something like this. Now once we have passed a children, first I'm going to simply show the plus icon, then a remove icon, and in between the quantity of a number when the user will press to the plus or remove icon. Yeah. So for that I just need to create one icon, and which will be icons dot add. Yeah, let's pass the color, which will be colors dot white, and in the center we need to show the quantity. So for that I need to use a text widget. We'll simply paste it something over here, and here I'm going to simply show the quantity 1. I will show how the execution we are going to show about a quantity. I'm just creating the UI first, then I will execute that function to increase the quantity. Yeah. So here I'll just write font weight dot bold something like this. I need to increase the font size so that the number is clearly seen, and I will use the icon again, and will paste it something over here, and will just pass icons dot remove something like this. Yeah. We need to increase the height, not height, a width of an container, which is up to 200. 200 will be too much, I guess. We can pass up to 150. We need to increase our thickness of the, so we'll pass width 2.0, and we'll pass a border radius dot circular, pass 20. Yeah. So here I want to tell you one thing, like I didn't plan about a design or anything. I'm simply coding with you all, like I'm trying to make design at this time, like what I'm thinking it is best, I'm using that. So I didn't plan before like how to simply design this detail page and all. So what I'm thinking, I'm simply designing with you all. So that's why I'm changing a lots of things, like using a different border radius, trying to use a different colors and all to see what fit best in this detail page. Yeah. So that's why you will see that how you can simply made a attractive design by using a different color and different border, and can check like which fit best for this app. Yeah. So this is how you can simply make a awesome UI for your app. I want to tell you that because by this process you can get to know how to make a awesome UI by using a different color and the border. Yeah. Now here I'll just pass a main axis alignment dot space between, or let's pass space evenly. I guess space evenly will be okay. Yeah, something like this. It is okay. Now we can simply increase or decrease the amount of ticket that we need to show. We need to pass a size box. Let's pass the size box height 20.0. It is okay, 20.0. We can pass 30, I guess. Yeah. Now we need to show the, I think so, book now button and a text of the total amount. Yeah. Now here I'm going to simply show the container, and in the container first I'm going to show the total amount that the user need to pay to book all the tickets that they have simply select according to the quantity, and then a book now text, so that it will indicate the user by tapping to this button they can simply pay and can book now that tickets. Yeah. So for that I will move to the row widget, And in the row widget, first I'm going to simply create a container, and in the container I'll just write a decoration, a box decoration. Now I'm thinking that what color I should pass on this container. So should I pass white, black, or in yellow? So let's pass yellow first, and let's see how it looks, and if not we can change it later. Yeah, so that's how we can simply make our app attractive. Yeah, so first I'll pass a child, and in the child, and first I'm going to pass a column, a children, and in the children I'm going to pass a text widget here. So for the text widget, I'll copy the text widget here from here, and will simply paste it something over here. And first I'm going to simply show the total amount as I've told, so that will be in the dollar form. So I'll show the dollar, and let's pass the dollar. I guess what it will be, let's pass up to $50. Yeah, so first I need to change the colors dot white. The text is too big, I don't need this much. 50 is okay. Colors dot black. Font width will be W500. Yeah, now here I need to provide a size box with 10.0 so that I can provide some space. Now once we have done all this thing, I can pass a width. Let's pass 200, I guess. Yeah, now I can copy the text widget, will simply paste it something over here, and I'll just show the book now text. So for the book now, I'll just write book now something like this, and font width will be just like bold. Yeah, bold, something like this. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now we can show the text, but for that I need to increase like to 24 is okay, I guess. And here I am going to pass a border radius also, not a border radius as well, and a border to the container. So I'll just pass border radius dot circular. Let's pass 10, and border will be border dot all. Yeah, and the color we just need to pass colors dot white, something like this, and we can pass a width, and let's pass the width 2.0 or 3.0 will be okay, and I can pass some space more so that it will be clearly visible. Yeah, so now you can see the book now button, and the user can simply press and can book now this movie tickets. Yeah, so this is how a detailed page has been done, where we have shown our movie image, movie name, what going to be on this movie. So action adventure, some detail about a movie. The user can select a date for which they can simply book this movie. Yeah, and the available time slot, so they can again select a time slot according to their need. They can simply increase or decrease the amount of ticket quantity. They can see the total amount, and a book now button. So the book now button, when the user will press to the book now button, a Stripe payment gateway will be simply on the action, and they can simply pay through the Stripe and can book the ticket for this movie. Yeah, so till now, if you haven't hit that like button, then what you are waiting for? So hit that like button and show your support, because I've tried my best to simply make this detailed page. As I've told you, I didn't plan anything before in the starting of this video. I'm simply designing with you all, so it takes some time to think and design this page. Yeah, so hit that like button and show your support, and hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. So for the backend, as you know that we are going to use a Firebase. So let me connect the Firebase first for both Android and iOS, and this is a new update of the Flutter. So if you are facing any of the problem to connect the app for the Android device or the iOS device, then this app series will simply clear all the doubt, because on this app series I'm going to use a new and updated version of the Flutter. Yeah, so but before moving to the Firebase and we connect the app, I want to simply show you that this is the login and sign up page. Now you will think that when we have made the login and sign up page, So we have already made a login and sign up page before on the channel. You will find one video where I have simply made a complete login and sign up page from the scratch. So this is the login page and this is the sign up page that we have simply made in our one of the video. I will simply paste a video link in the description box or in the comment box. You can simply get it from there, because by following that video you can get to like what all things we have written in the login and sign up page. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now let's move, and here first I'm going to simply add a backend for our sign up page. So for that I need to connect a Firebase. So let's move to the Firebase first, and this is a Firebase website. Now I just need to write my project name. So I'll just write my project name, which is Filmy Fun. Yeah. Now click on continue button, continue again. Now use default account for Firebase, click on create project. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing our project. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase. So first I'm going to simply connect the iOS app, then I'll show you how to connect the Android app. Yeah, so let's click to the iOS and we need an Apple bundle ID. So you know that how to get the Apple bundle ID. So simply open the Xcode from here and we'll just move to the Xcode. Now here in the Xcode I need to move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Now we need to copy the bundle identifier from here and we need to paste it in the Firebase. So this is a bundle identifier. So copy it from here, paste it in the Apple bundle ID, click on register app and wait for a file that you need to download here. So this is the file. Now download this Google service-info.plist file from here, and we need to simply open this file, and if you have any older file then remove that file and rename the file again. Yeah, so move that file and just rename the file again. Now we need to simply paste this file below the info. So we need to paste it below the info, click on finish. Here it is done. Now let's move back to the Firebase, click on next, 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 continue to the console. So here you have seen that I have successfully added the iOS app. So it just take like nearly 10 seconds to add an iOS app. Now in the latest version of the Flutter, the Android process is now very fast. Like we need to add lots of code from the Firebase before. If you have watched my old series, like I've made 10 to 12 app series before on this channel. So in that series you'll notice that it takes like nearly 1 to 2 minutes to add a complete backend for the Android app. I mean when you connect the Firebase. But in this new update of Flutter, they make the thing really fast to add, and now it just take like 15 seconds to add a complete Android app. Yeah, now let's move, and here first we'll move to the Android, and I need an Android package name. So move to the Android app build.gradle. Now copy this application ID from here. Now simply paste it over here. Now click on register app. Now we need to download that file again. So download this file and just open this file, and again if you have any older file then delete that and just rename the file again. Yeah, something like this, and we need to paste it in the Android app folder, something like this. Now once you have done this thing, now click on next. Now here it is the ID. So for the ID we just need to go to the Android build.gradle. No, we don't need to, because in the latest version of the Flutter you won't find any files. Like we need to add in the class path, but in the new version we need to move to the settings.gradle, and this is a ID plugin. In the plugin section you will see that there is a various ID. We just need to paste the ID over here and it is done. Now click on this one and copy the code. So here this is another ID. Now move to the Android app build.gradle and just paste after this Android and Kotlin plugin and just paste it over here. Now you will think that I'm not adding a dependencies section over here, because in the latest version of Flutter we don't need to add this anything. Now click on next, continue to the console. So you can see that how they have made really fast to connect the Android app with a Firebase, and now we have successfully connected the Android app also. Yeah, now let's move back, and here I need to move to the authentication, and in the authentication I'll click to the get started button. And as you know that we are going to use a mail authentication, so let's move to the signing method. Click on email and password, click on enable, click on save. Yeah, it is done. Now let's move to the Firestore database, because we need to change some of the security rules from here so that we can upload our data over here, right? Click on create database, next create, and now cloud Firestore will set up some security rules, so wait for a few seconds until it is done. So move to the rules, and we need to just change the rules from false to true so that we can upload our data to the cloud Firestore, and we'll click on publish button, and here it is done. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the perf dev. Now I'm telling let's move to the perf dev because we need to add some of the necessary package in our Flutter app so that we can use all the features. So I'll just use the package which is Firebase auth. Now Firebase auth will help us to add a authentication in our Flutter app. So we'll copy this package and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file, something over here. Now cloud Firestore, so that we can upload our data to the Firestore database. Move to the installing, copy the package again, paste it over here. Now the third package will be, or you can say, random string. Now the random string will help us to give a specific ID to the each booking details so that we can simply track the user, like which user have booked for which movie, right? So we need a random string. Now I don't think so we need an image picker and Firebase storage. If then we'll see that in future, but I don't think so now we need a image picker and Firebase storage. Yeah, so here let's move back and move to the main.dart. But before moving to the main.dart, here let's run all the packages that we have just added in our perspec.ml file. Now move to the main.dart, and here I just need to write two important functions to simply execute our connection with a Firebase app. But there is one more package I think so we left, which is a Firebase core. So Firebase core is the package that we need. So move to the installing, copy this package and paste it again, something like this. Now simply run this package, and I guess it is done. Yeah, so these are not any errors, so don't worry, this is an error, this is not an error, this is just like this. Yeah, I think so package has been run successfully. Now let's move to the main.dart, and if you can't run the package, then you can do one more thing. You can simply remove the version, because it depends like which Flutter version you are using. So the package will take the version accordingly which Flutter version you are simply running in the VS Code, right? So you can also run the packages like this if you are facing any version error. Yeah, now let's move to the main.dart, and here we just need to write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and I just need to pass await Firebase dot initialize app. So these are the two important lines to simply activate the Firebase in our app. Now once we have connected a Firebase for both Android and iOS, now we need to add a backend for our sign up page. Now in the sign up page, I have told you that authentication we are going to use is a mail authentication. Though the mail authentication I used like many times before in my channel, I think so 15 to 20 times before. Now if I will explain those lines again and again, then the video length will be very long, and that will not make any sense like to repeat all the things again and again. So I'll simply copy the code and will simply paste it over here. Now if you want, you can pause the video and can write a code, or if you want to get the code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can get it from there. Yeah, so now let's move, and let me add some important code for adding a backend to our sign up page. Yeah, this is the registration function that I have created. Now here you can see that I have written like a name controller.text, password controller.text, mail controller.text. So these are the text editing controller to handle the text that the user going to enter on this text field. Now here you can see that in the sign up page there is one section named confirm password. Now if you don't want this confirm password, you can remove this, because that is not necessary to add this confirm password in the sign up page. If you want, you can do that, but I think so that it is not very necessary to add the confirm password over here. Yeah, so we'll add some necessary space over here. Yeah, so this is the sign up page. Now how it looks. Now I have added a 3 controller to handle the text on this 3 different text field. Now this is the registration function I have created, and this is how we can create a sign up process, or the user can simply create the account with the help of the user email and the password. So create user with email and password is the function that will simply execute to allow the user to sign up in the app by using a mail authentication. So once they have authenticate with the help of mail, now I need to upload a necessary data to the Firestore database. So as I told you that we are going to use a string ID, because I am going to provide a unique ID to the each user, because as I've told you that the reason behind this, because as I need to track each user ID, like if there are 2 users, Shyam and Shivam, I need to provide a 2 different ID to these 2 users, so that I can track the Shivam data and the Shyam data, and we can show the specific movie they have booked. So that's why I'm going to provide a unique ID to these 2 users, right? So I will pass ID and will just write random alphanumeric 10 and will pass this something like this. Now I need to create a map. Now what is a map? So map is a combination of key value pair. Now if you don't know enough about a Dart programming or a widgets, how to use in a Flutter, then I have already made a complete beginner series, not a series. In one video I have simply covered like about all the things about our basic Dart programming and how to use widgets in the Flutter app. I recommend you to watch that video so that you can get to know more about how to use in this Flutter code. Yeah, so here I'm going to create a map, and map is a combination of key and value pair. So this is a key and this is a value. So we are going to show the key in the string and the value in the form of dynamic. Yeah, so I just need to pass our map name, which is user info map. Yeah, and here first I'm going to pass the username, so I'll pass name, and to get his name I'll just pass name controller.text. Now I need to get his email, so we'll pass mail controller.text. Now his unique ID, so I'll pass ID and we'll just pass the ID, something like this. And here I'm also going to pass the image. So for the image I'm going to use the unique link that will be best for the users to show that respective image. Now once we have wrote the map, now we need to write a necessary function to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now you will see that I have created one service folder, and in the service folder you will see the shared preference. Now you will think that what is shared preference? Though it is shared preference, I have written a short form, the file name. Now to activate the shared preference in your app, you just need to add one more package, which is a shared preferences in the perspec.yaml file. So the shared pref.dart is a function that will help us to store a data locally in our Flutter device. Now you will think that we are already using a Firebase server. Then why we need to store our data locally? So the data we are going to simply store locally, as you can see here, is the user ID, his name, his email, and his image. So these are the 4 things that I am simply storing in our Flutter device. Now to get a username and image, his name, we can't each time call a server and get a data. So these are the small things that we can simply store in our data locally. So that's why I'm using a shared preference, and we can use this data very easily by using a shared preference. Now I'll show you how to save that data locally. I haven't saved that data locally till now. Yep. So let's move to the signup.dart back here again, and in the service folder we'll simply create a new folder name, new file name, sorry. new file name, which will be a database.dart, and in the database.dart we are going to write all the necessary function that will help us to execute the Firebase. Yeah. So first I will create a class name which is database methods, and in the database methods I am going to simply write a future. Now I am writing a function name which is add user details, something like this. Yeah. Now here I just need to pass a map. The map is the same map that we have passed in our sign up page. So I'll just write string dynamic user info map, something like this. Now we need to pass a string ID. So I know that you know the use of ID now. Like I need to provide a unique ID to the each user. So I'm passing the ID over here. Now here, once we have done this thing, I just need to do one more thing. Like here, first I need to return, and we need to pass await. For that I just need to pass async over here. So I'll pass async await Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I'm going to simply write our collection name, which is users dot doc, and will pass the unique ID. Dot set method will help us to upload the user data to the respective collection, which is users. Right. Now I just need to write user info map, something like this. Yeah. So when we have written all this thing, now we need to simply call this function in a sign up page. So here I'll just move and will write await database methods, sorry, why it is disappearing, database methods dot add user detail. We need to pass user info map ID dot, then like once the data has been uploaded to the wait a second. So once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to just show the toast message that the user have registered successfully. So that will be the green light. You know the green light, red light. So that will be the green light for the users that they have registered successfully. Now they will land to the home page. Yeah. So for that I need to show the scaffold messenger, which will be like a snack bar in the lower bottom. So I'll use a scaffold messenger, something like this, which is scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and in the snack bar I'll just pass a snack bar, something like this. And in the content I just need to pass a text widget, and in the text widget there is some error. Let me see what error it is. Yeah. Okay. So remove dot then from here and write this function outside the dot then function. So remove that dot then from here, and we just need to pass a text data. And here, because we have already passed a await function, so this function, if haven't completed, then it won't move to the next function. So that's why I passed await. So it will wait until this function complete. Once this function complete, then the snack bar will be shown. So we don't need dot then function over here. Yeah. So once we have written this thing, I need to pass a text widget, a text in a text widget, which is registered successfully. Something like this. I guess it is okay. Now we can pass a green light. So for the green light, I'll just pass background color, which will be colors dot green, something like this. Now here I just need to pass a style, a text style. Now the color will be just colors dot white, and font weight will be font weight dot bold. Yeah, something like this. We can also increase the font size. Let's pass 20.0. Now once we have shown the register successfully toast message, we need to also push the user to the home page. So for that, I'll just write navigator.push. I need to use push replacement so that they can't move back, and we'll write material page root. And here I need to pass a context, and we need to push the user to the bottom name so that he can simply navigate to the different pages. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now once we have written this thing, we have wrote a complete function for registration function. Now let's call all this controller to the each text field. So for that, I'll move to the email. So I'll pass controller, which will be the mail controller. Same for the password controller, which will be the controller, and the password controller, and with his name, here is name. So I'll pass controller, name controller. Yeah, something like this. So once we have passed a specific controller to each text field, now we can execute a function for our sign up page. So here where there is a button, I'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method, I'll just pass that if like user have filled a name. So I'll write name controller.text should not be equals to space. That means that it won't be blank. And if like mail controller.text should also be not be blank, like all this text field should be filled to execute the registration function. So I'm passing in the if case, and the password controller.text also should not be equals to space, something like this. And if it is true, then we'll use a set state, not set equal, set state. And in the set state, I assign all the string. Now you will think that why I wrote a string. So this is the reason, so that I can assign the each text field value to the respective string. So I'll pass name controller.text. Same for the mail, we'll write mail, which is email equals to mail controller.text, and same for the password. So we'll write password equals to password controller.text. Yeah, so these are all the things that we need to handle. Now we need to just call the registration function when it is done. Yeah, so this is how the registration function going to work. Now here let's test this our sign up page. Now we have just added a Firebase in our Flutter app, so hot reload or hot restart it won't work over here. So you just need to close a complete VS Code and the emulator you are using, then rerun the complete app again. Yeah, this is our sign up page. I've launched the app again, and now I'll show you how our sign up page is working. So I'll just write my name over here. So I'll write Shivam, but you can't see anything because I need to simply pass a style to my text field so that I can see the text that I enter on this text field. So for that, I just need to write a style, a text style. The color will be colors.white so that I can see that text. And if you want to change the cursor color, you can also do that. So for the cursor color, you can just write a cursor color, and you can change the cursor color to colors.white. And now you can also see the cursor, and the text will also visible, I guess. SHIVMGUPT. Yeah, so text are also visible. We can pass this to the each text field and the password. Yeah, something like this. Now we can also pass the email. So I'll write a random email ID and the password. You can see that password is not in the dotted form. You can do that by using a off secure text to true, which is over where we can write over here, of secure text to true. So these are all the things that I have simply taught you in the, as I have told you that in the Flutter beginner course. You can follow that because these are all the common things about widgets that you can learn over there. Yeah, now I'll simply click to this sign up button and will move to the bottom nav, I guess. Yeah, so I've registered successfully, a green light, and we have successfully moved to the home page. Now let's move to the Firebase because we need to check like how the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So this is Cloud Firestore. We just need to refresh the page. And here you can see the users collection with his specific doc ID, the email that I have just used, this his ID, unique ID, you can see that, the image and the name that I have just written in the emulator. So our mail authentication is done and it is also working brilliantly. And if you haven't hit that like button till now, then what you are waiting for? Hit that like button and show your support, and also hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel, right? So hit that subscribe button. I hope that you have hit that like and subscribe button. Now let's move to the app and we'll add now a complete backend for our login page also. Now I'm going to call all the data that we have simply used to store the name, image, the ID and the email. I'm talking about the shared preference. So here you can see that in the service folder I've simply created shared preference.dart. Now we are going to simply store the data locally that we are going to use in the app. So let's move to the signup.dart page, and here I will just one by one going to store all the data locally. So for that I'll just write await shared preference helper dot save display name, and first I'm going to save the username. So I'll just write name controller.text. Now we need to just write shared preference helper dot save user email, and I'm going to next save the user email. So I'll write mail controller.text, and then I'm going to save the user ID. So we'll pass save user ID and ID here something like this, and we'll just write await shared preference helper dot save, and then I'm going to simply save the user image. Now let me copy this image link and we'll simply paste it in the shared preference where we are saving the user image, something like this. So once we have done all this thing, now we can simply save the data locally. Now I can use a shared preference, but don't need to worry. I will show you where we are going to use a shared preference and how this data will be called, and we can show them in the app. Yeah. So once we have saved the data locally, now let's move to our login page. And in the login page, as you can see that we have just written one function which is user login, and let's move to the login page first. And this is the login page, and as you can see that there are two text fields, which is email and the password. So there you can see the mail controller.text and the password controller. So these are the two text editing controller that will help us to manage the text that the user will input in this two text field. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now this is a simple user login function that I have written. You can simply see that. Yeah, now let's move here with a further code that we need to simply write in our user login function. Yeah, so in the user login function, what I'm going to do is that, like here for an example, if the user will enter the email that they have used to sign up in the app before, and they use a same email to log in the app, now I want to simply get his detail from the server and save in the shared preference first, because as you know that in the sign up page we have passed a shared preference. We are saving all the data related to that specific user in the shared preference. I mean the data we are storing locally by using the shared preference. Now once they log in the app again, I need to simply store that data again locally. So for that I need to simply get his detail from the user's collection, and once we get all the details of that respective email, then we'll simply save his name, image and the ID. So what I'm going to do is that, so for an example, if the user will write the email like this email shivam3566@gmail.com. Now once they have written this email, I'm going to simply match the email that match with the email in the user's collection. And once we match that email and found a respective document like this document, then we'll simply save his ID, name, image. So that's how we are going to simply get his name and image. Yeah. So for that I'm going to do one thing here. As you can see that first I have written a string, my name, my id and my image. So these are the three things I need to simply get from the server. So first I will write like name1 is equals to, I think so, first we need to simply pass a query snapshot. We haven't passed till now. So let's create some function in our like database.dart file. So for that I will just write future. Now what is a query snapshot? A query snapshot is something that will help us to read a specific document. Like this is a document and we need to read all the fields in this respective document. So that will help to get our respective fields. So we need to read a specific document. So that's why we need a query snapshot. So I'll just write a query snapshot and we'll write our function name, which is get user by email. Yeah. So once we get this thing, we can simply first pass a string, which is an email, where, and we'll pass a sync and we'll just return, and sorry, yeah, something like this. We'll remove this one. We'll just need to return. We'll pass return await. So we need to pass async first and we'll write await Firebase firestore dot instance, and we need to pass our collection name. So I'll pass collection, which is a user's collection dot where, and I need to simply match the email that I've told you now. So for that I just need to pass dot where and a email field name, and we just need to pass is equal to and the email that we need to match, and dot get function will help us to get all the field from the respective document. I hope it is very clear now. Now let's move to the login page, and here I need to simply first call the function that we have written in our database.dart file. So for that I'll just write query snapshot, and we'll write query snapshot is equals to await. So for that I need to pass async. I've already passed, so don't need to worry. So I'll just write await, not over here, over here. Sorry for that again. Await, we need to just write like database methods, base methods, database methods dot get user by email, and we need to simply pass the email string. I'm going to store the text of this text field in the email string. I'll show you that this is the same thing that we have done in the sign up page. There are not much more difference, just this function we need to add extra in this login page. And first I'm going to just write a query snapshot dot docs 0 dot, and here I'm going to simply pass our field name that we need to call. So this is the field name. Now copy this and paste it exactly over here so that I can get an exact name over here, and we'll just use a string name, which is my name, something like this, and we need to use a dollar sign so that I can get a detail from a respective field. Yes, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, now here I'll do one thing. I'll get a ID, so I'll pass my ID, and here I'm going to pass again the field name, which is ID. So I'll just pass the ID over here, and now we need to get a image. So we'll copy this image, we'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll just write my image, something like this. Yeah. So once we have done all this thing, now we need to simply store the data locally, as I've explained you. So we'll use a shared preference again dot save user image. So I'm going to simply store my image. Now here I'm going to again write an await shared preference helper dot save user ID, and I'm going to simply store here user ID, and then await shared preference helper dot save, and we need to just save his email. So I'll write email, so which is a email, something like this. So we have saved name is left. So again use a shared preference helper dot save user display name, and I'm going to save the username, which is my name, something like this. Now once we have wrote this function, now we can simply store our data locally. Now once we have done all this thing, now we can simply push the user to the home page. So for that I'll use a navigator again. So I'll write navigator dot push, and here I'm going to just pass a material page route. So I'll write material page route. Now a context, so I'll just write a context, something like this, and we'll push the user to the home page. So I'll write home, something like this. Yeah, so this is how we can simply push the user to the home page once they have logged in. Now let's call the function. Like when the user will tap to this login button, we need to execute some of the functions. So for that I just need to move to the login here, something over here, where over here, sign up. This is a login button. Yeah, so we'll again wrap up with a gesture detector and on tap method, and in the on tap method I'll just pass one case, like if both the text field will be filled, then we are going to simply call a login function. Like we need to simply allow the user to enter or fill this to text field. So for that I'll just pass mail controller.text should not be empty and a password should not be empty. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, here it is. So password controller.text should not be empty. Now if this two condition is true, then we'll use a set state to fill all the situation or strings. So I'll just pass email equals to mail controller.text, and so I'll just write a password equals to password mail controller.text, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can simply call our function which is user login. Yeah, so this is how we can simply create a user login function. Now let's test how the user login function is going to work. So I will simply hot restart the app. I hope that hot restart will work over here. So I'll just pass the name which is Ayush Gupta. So I'll write Ayush Gupta, and we'll just write email. So I'll write ayush123@gmail.com. We need to pass in password. So I'll write password. Now we need to just sign up. So I'll first sign up with one of my account that I have created. Then I'll show you how we can simply use same ID to log in the app. Yeah. So I'll just move to the login page and we'll simply hot restart the app, and we'll just write Ayush. I can't see the text. You know that why. We need to simply pass that to case again. So I'll move to the sign up page and we'll copy this tile and cursor color so that I can see the text that we enter over in this text field. So I'll copy and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here. Yeah, and we need to do same for in the password. We can pass off secure to secure our password that we enter. So I'll just pass true, something like this. Let's hot restart the app again, and we'll enter the same email which is ayush123@gmail.com, and we need to just enter password ayush123. Now we'll simply click to this login button. Wrong password provided by the user, though you can't see this. Now if you want to simply change this, you can do from here. Like you can just pass like black. It is a black, and you can pass a background color also, like here, and like background color, and we can pass colors dot white so that I can see it clearly. I've entered a wrong password, so let me check it. I hope that I didn't forget a password. I have. So sorry for that. I don't know how I forgot the password, but let me test it again. So I have simply signed up with a new account first, and then I'll use a login function. Yeah, so I'll write ayush125@gmail.com, and I'll write ayush125. Why it's showing a wrong provided by the user? Because I'm entering the correct thing again and again. Let me check. I think so. We haven't passed a controller till now. These are the small mistakes that simply make the thing very tough. Yeah. So I'll write controller, password controller, and the controller is a mail controller, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, now we can handle a text that the user enter on this text field. So I'll use my old account again, which is 123@gmail.com, and we'll use a password again, ayush123. We faced some error. Let me check. Invalid range, it says. So I have entered a wrong email ID, or it's something else. Let me check it again. Let me check this function first. Yeah, so that I was telling about, like email should be exact what you are passing over here. So these are the few errors that you can also notice, because this can simply take you lots of time to simply fix this. So I'm showing you like how, what all simple errors you can face and how you can simply solve that. Yeah, so just read the error that you simply get, like what is an exact error. Now once you know that this error is because of this condition, then you can simply fix that in no time. Yeah, so I'll click to this login button again, and here you can see that we have successfully moved to the home page here again, and our login is working brilliantly. Yeah, so if you want to move to the bottom name, so just remove the home and just switch it to the bottom name. Yeah, that is also brilliant. You can do that. Yeah, so once we have done this thing, now let's move to our bottom name page and let's add all the functions so that the user can book a ticket and can watch his favorite movie. Yeah, now let's move, and here as you can see that when the user will tap to this, they will move to the movie detail page. So for that I need to move to the home page first. I don't think so we need a much execution in our home page. Let's move to the movie detail page and let me add some of the functionalities over here. So let me switch it to the detail page first. So I'll just write a detail page, something like this. Yeah, so this is the detail page. Now in this detail page I need to do one thing, like first I need to get the image of, like when the user will tap to any specific movie, his name, like movie name, the action, adventure, these are the some text we need to show, and the some detail about that movie, and also the price. So price is also left. So I'll just write one thing, like here I'll just write a string like this, and here I'm going to simply get the image, which is movie image, the movie name, and the action adventure. What I will write, short detail, just write short detail, and sorry detail, and I'll just write a detail, or movie detail, just write movie detail. Yeah, and now we can just call our detail page, and we need to just store this all the things. So I'll write this dot image, this dot name, something like this, and this dot short detail, and this dot movie detail, something like this. Now once we have passed all this thing, I just need to pass a required thing. So I'll write required, and this is also required, and this is also required too. Now we need to just pass all the thing in the home page. So let me see where we have written. So this is the first movie where we have shown. So I'll do one thing, I will just wrap up the container, which is this container. I guess I'm correct. Yeah, I'm correct. So I'll just wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just push the user to the detail page. So I'll write navigator dot push, and we'll just write a material page route. So I'll write material page route, something like this. I'll just pass a context, and in the context I'll push the user to the detail page. Now I need to pass the image of this movie, so I will just write our folder name, which is where we have stored the image. So I'll use images dot this, something like this. Yeah, now here I'm going to do one thing, like you will think that why I haven't stored the image in the Firebase storage. Now in my previous, like I have already made 14 to 15 apps before on this channel. You can simply check it out. I will simply paste the link in the comment box. Now in the previous series I noticed that many of the viewers writing in the comment box that Firebase is paid. I know that Firebase is paid. So this is a new update that Firebase. So according to this new update, if you want to use a Firebase storage, you need to upgrade the plan to the Blaze plan. Yeah, so though you can buy a Firebase storage, I will recommend you, because as the Firebase storage don't have any fixed subscription, they like they will charge you accordingly how the Firebase you are using. So if you don't want to deploy the app to the Play Store, you are just making for your like resume or just for your college or interview purpose, then I don't think so that will charge you very much for the Firebase storage. This is, I'm telling you according to the my experience, because I've already used a Firebase storage by a Bliss plan. So I don't deploy any app. I just make use the Firebase storage to just to show you how the app building works and how the app development works. So it charged me like really less than $1. So it is like nearly in Indian currency less than 80 rupees. So that's the minimum charge that you can face while purchasing for the Firebase storage. Now if you don't want to buy the Firebase storage, then this is this project, because as you can see that I am storing the image locally in our images folder, and I'm going to use the image again by the just passing our images folder name. Yeah, so we are not getting any image from the server. So on this project we don't need a Firebase storage. So this is a good news for you. If you don't want to simply upgrade the plan, you can follow this project, because I'm not going to use a Firebase storage on this project completely, as you know that, because I've already used a Cloud Firestore and authentication till now. Yeah, so now let's pass our movie name. So I'll just pass the movie name, which is this name, Infinity Wars. So I'll copy this and will simply paste it something over here. Yeah, and here I'm going to pass our short detail, which is, I think so, this detail. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it something over here, and this is a movie detail. So I need to just copy the movie detail also. So I need to copy the movie detail from here and we'll simply paste it over here, something like, I'll copy this and we'll paste it over where, in the home page where we are passing the movie detail, something like this. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now I can call all the data in our detail page. So for that I just need to show our movie name, which is widget dot name, something like this. Then I need to show the our image, so I'll pass widget dot image, something like this. Now once we have done these two things, I need to just show this. So I'll write widget dot, like, what is this, I guess short detail and the movie detail. So I'll copy widget dot movie detail, something like this. Yeah, something like this. So once we have passed all this thing, now I think so we have forgot to pass a price also. Yeah, so price is an important thing. Yeah, so I'll pass a price. So I'll just pass a price, something like this. I'll just write this dot price. So I'll write this dot price and we'll call also a price, something like this. And let's move to our home dot, and here we need to write a price. So let's keep the price of this ticket, it is $50. So I'll write $50. Yeah, and once we have done all this thing, now let's show the price also over here. So I'll write widget dot price. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's hot restart the app again and we'll move to the home page. No, we haven't, because we need to pass a bottom name. So I'll pass bottom name. Let's move to the home page. Now I'll tap to this and here we have landed to the detail page. Yeah, so this is how we can see that this is a movie picture, movie name, short detail, some more detail. Now we need to increase or decrease the amount of ticket like user need to buy. So for that I need to execute some of the function in our booking, not booking, detail page. Yeah, so for that first I'm going to just write like quantity. So I'll just write quantity is equals to 0. Yeah, we can't pass 0 because the user need to buy minimum 1 ticket. So that's why I need to just pass a 1 over there. So here I'm going to do one thing, like first I'm going to show the quantity. Yeah, also there is one more thing, we need to simply keep a track of a total amount, like this is a total amount, right? We don't need to show the price over here. So to keep the track, I need to do one thing, like I'll just pass int total is equals to 0, and in the init state I'll just store the total price of a ticket, like of one ticket, then it will keep on increasing as the user will increase the quantity from here. Yeah, so I'll just write a total is equals to total is equals to widget dot price, something like this. Now once we have passed this case, okay, so we need to parse it to the int, so int dot parse, and we need to write widget dot price, something like this. I hope it is clear. Now once we have passed this case, we can pass total over here, over here. So I'll just wrap up with a gesture detector first. So I'll pass gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just do one thing, like I will first increase the quantity. So I'll write quantity equals to quantity plus 1, which will increase the quantity of an ticket. Then we need to increase the total price. So I'll write total equals to total plus in dot parse dot widget, and we need to just pass a price, and we need to also pass a set state, something like this. Yeah, so let me show how it works. So I'll simply click to this, and you can see 2, but we need to just pass a total over here so that I can show you. Total dot to string, yeah, I hope that, let's refresh this page first. Let's move to this page. We'll increase the quantity, and you can see that that total amount has been changed to 100. So this is how we can simply increase the quantity of ticket. So for the decrease, we'll pass gesture detector. In the on tap method, I will just pass if quantity of ticket should be greater than, I hope it is greater than 1. Yeah, now if it is greater than 1, then we need to decrease by, I passed this case because as I've told you that minimum tickets that user need to buy is 1. So for that I need to pass this case, otherwise it will go from 0, -1, -2. So that will not make any sense here. So I'll just pass minus over here and also minus, something like this. Now let's simply hot restart the app. Let's move. Let's simply increase the ticket, and you can see how simply our total price is also increasing. Now let's decrease this, and as you can see that it just take a few seconds to update the total price, and you can see that now when I click to this, I can't move to 0 because a minimum condition we have passed over here. So this is how we can simply show that the case. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's add a book now. As I've told you, we are going to add a Stripe payment gateway. So when the user want to simply book the tickets from here by clicking to this book now button, we need to enable a Stripe so that they can pay through the Stripe and can book the movie tickets that they want to. Yeah. So here I have added some of the features for our Stripe payment gateway. Now I will show you what all things we are need to integrate in our Flutter app to execute the Stripe and pay through the Stripe. Though as I've told you that I have used a Stripe many times before on my channel, so I won't show you the complete process to write a code because you don't need to exactly remind the code for the Stripe. You can copy from the old source code if you have, and you can paste it over here, or if you want to get a source code link, you can find the link in the description box. I will provide it to you. From there you can get the source code. Yeah, so let's move. So first to add a Stripe in the Flutter app, let's move to the perspec.ml file, and in the perspec.ml file you will see that we have added a Flutter Stripe package. So this is a Flutter Stripe package that you need to add in the perspec.ml file, and according to this we are going to add gateway in our app. Yeah, so here once you have added this package, now let's move, and first thing you need to do over here, like you need to simply move to the Android folder. Now I'm telling you the settings if you are running the app in your Android device. So let's move to the Android folder. Now move to the, like in app src main Kotlin, in main activity.kt file, you just need to add this 3 lines exactly in this file, and which is a Flutter fragment activity. Yeah, So once you have added these three lines, now let's move to the Android manifest.xml file and add this theme over here in Android theme. Now this is a theme that we need to simply pass in our Stripe to show the theme that will display while user wants to pay through the card. Yeah, so this is a theme that you need to pass in Android XML file. So these are all the things you need to do for the Android folder. So there is not much any extra settings for the iOS. For the iOS it can simply run easily. Yeah, so in the service folder you can see that I created a file which is a constant.dart. Now here in the constant.dart file I have added a two key, which is a publish key and a secret key. So the publish and secret key you will directly get from a Stripe website. Now in the Stripe website, if you don't have an account, you can sign up and create the account, and once you get that key, you can simply pass the two test keys. These are the test keys to simply test the app while we are booking the ticket for the respective movie. But if you want to simply like add a live key, you can simply replace it with a live key when you will make your live app in your Play Store or in App Store. Yeah, so these are the some settings that you need to simply do for our Stripe payment gateway. Now here let's move to our booking page back again, which is this file. I think so, not this file. This is detailpage.dart file, and here you can see that I've created one function name which is a make payment. Now this is a function that will simply help us to add all the things regarding a Stripe. If you want, you can pause a video and can write a complete code. I will scroll it slowly. You can simply pause a video and can write the code, like what all code it is necessary to write for a Stripe payment gateway. Or if you want the source code, as I have told you, I will provide the link in the description box. So in the both the ways you can write a code for the Stripe. Now once you have wrote all this code, here in the button where we have shown the book now text, I have simply wrap up with a gesture detector and I have called a make payment function that will execute a Stripe payment method, and here I have passed the amount that the user have been selected or while choosing the amount of ticket they need to buy. Yeah, so this is a total amount that we have passed to our make payment function. Now I'll show you that once you have wrote all this thing, now when I'll tap to this book now button, here you will see that this is how the Stripe payment gateway going to work, and I just need to pass a test card number which is 4242. You need to simply type it 12 times. 12 times, I think so, 12 digits, not 12 times, 12 digit will be there, and a random year you can pass and a CVC code. Now click on pay now button, and as you can see that payment has been successful and we have successfully pay through the Stripe payment gateway. Yeah, so our Stripe payment gateway is working brilliantly and we can simply now book the tickets for the respective movie we want. Yeah, so here one more thing I want to tell you, that like while adding all the thing related to the Stripe, don't simply like hot reload or hot restart the app. I think so if you are adding a new package to the perspec.ml file, you need to simply like close the VS code, yeah, emulator, then you need to rerun the app completely from the starting. Yeah, so otherwise you will face some of the problem. I'm telling that because you can face this problem. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now once the payment is successful, we need to show the booking detail in our booking page. So for that I need to upload the data to the user's respective collection, his doc ID, and here I'm going to create one collection which is a bookings, and in the bookings collection I am going to show all the booking, like which movie tickets that user have bought. Yeah, so here what I'm going to do, that first I'm going to create a map. Now in the map, first I'm going to pass a string, a dynamic, and here I'll just write user movie map. So this is our map name. Now first let me see what all things I'm going to add. Like first let's pass our movie name. So I'll pass the movie name which is widget dot, I think so, name. Then I need to pass a movie image. So I'll write movie image, something like this, movie image, and we'll pass like movie image. So we'll write widget dot image, something like this. So I passed a movie name, a movie image, Now here we need to pass one more thing, which will be, I think so we don't need a username, because he going to use, so because he going to see all these booking details in the user side of the app, so we don't need to pass his name, like his image and all. We just need to pass like a date, like which date he has selected to book this specific movie. So for that I just need to pass a date, and in the date let me call the thing that we have shown. So what we are going to do, like where we have passed the date, so here I'll just write dates, which is our list name, I think so. Like here I will do one thing, like first I'm going to pass a string, and I will just keep the current date over here. So I'll just write string, now I'll just write current date, and here what I'm going to do is that here first I'm going to pass the current date when I'll tapping to any of this container. So like when I'll tap to Thursday 16 and Friday 17, then here I'm going to store the current date Friday 17 in our current string, and we can directly use that string in the map. I hope it is clear that what I'm going to do. So for that I'll just write a current date is equals to, and here I'm going to store the current date that I have selected from the app. Yeah, now I'll just pass the current date string over here, something like this. Now once we have shown the date, we need to show the time slot. So we'll pass the time, and in the time we need to just pass the case that we have written to show the selected time slot. Like here I just need to pass this case. So for that let me show you what I'm going to do. So like if 8 is true, I mean 8 p.m. is true, then we'll just show the 8 p.m. So I'll write 8 p.m. something like this. Now here once it is false, like if the user have selected like 10 p.m., then here I'm going to just write 10 is true, then we'll just show the 10 p.m. something like this. And if both the case will be false, then last thing left, which is 6 p.m. Yeah, so I'll just write a 6 p.m. which is 0600 p.m. Yeah, so this is how we can pass a like a time slot that the user have selected from here. Now we just need to also pass a quantity. So I'll pass a quantity, and in the quantity I need to pass a quantity, like where the quantity, yeah, here it is a quantity. So I'll just write a quantity. Now the quantity is in the form of the int, so I'll pass dot to string. Now here I'm going to pass the total amount that the user have paid while booking for this movie. Yeah, so I'll just write a total dot to string, something like this. So this is how we can pass the movie name, the movie image, the date, like what is the for the which date the user have booked this movie ticket, the respective time slot that the user have selected, the amount of ticket, not the amount, the quantity of the ticket they have selected, the total amount that they have paid for watching this movie. Yeah, so these are the some details. But on this movie booking app, I am thinking that to add something extra, because this is not first booking app that I am making, because I've already made like barber booking app and event booking app on this channel. You can find the link in the comment box, because I've already made 14 to 15 apps before on this channel. You can simply look to that playlist, and that is very interesting playlist of all the apps that we have made till now. Yeah, so you can add some of the apps to your resume, and can get to know more about a Flutter and Firebase. Yeah, so as I've telling you that on this series, I am thinking that to add something extra to make it very interesting. Like if you have booked a movie ticket from any of the apps, then you will see that once you book a movie ticket, you will get one barcode. Sorry, not a barcode, a QR code. So barcode and QR code are two different things. So you will see that once you book a movie ticket for in any of the apps for any specific movie, you get a QR code. So through the QR code, the admin, or when you go to the respective cinema, the security or the person simply scans that barcode, and QR code and allow you to simply enter in the movie hall. So this is what I'm going to do in our app also. So it will look like a movie booking app, otherwise it will just like other booking apps as it is. So I'm thinking to add this extra feature, and we are going to create a and we are going to give a unique barcode to each and every user. So like there will be a respective barcode for the respective booking that the user have done, so that once we scan that barcode we get the details like yes, the barcode is valid, and we can allow the user to enter in that respective cinema hall. Yeah, so let me show you how to create a respective, or you can say a unique QR code for the each bookings that the user are going to do for on this app. Yeah, to enable a QR code thing, I've added this to package. You can also add that in a perspecaml file. So this is a first package which is QR Flutter. So this package will help us to create a QR code for the each booking that the user are going to do. Now here this is a QR code scanner. Now once like I will also add a admin panel, or you can say not an exact admin panel, just a space where the admin or any of the guy who is handling complete cinema or something, like any security guy or something, can simply like scan that QR code and can check if that is a valid QR code or not. Yeah, so that's why I've added a QR code scanner also in this app. Now once you added this package, now run this package on this perspecaml file. Now once you have run all this thing, now let's move to the our detail page, and in this detail page what I'm going to do is that like the QR code is going to work something like this, like there will be a unique string to the each QR code, because like there are two users like Shivam and Shyam. So the Shivam is booking for the same movie and Shyam is booking for the same movie, but Shyam and Shivam will get a two different barcode because they are two different users, and we're going to simply check that if the ID we have provided to the Shyam match with the ID once we scan his QR code. Yeah, so that is the thing that I'm going to do. So for that I'll just create a string, and here I will just write a unique ID. Yeah, so I'll just write a unique ID. I'll write random alphanumeric and will pass a character up to 5. Yeah, so here I'm going to pass this, and we'll just write like QR ID, something like this, QR ID, and we'll pass our unique ID. Yeah, now here once we have done this thing and we have wrote all the thing that we need to show in our booking page, now here comes the use of the main thing that I have told you, is that which is a shared preference. So we have saved the user unique ID to the shared preference. Now the unique ID is very much needed over here because we need to show the bookings to the respect user unique ID, and like this is a document ID, and we need to simply get like if Shivam booked, then we need to get his ID and we need to show that booking on his ID. Yeah, so for that I'll just do one thing. I'll just get the ID by using a shared preference. So I'll use the function name which is get the shared pref. Yeah, and here I'll just write async id is equals to await, I think so await, yeah, await will be necessary, shared preference helper dot get, and we'll get the user ID. Now once we get ID, we can pass a set state to assign the ID, and we need to pass it in the init state. So I'll copy this function and we'll simply paste it something over here, something like this. Yeah, so once we get his ID, now we can upload the data to his ID. So let's create a function to upload a data. So I'll copy this function and we'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll write add user booking something like this, user info map string ID is right. We'll just write a collection, and in the collection we'll just write bookings, or we can write booking, and we'll pass dot add function. I hope it is okay. Now once we have done all this thing, let's call the function in our detail page. So I'll just write async await Firebase, not Firebase, our database methods, wait a second, database methods. Why it is not showing? I don't know. Yeah, database methods dot add user booking. Now I'm going to pass a map name which is user movie map, and then I'm going to pass the unique user ID which is our ID. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we'll pass dot then, and here I guess we can pass some rather than dot then. Let's do one thing. Let's move to the sign up page, and we need to copy this like scaffold messenger. Like we need to show the snack bar like booking has been successful, to know that the user have booked successfully, and they can simply check his ticket in his booking page. Yeah, so for that, move to the detail page, and we'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll just write, and we'll show the green light which is booking uh, ticket has been booked successfully. Maybe ticket has been booked booked successfully. Yeah, so this is a toast message we can show. So let's test whole case. So I'll simply hot restart the app from here. Let's click to this. Let's increase the amount of, not amount, I'm telling amount again, quantity of tickets. Now I'll simply select one date, a time slot, and now I'll click to this book now button. Here are Stripe payment dashboard. So I'll simply pass our testing card number and a random date and CVC code. Now click on pay. Here the payment is successful, and yeah, so toast message is also visible. Ticket has been booked successfully. Now let's check to the Firebase like what data we get over there. So I'll refresh this page and just wait for a few seconds, and here which is the ID we have used. Yeah, so this is the ID, and here you can see the booking collection, and in the booking collection you can see this doc ID, and here you can see that this is the date we have selected, the movie for which we have booked a ticket. The movie image is also shown over here, and this is a QR ID, and this is the unique QR ID for this user, and this is the quantity of tickets, the time slot we have selected, the amount that we have paid. So it is working brilliantly, and we can show the booking in the Firebase. Now let's show that booking in our booking.dart page. So let's move over here, and we just need to pass a scaffold, a body, container, child, a column, and a children, something like this. Now once we have passed this thing, first let's move back to the home page. I can't move back because we haven't wrap up with a gesture detector till now. So here I'll just wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector pass on tap method, and we'll just write navigator dot pop context. Now we can move back successfully. So this is our booking page. So let's pass the color first, so which is background color, and we'll just pass colors dot black, something like this. Now once we have passed the color, I just need to show our page name. So I'll use a text widget here again, and I'll just write a page name which is a booking, and here I'll just pass a style, a text style, color. The color will be simply colors.white. We can pass colors.white. Font size, let's pass up to 20.0, and font weight will be font weight.bold. Yeah, so these are all the things. Here you can see this, but we need on the center. So I'll do one thing, I will wrap up with a center widget, and here I'm going to pass a margin, edge inset dot only. From the top, let's pass 50.0. Now we can see the booking text. We can increase the maybe font size to see it clearly, or up to like this. Yeah, bookings, we can show booking, can tell bookings. Yeah, bookings. Yeah, so this is our booking page. Now here I'm going to create one curved container to show our all bookings. So for that I'll do one thing, like here what I'm going to do is that let's move to the detail page. Now the reason behind this, because we have already shown that curved container we need over here. So I'll copy this and we'll paste it something over here, and we'll just pass all the brackets, and this is a lots of space, so we'll pass the margin from the top, and we'll use a size box, and we'll just pass a size box height. Let's pass 20.0. I guess it is okay, or maybe 10 will be also okay. So this is how we can show this container color, and you can see this screen. Now let's first create the UI of how we need to show the booking. Then through the Firebase, I'm going to show all the bookings on this page. So I'll first write in container. Now in this, I need to first pass a children container. Now in the container, I just need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the color, I'll just pass the color, which is colors.white, and we'll just pass a width, and we'll pass a width media query dot of context. Sorry, media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can use a complete width of the screen. Now here I can pass first a child, a column, and a children. I hope that yeah, it is okay. Yeah, it is okay. Now what I'm going to do, first I'll pass a row children. Now in the row, what I'm going to do first, as I am going to first show the QR code at the top, so that it will be easy for the admin to like scan the QR code and allow the user to enter in that cinema hall. So at the top, I'm going to show the QR code. So we are going to write all the code that we want to show over there. To show the QR code, I will just write in the row widget, which is QR image view, to show our QR image. As of now, as I told you that I'm just creating the UI. So once we get a data, I will simply paste the data over here. So I'll just write a random unique ID over here, something like this. And once we have wrote this ID, I'll just pass a version, which is QR version dot auto, and here I'm going to pass a size, and we'll just pass a size 200. So this is how you can see that this is the QR code has been created in the app. Now the size is too much, I guess, and here you can see the QR code. Now once the QR code is shown, I do one thing, like what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut it from here, we'll paste it over here, and we'll pass a center widget to show that QR code in the center. And we can pass a size box and for height from 5.0 like this. And if you want, you can increase the size of an QR code. It's up to your choice, like how the QR you want to simply show on this app. So once we have done this thing, now I want to show the movie name. First the movie image, a movie name, the amount that the user have paid, the quantity of tickets that the user have booked, so that all thing. So first I'm going to use image.asset, and we'll use images, and I will use the images. So let me check the image file name, which is infinity.jpg. So I'll use infinity.jpg. I'll pass the height, let's pass the height 100, width 100, and a fit box fit.cover. So this is the image. Now I can pass the space so that it can be seen clearly. So I'll pass padding edge inset dot only, from the left 20.0. Now here what I'm going to do is that I think so I can increase the size of an like image. So let's increase the size of an image up to 150. I'm just checking for now like what really fit best over here according to the design we need. So this is how. And once we have shown the image, I can do one thing. I just need to wrap up with a clip react widget. So I'll use a clip react border radius, and we'll pass border radius dot circular. Let's pass 20. So this is how we can show the movie image. Let me pass the gap from bottom also, otherwise it will not look good. So this is how. Now we need to show the movie name. I can provide some enough space. So for the movie name, I'll just use a column widget, and in the children I need to pass a text widget. We need to copy the text widget from here, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Now in this, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to show the username. So I'll just write like this. Let me show the icon first. I think so icon will look good. You can directly show the name like this also, Shivam Gupta, something like this. Yeah, and we can just pass the color black. Font weight, let's pass 22 and just write W500 here. So this is how we can show the name. I need to bring something over here. So for that I'll just pass a cross axis alignment dot start. Yeah, I can pass the space, so I'll use size box width. Let's pass 10.0 or let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now here you can see the username. Now just beside the username I can show the icon. So I'll wrap up with a row widget here again. Now once we have wrap up with a row widget, I will just pass a main, that the main axis. Why I'm writing a main, I don't know. I don't need that. I'll just write icons dot person. So I need to copy the color of this bottom name that we have passed. So we'll copy this color, we'll simply paste it something over here in the detail page, where the booking page, sorry. So in the icon I can just pass a color and we'll paste the color, and here you can see this one. Now I can pass a size box width. Let's pass width up to 10.0. I guess 10.0 will be okay. Yeah, so once we have passed this, now I can show the quantity. So I'll copy the row widget, we'll simply paste it something over here, and I'll just show the quantity. I don't know which icon should I use to show the quantity. So let me find if anyone will be fit over here. So why no, the cart is not needed. So quantity, or let's pass like persons over here, persons or group. Yeah, group is okay to indicate the quantity. And here I'll just pass like 3. Font weight, let's keep bold. Yeah, so indicate a quantity 3. Now I need to show the price also. So for the price, I will copy this thing again and will simply paste it over here, and we'll just write monetize on to indicate the price. We'll use our size box width. Let's pass 20.0 and amount that the user have paid, so $200, something like this, yeah. So this is, we can show the amount. And here now just below the name I need to show the movie name. So we'll just write like this, and movie, and here I'll just write Infinity Wars, Infinity cross. We'll use a cross axis element dot start, and here I'll just change the color to black 54. Font weight will be bold. Bold is not, W500 is okay, I guess. We don't need to pass bold. Yeah, and we can pass some spacing. So I'll pass size box height 5.0, and we can pass this spacing also, something over here. So this is how we can do all this thing. I guess it looked good. Yeah, so this is my name, the movie name that I'm going to watch, the amount or quantity of the tickets, the amount that I have simply paid to watch this movie. Yeah, now here I will also provide a border radius to this container also. So for that I will pass a border radius. So I'll write border radius dot circular, and will pass up to 10. Yeah, so this is how we can do. And now let's move, and here I'm going to create one page where the admin can simply click and can scan this QR code to verify if this QR code is correct or not. Yeah, so for that I will move to the pages folder and will simply create a new file name which is verify qr dot. Yeah, now first I'm going to simply first import the package by using material.dart and will write a stateful widget name which will be a verify dart. Yeah, so once we have wrote all this thing, verify qr, what verify dot here, verify qr. Now I'll write scaffold, now body container, so write body container child and a column and a child. Yeah, so now let's move, and here I'm going to use this icon which is QR code.png over here. So for that I'll use image.asset and we'll use a images folder name and our image file name which is QR code.png, something like this. And here I'm going to simply pass the height. Let's pass the height 200, width 200, and we'll pass fit boxfit.cover. Yeah, now let's move to the verify QR page so that I can see what all things I am writing there. So I'll write verify QR, something like this. So this is the page. Now I need to bring the image at the center. So for that I will just do one thing. I'll wrap up with a center widget, something like this, and I'll provide the margin from the top. So I'll write margin edge inset dot only from the top. Let's pass up to 90.0, and here I'm going to increase the size of our image up to 300, I guess is okay, or let's pass up to 500. Yeah, so this is how we can show the image. And now I'm going to show the button over here. So for the button I'll just create one container, and in the container I'll just write like this, which will be like a child, a text widget, and in the text widget I just need to pass a text which is like scan QR code. Yeah, I can just pass a style, a text style. Now the color, which will be simply colors.white. Font size, let's pass up to 20.0, and font weight will be font weight.bold. Yeah, now here I can pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now the color, let's pass colors.black, like this. So this is the button that we want to show. I can pass the complete color to this screen. So I'll pass background color, colors.white, and here I'll increase a font size up to 24, I guess. And now I can provide a width. Let's pass the width 200, or let's pass up to 250. We'll center this with the help of center widget. We'll pass the height. Let's pass the height up to 80. 80 will be good, I guess. Yeah, now I can provide a border radius. So I'll pass border radius dot circular. Let's pass up to 10. And I can also provide a material widget. So I'll wrap up with a material widget, and I'll pass the elevation. We'll pass the elevation up to 3.0. Yeah, or 5.0. It's up to your choice. Let's pass 5.0, and we can use a border radius to our material widget also. So we'll copy, we'll paste it something over here like this. So this is a button. Now I can use a size box. So I'll pass the size box height. Let's pass the size box height 50.0. So this is a button that we need to show over here. So like when the user will press to this scan QR code button, I mean the admin, not a user. So the admin can scan the QR code. Like the back camera will simply allow the user to scan the respective QR code of that ticket, and it will check that if that QR code is valid or not. Let's move, and we haven't added a backend to show the data from the Firebase in our booking page. So let's move to the booking.dart file, and here I'm going to write a complete function to show our data from the Firebase. I mean all the bookings that the user are going to do, we are going to simply show it over here. Yeah, so to show all the bookings, I will use a stream builder. Now, if you don't know the use of stream builder, so stream builder is something that will help us to read each document from the respective collection, and I will also refer you to use a stream builder when you want to simply get a data from any of the collection, because like if you change any of the data from any of like respective document, then the stream builder will just take a few seconds to highlight that update in the app. Yeah, so stream builder is very useful tool to use and to get a data from the Firebase. Yeah, so let's move to the service folder and move to the database.dal file, and we need to write a function to get a data from the Firebase. So here I'll write a future and a stream which will be a query snapshot. So I'll just write a query snapshot, something like this. Now once we have passed the query snapshot, we can write our function name which is get bookings. Yeah, so here I'm going to pass the ID which will be the unique user ID. So let's move to the Firebase, because I am going to show like what respective collection we are going to call on this function. So in the Firebase you can see that there is a users collection, and this is a specific unique ID that we have provided to Ayush, and this is a booking collection, and in this booking collection we are going to get all the documents, and we are going to show all the documents on this page. Yeah, so I'll just write a sync. Now here I'll just pass a return await, and will pass Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection something collection, and once we have passed the collection, we can pass the collection name which is users dot doc, and we need to pass id dot collection, and I need to get this booking collection. So I'll copy the exact collection name, will paste it something over here, and will use dot snapshot to get all the field or documents from the respective collection. Now once we have wrote this, now let's move to our like the page, I mean the booking page, where we are going to write a stream builder function. So here first I'm going to create a stream which is a booking stream, something like this. Now once we have written this thing, we need to write our function name which is, so I'll write widget and will write all bookings, and here I'm going to write a function. So I'll write async, sorry not async, I don't need async, and we need to return, and we are going to return a stream builder as I've told you. So once we have written a stream builder, we can pass a booking stream over here. So I'll write booking stream, we can pass a null check error, and here we'll just pass a builder, and in the builder I need to pass a context async snapshot, and we'll write a snapshot something like this, which is snapshot, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, now here I can do one thing, like first I'm going to return. Now the return, I think so, yeah, we need to just check that snapshot dot has data. Now snapshot dot has data will check the respective collection, I mean the booking collection, if there is any booking available on the booking collection or not, like if the user have booked the ticket or not. So if they have booked the ticket, then we are going to show the ticket by using a list view dot builder, and in the item builder I just need to pass a context and a index, something like this. Now we need to pass a document snapshot which is ds is equals to snapshot dot, and we are going to get a data from each of the documents, I mean the fields that we have provided in each of the documents. Yeah, so this is what we have written, and if there is no data available, then we are going to just show the container. Yeah, something like this. So we have written all this thing. Yeah, now in the list view builder I need to pass some of the thing like item count. Now the item count will simply keep the count of all the respective documents, like in this booking collection how many documents are available. So that count will be help to like get us all the documents in the list view builder. Yeah, so I'll just write a snapshot dot data dot docs dot docs dot length, something like this. Now once we have written this thing, now we just need to pass a return. There are some more thing we can pass over here, like if we don't need unnecessary padding, so I'll pass padding edge inset dot zero, something like this. Now once we have passed a padding, we can also pass a sync prep, we can pass up to true. Now here in the return, I need to copy the ticket. Basically what ticket, let me show you. So this is a container, so I'm going to copy this complete container from here. We'll cut it from here, we'll simply paste it something over here. Now we are going to copy the exact field name that we are going to show. So our first thing is QR ID. So this is a QR ID, so I need to copy this QR ID and we are going to paste it something over here, and we'll just write DS and the QR ID. So this is the unique ID that we have given to the each booking that the user going to do, you know that. Yeah, so this is I think so it will remain exactly same, and this is the username. Why I pass the username? I don't think so we need a username, because as the user will simply log in the app, and I think so let's pass the username. If you are telling them let's pass the username, so for the username I need to do one thing. Let's move to the detail page, and here we need to also get the username. So I'll write name is equals to name equals to, and we are again going to use a shared preference to get the username. So I'll write shared preference helper dot get user display name, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, now we can simply pass the name over here. So I'll just write a name, I guess a name, yeah, name, and we are going to just pass a name, something like this. Yeah, so we need to also add the field. So I'll write name and I'll pass my name, which is Shivam Gupta, and we'll add this field. Yeah, now we can call this. So I'll just write our field name. So I'll write ds name. Now when you are writing a field name, I used to tell in my each of series that write the exact field name, don't make any mistake, because a single mistake can also cause the error over here. So yeah, so now let's pass our movie name. So I'll write ds and the movie name, which is this field we need to copy. We simply paste it over here. Now this is like a quantity of tickets that user have booked, so this is the field name. Again we'll copy paste it over here. Now this is our total price that the user have paid, so the total will be this one. So we'll copy and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah, so this is how we can do this. Now we haven't called our function, so we'll write get on the load, and here I'm going to call our booking stream. So I'll write booking stream is equals to await, and we'll write database methods. I hope that we'll get database methods. Database methods dot get, and here what it is, I think so get bookings. So here one thing more, we need to pass a sync, and we need to also get the user ID. So you know that how to get that through the shared preference. So we need to copy this, simply paste it over here, something like this, call the shared preference, and we'll do one more thing, like with await get the shared pref. So first we are going to get id, then we are going to pass it. Yeah, and we'll pass a set state, and the init state I'm going to pass our get on the load function. So get on the load function, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can pass our all booking function over here, something like this. I hope it should work. Now let's check it. Yeah, so the field name doesn't it exists now. So let's hot restart it again and move to the booking, and here you can see that we are getting all the data, which is a total price, the amount of ticket, a quantity of tickets, the movie for which we have booked this ticket, the user name, and the time slot, etc. We haven't shown a time slot and a date till now. These are the two best options to show here over here. So what I'm going to do is that let's add this two thing. This is very important, I guess. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, let's copy the row widget here. Again I'll copy the row widget, something like this. We'll simply paste it over here, and we make a mistake. What it is, let me check. So yeah, so this is the row we are going to copy, and once we have copied this, we can paste it something over here. So at now we can change the time. So I'll write icons dot time, something like this, or I think so alarm will be okay. Yeah, so this is an alarm. Now I'm going to show the time. So for the time I'll use this field name. So I'll just write a time as it is, and once we have shown the time, I need to just show the date. So for the date, I think so it is okay. Yeah, so we can pass a date. uh, there is overflow pixel error, I can see that. I will change that, do not need to worry. So I'll just write ds, and then I'm going to pass a date, which is this date. So I'll copy the date, we'll paste it over here, and this is a date. Now we can lower down the font size so that we see the overflow pixel error. We can paste the time. I guess a date is okay. Then let's cut the date from here, and we'll simply paste it outside here. And we need to use a row widget here again. And what I'm going to do, we need to just cut this icon, paste it over here as it is. I will use a size box. Let's pass the size box width. Let's pass the width 10.0. Now we need to pass the size box height. Let's pass the height 10.0, something like this. 10 is too much, I guess. Let's pass a 5 over here. Yeah, so this is the date and the time. Now if you want, you can increase the font size of a time that you have shown. It's up to your choice, like how you want to make. Yeah, so this is how we have shown the data from the Firebase. Now we can also pass a margin from the bottom, like if there will be another ticket, then this two ticket won't get stuck with each other. So I'll pass bottom 20.0, not a padding, my bad. So I'll remove this, and here I'll just pass a margin as in set dot only from the bottom. Let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now here we have shown the data from the Firebase, and this is our QR code. Now let's add the complete execution, like how the admin will going to scan this barcode. We have added all the things that we need to add a QR code scanner in our app. So I will tell you each steps that we have added on our code. So here, when we'll move to the perspecaml file, you will see that there is a two package that I have added, which is QR Flutter. Now this QR Flutter will help us to show this barcode over here, and the mobile scanner package will help us to scan this QR code and match that if that it is a correct QR code or not. Yeah, so to verify that if the correct QR code is present on this app and this is a valid QR code of the booking for this movie, then there is one thing that we need to do. Like as I've told you, we are going to provide a unique string to the each QR code. So in the Cloud Firestore, you will see that there is a collection name all QR code. Now in this all QR code, we are going to store all the unique ID that we have provided to our QR code. I hope it is clear. So like this QR code has the ID which is this one, which is WVVP. So this is the unique ID we have provided to this QR code, right? So we are storing in the all QR code collection. Now the reason behind this, so let me show you what changes you need to do to add the QR code over there. So when you'll move to the like in the detail page, you will see that where we are uploading the data, there I have added one more thing, which is add QR ID. Now this is a add QR ID, and through this you can simply like add a QR ID by using the array. So you can see that we have used field value.array union, and it will simply like add our QR ID to the all QR code collection. Now the reason behind this, as I was telling you about that, like when I'm scanning the QR code from here, now I want to simply match the QR code that if it is a valid or not. So we are going to simply like match the array QR code, like if any of the ID that present in the QR code field or not. Yeah, so if it is present, then we are going to show that the QR code is matched. Yeah, so you can see that there is one more screen I have created, which is verify QR.dart, and in this screen we are getting all the data first, like from our all QR code collection, and once we get this, we are just passing this image. I will show you how it is going to work. Do not need to worry. Yeah, I'm just explaining you like what all code I've written. Like if you want, you can simply pause a video and can write the code. But if you want to simply get a complete source code, I will provide the link in the description box. So both the ways you can prefer and can add this QR code over here. Now here you will see that there is one more section which is QR code scanner. Now this is a section where all the detection of the QR code going to work, and this is a mobile scanner controller as you can see, and this is on detect function that will simply call when the camera is going to detect this QR code, right? And once it is matched, we are going to show the dialog box that it is matched and this is the QR code detected, and like this we can do that. So I have done one thing, like I have simply run the QR code, like verify QR code or dart file in my Android real device, because I want to show that how the admin will going to scan the QR code and allow the user to enter their cinema, right? So what I'm going to do, like you will see my mobile screen at the left side, and I'm going to simply scan the QR code that it is on my laptop. So I will give all the necessary function, and you can see that it just scans the QR code in a few seconds. I will show you again, like I'll just move the camera. You will see that I'm moving my camera and it simply detect the QR code, and you can see that QR code has been detected and it is the same ID you can see over here. So you can see that how the QR code is going to work, and once it is matched it can also show the message that it is matched. Yeah, so this is the awesome thing that we have done. And once we have done all this thing, let's move to the profile page. And in the profile page you can see that I just made a simple profile page. So this is the profile page we have made, and we are getting the data from the shared preference. Like we have saved the data locally, so I'm using a shared preference to get all the data and show the details over here. So this is a logout and delete account button, and in the auth.dart file we have used a class auth methods, and you can go and can simply check it. Yeah, so these are all the things that we have done. Now here there are some more thing, like if you want to show the your name and the image, you can again use a shared preference. Let me show you how we'll do that. So I'll copy this string id something like this. We'll move to the home page. We'll simply paste it something over here and we'll call this. Once we have called this, we can just write like this hello, and we can pass our name. So I'll use plus and we'll pass our name. Then I'm going to show the my image. So I'll write network and we are going to pass the image. So this is how we can do that. Yeah, and once the data is loading, I can simply pass that if name is equals to null, we can show the circular progress indicator to indicate that the data is loading, and once it is loaded we can show the data something over here. So yeah, so this is all the process. Now when I will hot restart the app, and you will see that yeah, so it changes to my name and the my image, and this is all the bookings. And I've shown you how the admin can simply scan the barcode and can allow the user to enter in the cinema hall. So this was the unique app that we have made from the scratch, and you have added one more app to your app bucket list. But if you haven't hit that subscribe button till now, then what you are waiting for? Hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. And I am planning to bring some more awesome series on this channel, so don't miss out, because there are some more series that I'm going to plan. And this is the, I'm telling you again, like I've tried my best to not use a Firebase storage on this app. Otherwise you will tell that Firebase storage is paid. I'll use the Firebase. So I don't use the Firebase at all on this project. Yeah. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. So before we move forward, let me show you the complete event booking app that you will simply make it from the scratch with the help of Flutter and Firebase, and how the app will look alike at the end of this video. So here you can see that it is an onboarding page, or you can say a sign up page. And here I have simply added some of the graphics in the sign up page with a text like unlock the future of event booking app. So this is the some title that I have simply shown in the sign up page, so that the user can simply interact that it is a event booking app. And here I've written discover, book and experience unforgettable moments effortlessly. So this is just a, you can say, a simple sentence to attract the user's point of view. And here you can see the button name sign in with Google. So here on this video I'm also going to teach you how to simply sign in with Google. And here you can see one more text name admin panel. So I will show you admin panel later. First I'm going to show the user side of the app. So first I'm going to simply sign in with Google, and we can click on continue button, and I will simply use one of my Google account to simply sign up in the app, and will directly move to the home page, or you can say the user side of the app. You can see that the message registered successfully, and we have directly moved to the home page. And here at the top you can see that this app simply get the current location of an user. So we have used a geolocation and geolocator. So I thought that we need to use something extra on this app that I have didn't taught ever in any of my series. So that's why I have simply shown this current location thing, so that the user can simply show the current city where they are using this app. Yeah. So here it simply shows the current location. So don't think that I'm in San Francisco. We are just using an emulator, that's why it shows our current location San Francisco here. And it simply write hello Shivam Gupta, and here it will simply show the username that the user have simply used to sign up. And the main function of making this event app is that, for an example, we are going to show the events in this app that simply present in our location. Like if the events is like 100 or 200 kilometer away, then that doesn't make any sense to simply show that events to that user. So that's why I have simply used some advanced feature, so it will simply show the all the events that going to happen in their locality or your location. And here you can see that it simply shows a different upcoming events with a date, the event name, a location where it going to held, the price of a ticket. And you can see that I've also added some of the categories like music, clothing, festival, food. So these are the some categories, and the user can simply click to these categories and can directly see all the events related to that. So now, yeah, so here you can see a search bar. Now for an example, if I will simply write FAS, then it will simply show me all the events that start from FAS. So this is a advanced search feature that I have simply integrated on this event booking app. Now here let's move to the and select any of the events. So here I will simply select some event like Honey Sing concert, and here it will directly move to the detail page. And here you can see the image, the date that the event going to held. So here you can see that I have added some lorem ipsum text, though I have added a admin panel in it, so that the admin can simply add like more things about event that going to held over here. Yeah. So now the user can also select the number of tickets from here, so they can simply increase the number of tickets they want to simply book, and the amount will also increase as the number of tickets going to increase. So now when I simply tap to this book now button, we have integrated a Stripe payment gateway in this app, so that the user can simply pay through the Stripe. And here I need to simply add a card number, though it is on the test mode, but if you want you can switch it in the live mode and can use the app. So I will simply use a test card number and a CVC code, and will simply pay the amount. And here you can see that payment is successful, and now we can simply, yeah, you can see that it simply shows that payment successful. And now here you can see we have added a bottom navigation bar and a book now page. So in the book now page you can see all the bookings that you have done for this app. So here you can see that I have it simply shows me the ticket that I have simply booked by using this app for the 3 users, the amount that I have paid, the event that going to held. So it simply shows the date over here with a event name, the location and the image. And here you can see that there is one more option which is of profile. So in the profile option you can simply see that the user can simply see their image, the email, the name, the contact us option, log out and delete account. So through the logout they can simply log out and can simply move to the sign up page. Now let me show you about the admin panel. So here we need to simply enter the username and the password, which is just a unique username that only the admin knows. So this will simply make the admin panel more secure. So I'll simply enter the username, which is a Peter, and will simply enter the password 123456. Yeah, so this is the unique username and the password, and we directly move to the home admin page. And here you can see that we have added like a 3 option that we can simply handle through the admin panel. So first we can simply upload an event. So here you can see that the user, sorry, not user, the admin can simply enter the event name, can upload the image, ticket price, event location. They can simply select the category as I have shown you in the home page, and they can simply select a date from here and also the time. They can simply select the time when that event going to held and the event detail. So these are all the things. Now in the event tickets they can simply see all the tickets that the user have booked, and they can simply check that which user have bought how many tickets. So when we'll tap to event tickets, you can see that these are the 2 tickets that I've already shown in the user side, and it has been shown in the admin panel too. Yeah, now there is a last option which is a manage profile, so that you can simply manage a different so this is a complete event booking app with the admin panel and with a Flutter and the Firebase. And we are going to make this app completely from the scratch. So you can follow along with me and can simply code with me. And if you have any questions or any query, the comment box are simply open for you. You can simply write your questions of the problem if you are facing. And if you need a source code for this app, I will simply provide a source code link in the description box. You can simply get it from there. Now let's move to the code. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get an awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. Now let's move to the our event booking app, and here you can simply move to the leaf folder, and here we'll simply create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file which will be simply home.dart. And here first I'm going to make the home page of our event booking app. So first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and will write a stateful widget name which will be simply home. Yeah, now here first I'm going to create the UI of our event booking app. Then I will show you how to connect a backend by using a Firebase and make a complete app so that the user can simply book a different events according to their location. Now here I will write a scaffold, now a body, a container, a child, and a column and a children. Yeah, now here on this container widget I'm going to show the color for our home screen. So in this container I'm going to show the mixture of 3 colors. Basically you can say the gradient color. If you followed my last video, I think so, last to last video, where I have shown you the use of 3 colors by using a linear gradient. So here I will simply write a decoration, not over here in the container. So we'll write a decoration box decoration. So we'll pass a gradient and we'll write a linear gradient. Now in this linear gradient, here you can see the colors. Now here I can simply add a multiple color. So first I'm going to use a customized color code which simply starts from 0xFF. Now I will write my color code name which is E3E and will write 6FF, something like this. So this is the first color code, and the second color code will be like color, will write 0xFF F1 F3FF. Yeah, now the last color will be simply a white, so we'll write color and we'll write colors dot white. Yeah, now the first color should be start from top left and end in a bottom right. So here we need to simply pass a begin and end. So here begin alignment dot top left and will end on alignment dot top, not top, bottom right, something like this. Now here once we have created this container, or you can say a background color of this screen, let me show you the code that I'm writing in home.dart file. So I'll simply move to the main.dart and we'll write a home here. So this is like this. Now we can simply remove this debug banner. So we can simply pass debug show check mode banner to false. And here we'll move to the home.dart. Now here after this, first I'm going to show the location like my current address in the app at the top. So it will simply show me the all the events according to the location that have been shown in the app. So here I will use a text widget, and here I will first write my address. So here I will write something like, so this is not my current address, I am writing some random address. Yeah, something like this. Now you can see the color, but you can see that the color is only filling that much space how much the text widget is, but I need to use this color at the complete screen. So I will simply pass a width and will pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, dot width. Yeah, and here after this I will simply pass a style, now a text style, now a color, colors dot black, and will pass a font size, will pass up to 25.0, and font weight will be simply 500. So we'll write font weight dot w 500. Yeah, I think so the text font size is too much, let's keep it up to 20. And here I need to bring something over here. So you already know the cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now we can pass a margin, not let pass a margin because a margin will create a problem. As you know, the margin gives a space outside the container and padding gives a space inside the container, but we need to provide a space from inside the container. So we'll pass a padding edge insert dot only from the top, let's pass it up to 50. Yeah, now after this here I need to simply use a row widget because I need to show a location mark, or you can say location icon. So we'll wrap up with a row widget, and here I need to simply pass an icon. We'll pass an icon, we'll write icons dot location on outlined, on outlined, something like this. So here you can see the location icon. Now we can provide some space from the left position. So we'll write left 20.0. So this is a current location of our app, like where I'm using the app. Now after this, once we have done, we need to use a text widget here again, because now I'm thinking that I will simply use the username that have been signed up in the app. Now I'm using the word sign up. So keep in mind that we are going to use authentication in this app, but as in all my series I used to like use a mail authentication, but I try to use like Google authentication, Apple authentication on this app. So this will be something different for the users or viewers who are seeing this, like they will simply can use a more authentication in the app. Now here I will simply paste a text widget and here I will simply write a hello, and I will write my name like Shivam. Yeah, so here you can see my name. Now let's pass a height, so we'll pass a size box height which will be simply 30.0. Let's keep it up to 20, and let's increase our font size up to 25, and let's do font width dot bold. Yeah, something like this. So here you can see my name, which is hello Shivam. Now after the name is shown, I want to simply show that how much events are currently in my location that have been shown over here. So here I will again use a text widget, and will simply pass a text like there are 20 events. We'll use a slash n to change the line around your location, something like this. Now we can simply change a color of this thing, I mean the text color. So we'll simply change the color, like we'll use a color and we'll pass 0xff, and we'll write 6351EC. Yeah, so this is the color we are going to use. So here you can see the color of this text widget. Now I will simply pass a space, and will pass a space up to 10.0. Yeah, so now you can see the location of where I'm using the app, my name like hello and my name, and the events that currently in my location. Now after this I need to show the search bar over here. Now the search bar will simply help me like to search any of the events that I'm looking for. Now to show to show a search bar, you already know that we need to use a text field. Now first I'm going to use a container, then a text field. So we'll write a container. Yeah, now we'll provide a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration. We'll pass a color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, now after this, here first I'm going to show a search icon. Now to do that I need to simply pass a child, a text field. Now in this text field, first I'm going to show the suffix icon of an search bar. Yeah, so we'll write a decoration, input decoration. Now in this input decoration I need to pass a suffix icon. We'll pass a suffix icons dot search. So we'll write icons dot search. Icons dot search, and let's pass it outline, something like this. So here you can see our container text field. Now here let's do one thing, let's pass a space from the right position to, so we'll simply pass a right 20.0. let's pass the space again, so we'll copy this size box, we'll paste it over here, let's pass it up to 20. Yeah, now it's look good, I guess. We can do one thing, let's pass a full stop over here. Yeah, now here you can see this line. Now if you have followed my old series, you already know the reason why it have been shown in this text field and how to remove that. Now if you don't know, then here let's move to the input decoration, and we'll pass border, input border dot none. So let's pass a comma over here, we'll pass input border dot none, something like this. Now it will simply remove this line. Now here I need to simply show some text like search your favorite location, or search your location, or search your favorite event, not location, sorry, search your favorite event. So I will write search your event, just search your event. So here I need to simply pass a hint text, and here inside the input decoration we'll write hint text, and we'll simply write a hint text like search a location. Yeah, so here you can see the text search a location. We can pass a padding edge insert dot only from the left 10.0. Yeah, now here I need to simply use a border radius. So I will simply pass a border radius dot circular, and let's pass it up to 10. Yeah, so here you can see the our text field has been created. Now the user can simply search any event like Mumbai. Let's give it Mumbai. Yeah, so they can simply get all the events that have been happening on that city. Now we can do like up to 20. It's up to your choice, like how beautiful you can make. Yeah, so in this event tab, I have think something unique like to add some categories. So for an example, there are some audience who want to see the music event. There are some audience who want to see a clothing event, a festival event, or a food event. So I'm thinking to add these four categories now. But if you want, you can add some more categories in the app. But here I will simply show some categories over here in the form of list view so that the user can simply scroll and can see all the categories over here. Now to show these categories, I need to use a list view that I've told you now. So I will simply write a list view. Yeah, so we'll write a list view. Now we need to write a children. Now in this children, I need to simply write like a container. Now in this container, I need to simply use a child, a column, a children. Now here I need to simply use the image. So here you can see that I have used this 4 image according to the categories that I'm going to show. But if you want to use the image, then simply create an images folder or any name of the folder that you want, and you can simply paste the images in that folder. Now to use that image, we need to go to the perspec.ml file and let's move down, and here in the assets you will simply need to call your folder name. I mean the images folder name where we have saved all the images. Do not forget to do that, because if you skip this process, you can't simply read the image in the app. So here I need to use the image. So we'll write image.asset and we'll use images, and here I need to simply paste our image file name. So what is our image file name over here, which is I think so musical. So we'll write musical and we'll write .png. Now I simply pass the height up to 30, width 30, and a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, I need to simply do one thing. I need to simply use a text widget here again, and we'll write music. Yeah, now a text style. So yeah, style, we'll use a style, correct, text style. We'll pass a color and we'll pass colors dot black and a font size which will be simply 20.0. Now let's hot restart the app again. So you will see that there is some error because we have used a list view over here. So a list view is something like, if you didn't tell a list view to use this much space, he will simply use a space according to his wish. So we need to tell the list view that how much space he need to take to show the categories over here. So to handle this, I need to simply wrap up a list view with an container, or yeah, and we'll use a height up to 50, something like this. But let's do up to 150, 120. Let's keep it up to 120. So here you can see our first container. Now I want to show the list view in the form of horizontal direction. So I will simply use a scroll axis scroll. Sorry. I think so. Yeah, it was right. Scroll direction axis dot horizontal. Axis dot horizontal. Yeah, something like this. Now we can pass a space. So we'll pass a size box height. Let's keep it up to 20.0. Yeah, now here we need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration, a color which will be simply colors dot white. So this is our first category, which is a music. Let's provide some more space so that it look good. We'll pass a padding edge inset dot from the all. Let's keep it up to 10. Yeah, so let's decrease a size up to 80. Yeah, or let's pass it up to 100 and let's give a width up to 100. Yeah, something like this. Now we can simply center this by using main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now it is in the complete center and it's also look good. Now we can simply use a border radius. So we'll use a border radius dot circular 10. Yeah, so this is our first category, which is a music. Now if you want, you can simply pass a elevation. So write material widget will pass a elevation up to 3.0. Now we need to also pass a border radius. Now the reason for passing an elevation to this widget is because it will simply show me that what current category is being selected. Or let's do one thing, let's show all the categories like this only, because it will look good. And we'll use a material widget again, we'll paste it over here, and here I need to simply change our image file name. So first I'm going to show the t-shirt. Now the second category name, which will be clothing. Now you will think that this is event app, then how clothing come here? According to the event app is a fashion show, like a different clothing you can wear and you can simply take part in a fashion event. Yeah, now we'll write 150, or let's keep it up to 130. Yeah, so first one is music, second one is clothing, we'll pass a size box width up to 30.0. yeah, that's it is okay, I guess. Let's pass up to 130 here too, it will look good. Yeah, clothing. And let's pass the size box again, and our second file name, which will be simply a confetti, we'll pass confetti.png, and the text name will be simply festival. Yeah, so this is our third one, and the last one will be what? Last one will be food. So we'll write food. So for food I need to simply pass a dish, so we'll write dish, and here I need to simply pass food. So this is a food event, this is a festival event, a different festivals, and a clothing event. By mean clothing I mean a fashion show, so a fashion event and a music event. So these are the four categories that I'm going to show. Now here you will see that once I provide a material widget, it's simply stuck like from a bottom and it's didn't look good. Now to handle this case, I need to simply use one thing. We can simply wrap up with a container, and here I need to simply pass a margin edge insert dot only from the bottom 10.0. You can do like this, or if you want you can pass up to 5. It's up to your choice to make it like more user friendly and it will look good, something like this. Again wrap up with a container and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Yeah, now it's look good. Now we can simply scroll at different categories of the event and can go to that event and can simply enjoy. Yeah, now after this we'll show a upcoming event list below this categories. Now we'll use a text widget here again, and here I will simply use a upcoming COMING upcoming events. Yeah, now here I need to again use a text style. We'll use a style text style color, will pass color dot black. Now font size, which will be 22.0, and font weight will be, let's keep it bold. Yeah, so it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. We'll pass the size box height 20.0. now we can use a row. Now in this row we can use like copy and we'll paste it over here. We'll write see all. Now let's decrease our font size up to 18 and let's do up to 500. Now to give a maximum space between these two widgets, in the row widget we'll use main axis alignment dot space between, something like this, and it will give a maximum space between these two text widgets. Yeah. Now one more thing, if you are making this app professionally and you want me to do like some more thing to make this app really more attractive and beautiful, you will see that the categories have been cut from the right side, so it doesn't look good when the user is simply scrolling these categories like so. The reason behind this, we need to do one thing, we need to simply remove a padding from here. Yeah. Now after this I can do one thing, I can simply pass a margin from here, so we'll write margin as insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah, it's not a search allocation, it is search event. Yeah, sorry for that. So yeah, now it's look good. Now let's do the same case here, so we'll write a padding edge insert dot only from the right, which will be simply 20.0. Yeah, now it's look good. Yeah, so make a app in that way, like you can give your simply 100% and make this app really amazing, so that if any of the user who are using your app can simply say what an app you have developed. Yeah. Now here we'll write a container, and here after this we can use a decoration, a box decoration here again. Now here I'm going to show the upcoming events, so I will use a width which will be simply media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now to show the event image something over here, let me paste some image in the images folder of party and anything. Yeah, so I have pasted one image not images over here, which is event. So here I need to simply pass a child, and here I will use image dot asset, and here I will again use images folder name and image file name, which is event dot jpg, something like this. Now after this I need to simply, as you can see the event image, now you can pass a margin as insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. You can pass a space, size box height 30.0. Yeah, something like this. Let's keep it up to 20, and let's keep the height up to 200, and the width will be simply media query dot of context dot size dot width, and it will be fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, once we have shown the image, I want to show the upcoming event date over here. Now here you can see that there is a property where we need to overlap one image over the another. Now to whenever you want to overlap one widget over the another, use a stack widget, right? So here I will do one thing. In this container I will simply wrap up our image widget with a widget name stack. So first I am writing column, then we'll rename to stack, something like this. Now once we have shown image dot asset, I want to show the container. So first we have shown this widget. Now over this widget I need to overlap one more widget. Now so that's why I'm passing a container, and we'll write a decoration, we'll pass a decoration color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah. Now after this we'll do one thing, we'll pass a text widget here again. So we'll write a child, a text widget, and a text widget will write August, and we'll write 24. So we'll use a /n over here, something like this. So here you can see this container. We can use a style and text style again. So I'll copy this style and text style. We'll paste it over here, something like this. Let's save this. So here you can see August, we'll pass 18. Yeah, so now it's look good. We can pass a width up to 50, and we can center this by using a center widget, something like this. We can pass a margin, edge insert dot only, from the left 10.0 and from the top 10.0. Yeah, so this is a event date, something like this. Now it's look good, I guess. Yeah, pass text align dot center, yeah, it's okay. We can pass border radius dot circular. Let's keep it up to 10. Yeah, so here you can see our event date. Now if you want, you can provide a border radius to this image too. So don't wrap up with a container and try a border radius. You can try with an image.asset. You will get to know what the problem you will face, because it won't work. You need to simply use a clip react widget, and here you need to write a clip react. Now we need to simply pass a border radius. We'll pass a border radius dot circular. Let's keep it up to 10 over here. Yeah, so it's now look good. Now once we have shown the image, image of our event, a date when the event will be going to hell. Now we need to show the event name. So here I'm going to copy this text widget here again. Now what I'm going to do is that we'll paste it over here. We'll write a event name. So let's write tell me one hero name or singer name. Dua Lipa. Yeah, Dua Lipa concert. I hope that spelling is correct. Yeah, Dua Lipa concert 24. Let's pass the size box height 5.0, something like this. So once we have shown the event name, we need to show the price, because nothing is free on this world rather than my course. After this, we'll use a text widget. So we'll copy this text widget again and we'll paste it over here, and we need to use the color. So I will copy this color code and we'll paste it something over here. Yeah, and we'll use a dollar sign. We'll tell that let's keep the $50. I think so it's okay for this concert, or if you want you can show the price over here. So to do that, I need to simply use a row widget here again, and let's cut this text widget and we'll paste it over here. We will use main axis alignment dot space between. Yeah, something like this, but we need to use a padding, edge insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can show the location where the event is going to held. Now here, to show that event, I need to use a row widget here again, and we need to use a children. We need to use an icon. Now the icon will be icons dot, like we can use a location on outlined, something like this, and let's keep it location on. Yeah, now we need to write a text widget here again. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll paste it over here. We'll rename the text widget to like let's keep it Mumbai, and bring the Dua Lipa to India. Yeah, so here you can see Mumbai, and let's keep it 22, and rather than bold, we'll keep it W500, and we'll write India. So yeah, so now it's look good, and here you can see the first event that we have added in our event app. Now once we have done all this, we need to show a backbone of our app. You know the backbone of the main app has, which is a bottom navigation bar. So yeah, we need to show the home icon, booking icon, and a profile icon. So these are the three icons we can show in the app. So if you want, you can also add a wallet option in this app. Like, you can simply store a money in your wallet and can use them in the app. Now to do that, first I need to add a bottom navigation bar. Now let's move to the perspec YAML, and here I need to add one dependency which name as curved bottom navigation bar. So how to get a package? So let's move to the where perf dev. Yeah, so let's move to the perf dev, and here you can see this is a perf dev website, and here you can see a curved navigation bar package that we have searched. Now you need to simply copy this package and we'll simply paste it something over here in the dependencies. Now you can remove this version and rerun this. Now the reason you already know that why I've removed this version, because if you are using any old version of Flutter, don't need to worry, simply remove this version and the Flutter version you are using, the package will take the version accordingly. Yeah. Now after this, let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name which will be simply bottom name dot dart. Now we'll again import the package by using material.dart. We'll create a stateful widget name which will be simply bottom name. Yeah. Now we need to write a scaffold, a body, a container, I think so we don't need to write this much thing over here in the bottom name. So here on this bottom name.dart file, I want to show all the pages that I want to show in the bottom navigation bar. Now to show all that pages, let's move to the pages folder and let's create all that page image page name. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. Now after this, we'll simply write our first page name, which is booking.dart, where we are going to show all the bookings. So we'll write material.dart. We'll write a stateful widget name, which will be simply booking. Yeah. Now a pages folder will create another one. Let's keep it profile. So we'll write profile.dart, and here we'll again import the package by using material.dart again, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply profile, something like this. So here it is. Yeah. Now we need to move to the bottom name, and here I need to simply first create a list and late a list. Now on this channel I have started one series named Python. Now being a Flutter developer, you will think that why need to learn a Python, but the Python code and the code that we are using in this Dart file is almost same. I mean to say the logic, the operators, the list and everything. So if you want to know a lots of things regarding a coding, you can simply follow the Python series, because by following that series it will really help you to code in a Flutter 2, because the coding language is almost same in all the languages. It is just that it has a difference of scripting and everything, but the main purpose, or you can say a basic, is almost same. So I will suggest everyone to follow that Python series, because that will going to help you a lot in this Flutter apps too. Yeah. Now we'll write a late and we'll create a list and we'll write a widget. Now in this widget I'm going to write a list name which is simply a pages. Now here I will write a late again, and we need to show the home page, and we'll write a home, something like this. Now let's call this Dart file, and a booking one. So we'll write late again, a booking, and we'll write booking, and the fourth one was profile. Profile. So we'll write profile, we'll write profile and a profile, something like this. So here it is done. Now in this init state I am going to call all that pages and will write a home page is not, sorry, why I'm writing a home page. Home is equals to home. Yeah, same for the booking. We'll write booking is equals to booking, and a profile which will be a simple something like this. Now we'll write a pages, and in this pages list I'm going to store all the file name. So first one we are going to store is a home. Yeah, so not, I think so, I'm okay. Yeah, home. First I'm going to show the home, then a booking, then I want to show the profile page. So I'm writing profile, something like this. After this I need to use a scaffold. So I've already used a scaffold. Now in this here I need to simply show the bottom navigation bar. So we'll write bottom navigation bar, but not in a body. We'll write bottom navigation bar, and we'll use a curved navigation bar, something like this. Now in this items is in the form the list. So I'm going to show all the icons that I want to show in the bottom navigation bar. So yeah, now in this curve navigation bar I want to show the height, which will be up to 65, and a background color which will be a color code. So we'll write color 0x ff, or let's keep it white. I think so white will be okay. Yeah, and the color will be simply colors dot black, and animation duration, and we'll read the duration up to milliseconds 500. Now in the items I'm going to paste all that items that I want to show. Yeah, so I'm going to first show the icon of an home page. So we'll write icons dot home. We'll write an outline, something like this. Now we'll write a color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, something like this. Now the second one is a booking. So we'll write icons dot we'll write booking. Booking. Sorry, not booking. It will be, I think so, book. Now we'll pass a color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Now here I need to simply pass a third icon, which will be profile. So we'll write icons dot profile. Yeah, and now in the profile, sorry, not profile, we need to pass a person, and we'll write person outline. Yeah, something like this. Now we need to pass a color, which will be simply colors dot white, and here I need to simply pass a body, and in the body I need to do one thing. I need to pass a pages list and a current tab index. Now the reason, sorry, current tab index, I wrote current tab index, but I didn't pass till now. Now do not forget to pass a current tab index, because current tab index will simply keep a track like which icon you have tapped, and it will simply move the user, or you can say navigate a user to that specific page. So here we need to pass a current tab index. Now after this, once we have done all this thing, the main thing still left is an on tab function. Otherwise it will be like a human body without any soul. Yeah, so here it is done. Now after this I will do one thing. We need to pass an int and index, and here I need to do one thing. I will pass a set state, and will write current tab index is equals to index. Yeah, something like this. Here it is done. Now hot restart the app. Let's call a bottom nav from here. So we'll write bottom nav. Yeah, that's all good. Now you can see the navigation bar, and I can simply navigate to a different pages and can use this navigation. Yeah, If you want, you can pass the size of an icon to 30, and let's pass this to all the other icons, something like this. So here it is, and you can simply navigate to a different icons. Now let's move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file which will be simply like detail page dot dot. Now we'll simply import first package by using import material dot dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply like an detail page. Yeah, so we'll write a detail page. Now we'll write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, and a column. Container, child, and a column, and a children, right? So here it is done. Now here you can see the detail page. Now you can't see the detail page, let me code. So first I want to show the image of the concert. So basically I'm going to show this image in the top of our detail page. So for that I need to simply get an image. So first I will use image.asset, and will write images, and will use the image file name which will be simply event.jpg. Now I want to use a complete width of the screen for this image. So here I will simply use a width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can use a complete width of the screen, I mean the image. Now to fit it, we'll simply pass fit box fit dot cover. So we'll write fit box fit dot cover. Now let's move to the main.dart file, and let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing there. Yeah, so here it is, and here you can see the detail page, and here you can see the image. Now if you want, you can set the height of an image by using the height like up to media query if you want. So we'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2, something like this, or let's keep it up to 3. It's up to your choice, like how much width you want to pass for the image. So here you can see the image. Now once the user move to the detail page, I want to show the back arrow over here so that they can click to this back arrow and directly move back to the home page. So here you can see that there is a widget, and we need to overlap one widget over the another. So if you know the last part, so if you followed my last part, then you know that we need to use a stack widget over here. So we'll use a stack widget, not over here. Here we'll wrap up our image with a stack widget. So we'll write wrap widget, and we'll write a stack, and stack is a children property. So we'll write children because we can store a multiple widgets over here. Yeah, so here it is done. Now after this, we need to do one thing. We need to show the icon that I have just told you now. So to show that icon, I will use a container first. Now a decoration which will be a box decoration. Now the color which will be simply colors.white. And now in the container I need to simply show the child icon which will be back arrow. So we'll write icons dot back arrow arrow back new, I think so, yeah, arrow back new iOS outline, and the color will be simply black. So we'll pass colors dot black, and here in the container we need to pass like, so here you can see the back arrow, but we need to pass the margin. So we'll write margin edge inset dot only from the top, which will be 20.0, and let's pass it from the left, which will be simply 30.0. So here you can see the top arrow. Let's pass 40 from the top, and let's pass some more padding, which will be simply 5. And here we need to pass a border radius. So we'll pass border radius dot circular. We'll pass up to 30, or if you want you can give some more padding. So let's pass it up to 8. Yeah, so here you can see a back arrow, something like this. Now you can center it, I think so it's already in the center. No, don't pass a center, it's already in the center. Now we need to simply wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector we need to pass an on tab, and in the on tab I need to simply pop out from this page to the home page. So to pop it out, we need to use navigator dot pop, and we need to simply pop out from this page. So navigator dot pop context. So here it is done. Now after this, I want to show like a event name over here and the location and the date when the event going to held. So for that, first I'm thinking that let's increase the height of an event up to 2. Yeah, I mean the image height, and we can simply pass like one thing we need to do, like we need to wrap up with a column widget over here, and in the column widget I will do one thing. I will pass an container. In the container will pass a width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot size dot width. Yeah, so here it is now. Yeah, so here it is now. If you want to move the icon over here, you already know that cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now after this we need to write a decoration, a box decoration. Now the color which will be simply colors dot black and will pass up to 45. Yeah, or I think so black 45, it's okay. Now we can do one thing, we can pass a child, again a column over here in the container. Now we need to pass a children. Now I need to write a text widget and the event name over here. So we'll write a event name. I think so it was Dua Lipa concert. So we'll write Dua Lipa concert. Yeah, so here it is, and we need to pass a style, a text style, color which will be colors dot white, a font size which will be 25.0, and we need to pass font weight, and it will be simply font weight dot bold, something like this. So now here you can see the text, but I need to bring the text over here. So here in the cross we can simply pass a main also. So we'll write main axis alignment dot space between. So it won't work over here because the reason is that we haven't passed like how much space this column should take. So to help that, we need to simply wrap up with a container, and we'll simply pass this case and we'll paste it over here. So now it's going to work. So here you can see that because the column don't know that how much space I have. So in the space between, he can't take a guess how much space I should have between this arrow and this container. So if we provide the height and the width to the column, we can tell that this much space is there and take a space accordingly. So I think so you get to know why we have wrap up the column widget with the container. Now here it is done. After this we need to simply provide cross axis alignment dot start. So here you can see the text. Now we can pass a padding edge inset dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Yeah, now after this concert name, I want to first show the date of an concert when it is going to held. So for that I need to simply use a row widget, now a children and a icon. Now the icon will be icons dot, and we'll use a calendar icon. So calendar, we'll use calendar month, and let's keep it colors dot white. So here you can see the calendar icon. Now we need to show the date. So I will copy this text widget again here, and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply write the date over here. So let's keep the date 31st December 2024. Yeah, now we can simply remove this font weight dot bold, and we can decrease our font size up to 20, and let's keep up to white and give a different shade 34, or let's keep it 70, something like this. I think so it's okay. Or if you want, you can give like this too. Yeah, I think so it's okay. And let's decrease it up to 18 or 19. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we can pass a size box which will be simply a width, and will pass a width up to 5.0. So we can give a space like up to 10. After this, I need to simply show the location of an event that going to head. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write icons dot location on, location on outlined. Yeah, so here you can see the location, and we can pass a location like Mumbai, India. Mumbai, Mumbai, India. Yeah, so here you can see the location and a date. Now if you don't want to show the December completely, you can simply show that in the short form, so it will look good. Yeah, now after this we can simply pass the size box width over here, and we'll pass it up to 30, something like this, or let's keep it up to 20, and we can pass a space from the bottom. So we'll use a size box again, and we'll pass the height up to 10.0. Yeah, so here it is. Let's keep it up to 20. So here it is, and I guess now it's look good, and you can see the concert name and the concert date when it is going to held, and the location. Now once it is done, I want to show the like about event. Like we can simply show about event text over here, and a short event like a detail that the admin can simply add, so that they can user can know that what going to happen on this event. So here we need to simply write a text like about event. So we'll write about event, not over here, sorry. Let's write it outside the stack widget, and we'll simply change up to colors dot black, something like this. So here you can see, now we need to again use a cross axis alignment dot start. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, I need to simply pass the size box. We'll pass the height up to 20.0, and we can wrap up with a padding, and we'll write edge insert dot only from the left, which will be simply 20.0. So here you can see the event, about event. Now let me add a detail. So though I don't know how that Dua Lipa concert will be, I'm just writing a random text over here. So I will use a lorem ipsum text. So after this, let me copy this padding and text widget again, and we'll paste this. Yeah, so here you can see I have added a random text, and here we can show the event, like what really event and how the event going to head. So here it is done. Now after this, once it is done, we need to show the ticket, and like first the user can simply select the amount of ticket they need to buy. So for that I need to do one thing, like we can use a row widget over here, and in the row widget I am going to copy this text widget again, and will simply paste it over here. We'll remove this text from here, and here on this text widget I will simply write like ticket, like tickets quantity tickets, tickets quantity. So not tickets quantity, we need to write a number of tickets. So we'll write number of tickets over here, and we'll simply show the text something like this. Now we can show in a black color, and here we'll again do 20, and we'll do up to bold, something like this. So here it is, we can show like this. Now we need to simply wrap up with a padding widget. We need to write dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Now we need to pass. So oops, there is a mistake. Like I was recording a video, but I don't know how the recording stops, and I was simply coding over here and writing a code, and you can see that I have wrote like how to select a number of tickets and how to show the amount and a book now button, but I don't know how the recording stops. So I will revise all the things that I have wrote over here. So here you can see that I have wrote a text number tickets. So number of tickets have been shown over here, and this is a container that we have created over here, so that the user can simply choose a number of tickets that they want to book. Now once it is done, they can simply see the amount. So we have added a padding, and in our row widget we have added the amount, and here I have shown the book now button. Now the book now button is not done, so I need to give some styling to this book now button. So for that I need to simply write first a border radius, and here I will write border radius dot circular 10, something like this. Now let me run this project so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. Yeah, so here it is done. Now here you can see the border radius we have provided to this container. Now let's provide some padding, but before that I think so rather than padding we can add a height to this container. Let's keep it up to 60. I think so 60 will be okay, or let's keep it up to 50. So here you can see the book now button. Now here we have passed the width. I will decrease the width up to 20 and will pass the padding like from here. So dot only from left, which will be simply 10.0, and will pass 10.0 from the right, which will be 10.0. Let pass 20 from the left. So here it is, and here you can see the amount and the book now button. So this is our detail page, and we have made a complete UI for our detail page. Now let's move to our login page, or you can say a sign up page. That will be one of the most important thing for this event booking app. Then we are going to connect a Firebase with this app, and we'll add a complete backend to this app. Now before that I want to tell you that in this sign up page I am thinking to add a sign up with Google, because I have added like mail authentication in many of the apps before on this channel. So you can follow that series, as I've told you many times that that series will help you to get to know lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. So you can follow a complete playlist link of all the apps in the comment box. Now let's move to this series, and here in the pages folder I will simply create a new file which will be simply signup.dart. Now first we are going to import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a sign up. Yeah, something like this, and we'll write sign up. Yeah. So here you can see a sign up text. Now here I will simply use a scaffold, and we'll use a scaffold body container child column and a children. Yeah, something like this. So here on this sign up page, first I'm going to pass the background color. So we'll use a background color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Yeah, now here you can see that I have pasted one image in the images folder, and this onboarding image we are going to show in our sign up page. So I'm going to use this image by using image.asset. Now I will write images, which is our image folder name, and now the image file name, so which will be simply onboarding.dart, something like this. Yeah, so here you can see the image, but let me show you the code I'm writing the sign up page. So let's call a sign up page from here, and I think so why I wrote dart.png, sorry for that. Yeah, so here you can see the image. Now once the image have been shown, I want to show the text like in the onboarding page, which will be unlock the future of event booking app. So here I will use a text widget, not over here inside a column widget. So we'll use a text widget. So let's move to the home, and we'll copy this text widget from here, and we'll use this text widget on this column widget, something like this. Now we'll rename the text to, we'll write unlock the future of event booking app. So we'll show this in the black color. Here you can see the text, but the first text we are going to show in the black color. So we'll write colors.black. We'll increase the font size up to 30, something like this. And if you want, you can give a space. So we'll use a size box height 10.0, something like this. and now we need to copy this text widget again. We'll paste it over here, and now we are going to pass the color again. So I'm thinking to use this color now, which is a purple color, and we are going to paste this color over here, and here the text I'm going to write, which will be event booking app. We'll write event booking app, something like this, and here you can see the two text: unlock the future of event booking app. So this is how we can make a onboarding page of our app. If you have any other text to write in the onboarding page to attract more viewers to your apps or user to your apps, you can simply change a text accordingly. So now I'm going to show some text before a button to sign up, so that like I can attract more viewers. So here I'm going to copy this text widget from here and will paste it over here. Over here is this phrase. Yeah. So we'll write colors dot black, and we'll change the black to a different shade, which will be 45, and will decrease up to 20, and let's keep it up to like a normal thing, and we'll use a text align dot center. So we'll use a text align dot center, something like this. Now we can pass a size box so that I can pass a space. So we'll pass a size box height 20.0, and here it is, or let's keep it up to 30. It's up to your choice. Yeah. Now once we have shown the headline, and you can say a simple phrase for this app, now let's move and we'll show, I think so 20 it is okay. Yeah. So we'll show a sign up button. Now to show the sign up button, first I need to use a row widget. Now I need a Google image. So here you can see that I have added one Google image over here, so to indicate that it is a signing with Google. Now here in the sign up page, as I've told you, I'm going to use a row widget. Now a children and image dot asset, and we'll simply get the image from the images folder, and we'll write google dot png, and we'll use the height up to 30. Our width will be simply 30. Our fitboxfit dot cover. Yeah, fitboxfit dot cover, something like this. So here you can see the image of an Google. Now after this, I need to use a text widget here again. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll paste it over here, something like this. Now after this, we need to simply paste a text. So the text will be simply sign in with Google. I think so it is okay. So here you can see the text. We need to change a color to black, and let's keep it up to font weight dot bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold, something like this. So here you can see the text. Now let's increase up to 23, or I think so we can do one thing. Let's pass the color over here. So we can wrap up with a container, and we'll use a decoration, a box decoration. Now we need to pass a color. So we'll copy this color code and we'll paste it over here, something like this, and we'll change the color to white. I didn't plan anything about this page, so don't think that I planned how to design this page. I am coding with you all, like I've just started a recording of this video. I didn't plan anything. This is like what I'm thinking now. I'm trying to code and make this app like more attractive for the viewers to use. Now here it is done. After this, now we'll use a row and we'll write main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now we'll write a size box width so that I can pass a space, which will be width 20.0, something like this. Now we can do one thing, we can pass a margin. So we'll use a margin as in set dot only from the left, which will be 20.0, from the right, which will be 20.0. So here it is. Now we can pass a space. So we'll copy this size box again and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Now here we can pass a height. Let's keep the height up to 50. Yeah, so here it is. And if you want, you can increase up to 70. I think so it's okay. Now we can pass a border radius, and we'll pass a border radius dot circular, and let's keep the width up to 10, or I think so 30 will looks good. Yeah, or let's keep it up to 40. Yeah, 40, I think so it's okay. Yeah, so here it is done, and here you can see a sign up button. If you want to decrease the size, let's keep the more margin. Yeah, now here it is done. After this, we can sign up with Google and can move in the app. Now let's keep it up to 50. Yeah, so here it is done, and this is a basic onboarding page, or you can say this is attractive onboarding page because we have added an image, headline, a phrase, and a button. So this is an attractive sign up page. Now after this, let's move with a Firebase, and let's connect a Firebase with your Flutter app. Yeah, so let's move to the Firebase, and here you can see the Firebase, and we need to add a project name. So I will simply upload the name or write the name event app. I accept the Google Firebase terms, and now we'll click on continue again, accept the Google Analytic terms, and click on create project button. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing a project, so wait for a few seconds. So our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase. Now first I'm going to add a Android app and the iOS app with a Firebase. So here you can see the Apple, and you can connect Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I'm going to connect the Apple app. So here you see a Apple bundle ID. Now to get this Apple bundle ID, we need to move to the Xcode. So simply open the Xcode from here. So move to the runner and signing and capabilities. Now we need to copy this bundle ID and we need to simply paste it over here. Click on register app. Now we need to download this Google service-info.plist file from here, and we need to simply paste it in the Xcode. So if you have any older version of Google service-info.plist file, why I've compressed, yeah, sorry, simply delete that file, move to and rename that file. So we'll rename it up from like this, and we'll simply paste it in the Xcode, not over here. So yeah, just paste it below the info. Now click on finish button. So here it is done. We have connected a Firebase with the iOS app. Now click on next, continue to the console. Yeah, so we have added the iOS app. Now let's move with an Android app. So we need an Android package name. So let's close this Xcode first. Now we'll move to the Android and app as build.gradle. Now copy this application ID from here. We'll paste it something over here. Click on register app. Now download the Google-services.json file, and we need to simply remove the older file if we have, and we'll rename this. So we'll rename to something like this, and we'll simply paste it in app build.gradle as app src folder, Android app folder, not src folder, Android app folder, something like this. Now click on next. Now we need to copy this like plugin ID from here, and once we have copied, we'll move to the Android build.gradle and we'll simply paste it over here. So we'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to simply make some changes on this line, something like this. Remove this version like this, yeah, something like this, and copy the class path. And we need to add a colon over here too. So we'll add a colon, something like this. So this is how we can write a class path over here. And now we need to add this plugin ID from here. So copy this plugin ID and move to the Android app build.gradle file, and we'll simply paste the file over here. Where? Let me tell you. So here we need to simply copy this statement over here, and we'll simply paste it something over here, something like this. Yeah, so here it is done. Now copy these two dependencies and simply paste it over here, and same for this one, and simply paste it over here. So this is how we can add a Firebase with a Flutter. Now, if you are facing any error to add a Firebase with your Flutter app, then simply follow my barber booking app series, because there I have told you how to simply fix an error if you are facing any error regarding a connection with an Firebase. And I have also showed the thing like how to run the app on the real Android device by using a real Android device, and how to set a complete settings and can simply run your first app in the real Android device. Now here let's move to the Firebase first. So before connecting to the Firebase, I am going to tell you one thing, that do not forget to add these two lines over in the void main, in the main.dart file, because these two lines are the most important two lines to simply connect your app with a Firebase. Now if you are adding these two lines over here, but before that let's add some packages from the perf because we need to simply add some of the packages to simply use the Firebase in our app. So to add these packages, you already know that we need to simply move to the perf dev, and here we'll move to the perf dev and we'll search our first package name, which will be simply Firebase core. Now here we'll move to the Firebase core, click on installing. Now copy this package and simply move to the perspec YAML and simply paste it over here. Now you can remove the version from each packages, because I will recommend you that, because if you remove the version, then the Flutter version you are using, the packages will take a version automatically. You don't need to simply face any errors. Yeah. Now our second package will be Firebase auth. So here you can simply copy this Firebase auth from Firebase, from the installing, and you need to simply paste it over here and again remove this version. Now the third package will be simply Google sign in, because we are going to add a Google authentication in this project. So we'll copy this package and we'll simply paste it over here, something like this. Now our fourth package will be we need Firebase Cloud Firestore. Cloud Firestore will help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. Firebase auth, you already know that it simply says you can use a authentication in your Flutter app by using Firebase auth. Now move to the installing again, and we need to simply copy this package again and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah. So here you can see Firebase core, auth, Google signing, Cloud Firestore. So these are the four main packages. Now we need to also upload the data to the Firebase storage. So you can copy the Firebase storage for now, or when we'll upload the data to the Firebase storage, I will copy that package that time. So let's move with these four packages now, and we need to simply rerun all these packages that we are adding over here. Now let's move with a sign in with Google authentication. So here we'll move to the service folder and we'll simply create a new file which will be auth.dart. Now in the auth.dart package, a file, we'll simply write the class name, which will be auth methods, and here we'll write final and we'll write Firebase auth, and here we are going to get a Firebase auth package that we had just added in the perspec.yaml file, and we'll write Firebase auth equals to Firebase auth dot instance, something like this. Now we'll simply get the current user by using the get current user function. So I will write get current user. Now you will think that why I'm writing this get current user function. Now the use of get current user function is that, for an example, if the user have already authenticated in the app, now for a future purpose, if we need to track like if the user have authenticated in the app or not, so get current user will simply give me the result that the user have now authenticate in the app, and now I can simply push the user to the home page. So this is going to be one of the most important function. I will show you how we are going to use and how this is one of the most important function in this app. So here we'll simply get the current user and we'll check that if the user have authenticate in the app or not. So once I have wrote all this thing, now here comes our main function for sign in with Google. But before that, let's move to the Firebase, because we'll move to the authentication section and we need to simply enable Google from here. So move to the authentication and we need to add this provider, which is Google Authentication. Now simply click on enable button, use any default email ID according to your wish. Now click on save button. It will take some time over here, and here it is done. Now here you can see that it simply says that you need to simply copy the SHA1 fingerprint from here, not from here. I will tell you how to get a SHA1 fingerprint, and you need to simply add for the Android device. So this is SHA1 fingerprint is for Android device. Now for the iOS one, I want to simply tell you that once you simply enable a Google authentication, then do one thing. You move to the project overview and here you will move to the iOS device. Now simply download this Google service-info.plist file from here. Again, I know you have already pasted it in the Xcode, but you need to do it again because you have just enabled a Google authentication. So there will be a lots of changes on this .plist file. So you need to do it again. So once you have done, you have downloaded this file, we'll move to the Xcode. So here I'm going to simply open a Xcode. Now here it is. Now we need to simply remove this old one that we have. So we'll simply delete this and we'll simply move to trash. So once we have done this thing, now we need to simply open this file here again and we need to remove the old one, as you know that, and we need to rename it again. So I will rename it to Google service-info.plist and will simply paste it below the info. Now click on finish and here it is. Now here when you will move to this file, you will find a reverse client ID. So this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, now you need to copy this link. You can say a link or a code, and you need to simply move to the runner. Yeah. Now go to the info, and in the URL types, you need to simply paste it in the URL scheme. Now you need to do this step to simply enable a Google authentication in your iOS device. So this was for the iOS device. Now I'm going to tell you how to simply create a SHA1 key for your Android device. Now SHA1 key, you will think that what is this key? I didn't hear anything about it before. So SHA1 key is a unique key that have been provided by your system. So I will recommend you to please do not share with anyone. This is the unique key and each device has their own SHA1 key. So this is the unique key provided by the Android users to simply connect it with your Android device. Yeah, so here we'll move to the Stack Overflow website, and here you can see that for the Mac you need to simply write this command in the terminal to get the SHA1 key, and for the Windows you need to simply write this command to simply get your SHA1 key. So this is the two command for the two different operating systems. So you can simply get the SHA1 key by simply running this command in the terminal. So once you get that key, you need to simply move to the Firebase here again, and here you can see the Android here, and you need to simply move down, and here you can see that add fingerprint button. Now click to this button and you need to simply paste that key over here, and it will simply show that this is SHA1 key and add that. So this is how it going to work for an Android device. So I have shown you how to simply use a Google authentication for both Android and iOS. And still you have any doubt, you can simply ping me in the comment box, or you can directly DM me on my Instagram ID. I will try to give you a quick reply and a quick solution. Now let's move with a project. So once you have enabled a authentication from here, from the signing method, you can see that Google authentication has been enabled. Now here move to the dot, and here I need to simply write a function sign in with Google. So this is also an important function. So don't think that get current user is not important function. Signing with Google is also important function, because this function will simply help that the user to simply authenticate with the help of Google. So if you have followed my old series, like I have used Google authentication many times in my old series, and as you know that we have already made 10 to 12 as before on this channel, you can simply follow the complete playlist and can add some more apps to your resume. Or if you want to get a source code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. So now here we need to write that function that I've told you now. So rather than writing a complete code for sign in with Google, I will try to simply copy the code that I have used in my old series and will simply paste it over here, because it will remain as it is what we have used before. Yeah, so this is the code that I'm going to use for sign in with Google. I have tried to copy and paste this because, as I've told you, it remain as it is in all the apps where you are going to use sign in with Google. The main changes you are going to do here while uploading the data to the files to database. Now we'll simply move here in the services folder and we'll simply create one more file, which is database.dart. Now in this database.dart, we need to simply write a class database methods, and here I'm going to simply use a function name which is add user detail. Now here I'm going to create a map. Now you will think that what is a map? So map is a combination of key and value pair. So our key is string and a value is dynamic. So the key we are going to show is in the form of the string, and the dynamic will be the, like, you can in the dynamic you can pass anything like an string, a integer, or a number, or anything. So I will suggest you that if you want to know more about a string, a dynamic character, a map, or list, I will simply tell you to follow a Python series. Now you will tell that I am trying to learn a Flutter, but why I'm going to learn a Python series? Now the Python series will simply make a clear concept about different data types like a string, integer, because in the coding world almost all these data types remain same, the usage is almost same. You just need to simply learn like what is string, what is int, and how to use them, because our knowledge will not go at a waste. It will simply help you to make it better. Yeah, so once you have done all this thing, now once you have wrote add user detail function, you need to also pass a string id, which will be the unique id that we are going to upload. Like here you can see that we need to create a collection name users, and in the doc id I'm going to tell you that in the doc id we are going to upload a unique id to the each documents that we are going to upload in the users collection. Don't get confused if you didn't understand this code. I will show you how to simply show that in the files to database. So but before that, let move and will create a map here so that I can upload a data. And again I'm going to create a map with a string and dynamic, which is a key value pair, and here I'm going to write a map name which is user info map. Yeah, something like this. Now here in the user info map, first I'm going to show the user name. So we'll write a name. So this name in the double inverted comma will act as a string, and user details dot display name will be what act as a dynamic character. So this is what I'm talking about. Now once we have shown name, we need to show the image. So we'll write user details dot photo URL, and I think so we also need name, image, I think so, yeah, email. we need an email. So we'll write user details dot email, something like this, and third one will be the id. So the id will be the unique id that we are providing to the each users. So we'll write user details dot uid. So once we have wrote all this thing, this is how you can create a map. Now to upload the data, we need to simply call the function that we have wrote in the. So for that we need to simply write async await. So I've wrote async, yeah. Now we need to write await database methods, which is our class name dot add user details, and we are going to pass this exact map name over here and the unique id. So our unique id is user details dot uid. So this is a unique id, yeah. So here it is done. To show that toast message, we need to simply write a scaffold messenger, and we'll simply write dot of context dot, and we'll write show snack bar, and here I'm going to show the snack bar. So I will simply write a snack bar, and in the content I'm going to show the text widget that I simply want to use as an toast message. So I will simply write like registered successfully. So here I am going to write registered. I hope that spelling will be wrong. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, it's correct. registered, registered successfully. So registered successful, fully, fully, yeah. So here it is done, and here you can see the toast message, and if you want you can simply provide a background color to this toast message. So for an example, it is a successful message, so we can simply use a like a green color. So we'll write background color, and we'll simply write colors dot green over here, something like this. So once it is done, we can simply upload the data to the Firestore database. Now to upload the data to the Firestore database, let's move to the Firebase first, and here you need to simply move to the Firestore database, and here we need to simply enable a Firestore database by simply changing some rules from the rules section. So wait for a few seconds. So here you can see Cloud Firestore. Now click on create database button, click on next. Now click on create. So the Cloud Firestore will take some time to set up the security rules. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So yeah, it is done. Now simply let's move to the rules section, and we need to simply change our rules from false to true. So here I will simply change the rules from false to true. Now click on publish button and wait for a few seconds. So here you can see that publish can take up to a minute. So wait until a minute, or let's move to the our code, and here we need to simply, like when the user will click to this sign in with Google button, we need to simply call this function. So to handle this case, I need to simply move to the signup.dart page, and here I need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply use like navigator, sorry, not navigator, we need to write auth methods, which is our class name dot, we'll write sign in with Google, something like this. Now let's hot restart the app again, and if you are adding a Firestore and a complete Firebase setup, then make sure that you simply rerun the app again by simply closing all the things like a complete VS Code and this emulator, then simply run the app in your emulator, because the hot restart won't work over here and it will simply throw the error. Now once it is done, I will simply tap to this sign in with Google button, and here you can see that now I can simply sign in with my Google account. So here I need to enter my Google account, so let me enter that. So here it is done, and I have simply signed in with Google, and here you can see a registered successfully message, but we didn't navigate to a home page because we didn't add any navigation. But before that, the text, you can see in the snack bar we can increase our font size so that we can see it clearly. So let's move to the auth methods, and here you can simply increase a font size. So you can use a style and a text style. Now the font size you can keep it up to 20.0, and we'll simply pass font weight dot bold, something like this. Now once we have done these things, we need to simply push the user to the home page. So to push the user, we need to simply use a navigator dot push, and we need to use push replacement because we need to replace the sign up screen with an home page. So now we need to simply push the user to a material page root, and here we need to pass a context, and we need to push the user to the bottom name so that we can also show the navigation bar to move to the various pages that we have added in the app. So here it is done. Now let's move to the Firestore database, because here are the details that we have uploaded to the Firestore database. Now let's refresh this page, and here you will see the collection name, which will be the users that we have already added. So here you will see a users collection. This is a doc ID, and here you can see that I have used this email to just now to authenticate with the help of Google, and this is my unique ID, and this is the image that I have uploaded in the Google, and here it simply shows my name. So this is how we can simply upload the data to the Firestore database, and now I can use this information to simply track the users, like how and which event they have booked. Yeah. Now let's move to the home page. But before that, as I have told you, on this app we are going to also add an admin panel so that the admin can simply add a different events on the app. So here let's move to the leaf folder, and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be simply admin. Now inside the admin folder there will be a first page where you can say a first page, because the first page will be simply a login page, or you can say home admin page. But before creating this two page, let's create a page so that they simply upload event for that. So here I will write upload event dot. Now we'll simply use our import, and we'll simply write material dot, and we'll write a stateful widget which will be simply our page name, which will be upload event, something like this. Now once it is done, we need to simply write a scaffold. Now in the scaffold we'll write a body, a container, a child, and a column, and a children, something like this. Now here on this page I can do one thing. We need to simply use a row widget, and here I need to use a text widget. Now in this text widget I will write a main headline of this page, which is upload event. We can pass a style by using a text style. So we'll write text style. Now the color will be simply colors dot black, and a font size we can keep up to 30.0, and font width will be simply bold, something like this. Now once we have wrote this our main headline, so let me show you what all text, or you can say a code, we write on this upload event page. So we'll simply call it from here, and here you can see upload event text. You can't see because it simply hide behind this mobile screen. So we need to simply pass a margin. So we'll pass a margin as in set dot only from the top. Let's keep it up to 40, and here we need to also use show a back arrow icon, so that when the user will tap to that icon, they can simply move back to the our where a home admin page. So we need to simply use a icon, and we'll write icons dot arrow, and here I need to simply use arrow back iOS new outline, something like this. And here you can see a back arrow icon. Now I can simply pass a margin from the left, which will be 20.0. Now simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and we can directly move back to the home page. So for that I need to simply pop out from this page. So we'll write navigator dot pop context, something like this. Now once it is done, we can simply pass a space between this arrow and the text. So we'll use a size box with which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll simply use divide by like let's keep it up to 2.0, something like this. No, 2.0 is too much. Let's keep it up to 4, or let's keep it up to 5. Yeah, 5 is okay, I guess, or 5.5. Yeah, so I'm using a media query. As you know that if you have followed my old series, then a media query is something that make your apps highly responsive. Rather than passing a fixed bit to the size box, I will suggest you to use a media query so that you can test a app on the multiple devices and can make your app highly responsive. So here it is done, and here you can see upload event text. Now in the event, or you can see in the home page of our event type, you can see that for the event we need a pic, or you can see picture of an event. So we can simply allow the user to upload the picture of an event. So we need a container, and here in the container we can simply use a child. Now in the child I will use, not sorry, image, I need to use an icon. So we'll write icon, and we'll write icons dot camera, and we'll write or alt outline. So this is the camera icon. Now we can pass a height and width to this container. Let's keep it up to 90, and we'll pass a width up to 90, something like this. You can't see a container because we need to pass a border to this container. So we'll use a decoration, box decoration, border, and we'll simply pass border dot all. Now you can see the container, but let's increase the size of a container up to 150. Yeah, so we can simply use a size box, like up to height, let's keep it up to 20.0, and now we can pass a color. So color will be simply colors dot black 45. Now we can pass a width, and we'll write a width 2.0, and here we need to pass a border radius. So here to pass a border radius, I will simply write a border radius, and here I need to write the border radius circular, and we'll pass a circular up to 20. And here you can see the container, where when I'll tap to this camera icon, I can simply navigate to our gallery of our phone device, and we can simply upload the image. So this is where we can upload the image, but we need to also show our event name. So to show that event name, we need like a text field, so that the user can simply enter a text on the text field. So for that, first I need to create a headline for our this page. So here I will simply copy the text and will paste it here. Now I am thinking that let's change the color for this text. Also the font size is too much for this page accordingly. So yeah, we'll move to the home page, and we need to copy the purple color that I have passed. So this is the color that I'm going to use, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here, something like this, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now you can see upload event text. Now we need to show our, you can say, like enter event name, something like this. Now once we have wrote this, let's decrease our font size first, and we can use a cross to bring the text something over here. So we'll write a cross, and we'll write a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. And here we need to center this first, where the user can upload the image. So where it is, here it is. We need to simply wrap up with a center widget. Now we need to use a size box. So we'll use the size box height, and we'll pass up to 20.0. So here you can see enter event name. Now we need to simply show the text field. Now to show the text field, or let's do one thing, rather than bold, we can pass W500, and we can use a different like shade of an black color. I think so it's too low. Let's keep it black only. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. And you can increase up to 22 if it's okay for you. And let's keep it up to 30. Enter event name, or just write an event name. I think so it's okay. Yeah. Now once it is done, we need to use a text field. Now to create a text field, I will simply write a container. We'll pass a padding edge inset dot. We'll use dot symmetric. We'll use a horizontal 20.0. we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width to use a width of an screen. Now in the decoration I will use a box decoration. Now in the color I'm going to use a customized color code. Customized color code. So we'll write color 0xff and it will be ECF8. So this is the customized color code, and we need to simply pass a border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular and let pass it up to 10. Now here it is done. We need to simply pass a text field. So we'll write child. We need to use a text field. So we'll write text field, and in the text field I need to simply pass a decoration. So we'll write a decoration, decoration, which will be a box decoration, and not a box decoration, sorry, it is not a container. So we need to use our input decoration, and here when you see this is a text field. Now we need to also pass a space from the right position. So we'll pass a right 20.0 and let's pass a size box. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it over here, pass 10. Now here you can see this line, but if you have followed my old series, I'm telling this again and again because I have already made 12 to 13 apps before on this channel, and I think so this is a 14th series on this channel. So there are lots of apps that we have already made on this channel. You can simply follow the link in from the description box or in the comment box, and you can find all the apps playlist and can simply add all the apps in your resume that you are looking for. Now to remove this line, we can simply write border input border dot none, and we'll simply remove this line from here, something like this. Now once it is done, we need to use a hint text so that I can show the text to be entered on this text field. So we'll simply write enter event name, something like this. So here you can see the text and a text field. Now I can simply enter an event name like Honey Sing show. Let's Honey Sing concert, like this. So you can simply write a event name over here. So if you don't know Honey Sing, then you can simply search it. He's one of the best singer from India. So you can search it if you don't know who is Honey Sing. Now let's move, and here I need to simply do one thing. Once the event name is done, I want to simply add a event price, like a per ticket price. So to handle that, I need to simply copy this text and the container or text field again, and will simply paste it over here. Now also copy the size box so that I can provide a space, something like this. Yeah, let's keep it up to 30.0, and we'll simply write ticket price over here, something like this, ticket price. Yeah. Now we'll write enter price over here, where the user can, not user, an admin can enter a price. Now once it is done, you know that in the home page we have added a, let's move to the home page, what I'm talking about. Like once we move to the home page, you can see that we have added a different categories, which is a music, clothing, festival, food. So this is a category of an events that we want to show in this app. Now to handle this, we need to simply add a category in the upload event page, because like for an example, if the, let's move to the upload event page first. So we'll navigate to upload event page, something like this. Yeah, now here, as I've told you, that we need to show the category over here, because once the ad been upload event, they can simply select a category. Like if this is a fashion show event or a music event or anything, then we can simply show that event in our user side of the app. Now to show that event, we need to use like a drop down button. So the drop down button will simply help like to select multiple categories from one by using a list. Yeah, so here I need to simply write a string, and we need to write event category, and we'll create a list. Now here, once it is done, I will simply add all the event not in a string, sorry. Here I need to use a list we'll write final, and we'll write a list. And as on the list we are going to upload a string, so we'll create a list of string. And here the first one was like and music, so we'll write music. I think so there was an event for food and a clothing. Just separate the string, otherwise it will show a simple one string there. And clothing, and what was a last one, I don't remind, let me check. Clothing, festival, sorry, festival, last one was festival. So we'll simply write a festival over here, festival. So these are the 4 categories that I want to show in the admin panel. But if you want to add some more categories, you can simply add some more categories, I mean strings, in this list name event category. Now we need to store a value of this selected string from this list. So I will create a string name value, where we are going to simply store a list of, not a list of, a string from the list event category. Now let's create a drop down button. So now we are going to create a container, exact container with the same color, and here I need to simply write a drop down button that I want to show. So here I will remove the text field and will write drop down button, and in the drop down we need to simply pass an items. Now in the items I need to simply do one thing. What I'm going to do, first I'm going to write a list. So I'll write event dot category dot map, and here I'm going to show the item. So we'll write item, and in the item I want to use a drop down menu item, something like this. Now in the child I'm going to use a text widget, and here I'm going to show the item, something like this. So I'm going to show the item, so I'll write item, and we need to keep an update of an value. So we'll write value item. Now I'm trying to do in the fast process for this drop down button, because I have used many times before. But if you have any questions regarding this, you can simply DM me on my Instagram ID, or you can simply write a questions in your comment box. It is simply open for you, and you can simply ask a questions if you have. Now we'll pass a font size 80.0, and the color will be simply colors.black, something like this. So once we have wrote all this, now here in the drop down button there is a string, so I'm going to show the string over here, and the items we have already shown, and it will be in the form of list. So we'll do one thing, we'll write dot to list, something like this, and in the on change I'm going to write a value, so which will be a value, I think so it is correct, a value. And in the value we'll use a set state, so that we can update a value once the user select from a drop down button. And we'll write this dot value is equals to value, something like this. By this we can simply update the case. Once it is done, we can pass a drop down color. Sorry, I think so there is something missing here. Drop down color, and the color will be simply colors dot white, a hint text where we are going to tell select category. You can't write like this, we need to use a text widget like select category, select category. Now the icon size, we can also pass icon size up to 36, and the icon which will be simply a drop down icon. So we'll write icon, and we'll write icons dot drop down, something like this, and we need to simply pass a color which will be colors dot black. I think so we have wrote a complete code for our drop down thing, but the main command that if you miss, the value of this drop down button will be completely zero, because if you don't update a value you can't get a result. So this is one of the most important line for this complete code that we have wrote over here, because if you miss this line you can't see an update of an selected category on the screen. So here it is done. Now let's move to the main.dart and let me show what all thing we have executed. So here it is. Now let's do one thing, what that will be. Let me show you. So here you can see that there is a line. Now to remove this line you need to simply wrap up a drop down button with a widget name drop down button hide underline, and it will simply remove that underline from there. Now here I can also pass a text, and so text widget. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write a select category, and we can use a size box, sorry, not size of, we'll use a size box of height 30.0, something like this, and 20.0, it's okay. We'll copy this, we'll paste it over here, something like this. Let's keep it up to 10. Now here when I'll tap to this drop down icon, you can see that it simply shows me a list of all the what a category, a event category, and now I can simply select one event category like music, and it will simply show over here. It will act same for other strings too. So this is a music event, so I'm selecting a music. So here it is done. Now we need to add some detail about an event, like if user are booking a ticket, then what they will see, because that's an important thing. Without that you can't get customers in your event. So we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write event detail, event detail. Yeah, now the event detail will not in one line, because the customer wants to know a really good things about the event they going to participate. So for that I need to increase a max line, and will pass a max line up to 6, something like this. Enter what will be on that event, something like this. Yeah, so once the user fill all this thing, I'm telling user and again, then keep on mind I'm talking about admin. So once the admin fill all this thing, we need to simply upload the data to the Firestore database. Now to handle that we need a button. Yeah, without a button we can't do that. So here I will simply create a container, will pass a width up to 200. Now we need to use a text widget. Now a child, and will simply paste, sorry, I'm writing like this. Yeah, remove this text from the text widget, and will simply write upload, or yeah, you can write upload. And here we need to write a decoration and a box decoration. Now I'm going to pass the color to this container, so which will be this color for the text that we have passed. We'll paste it something over here, something like this. Now let's change the color to white, and let's do bold. I want bold. Yeah, now we need to simply center it by using a center widget. We can use the height up to like 30. 30 will be less, 50. Now we can use a border radius, so we'll write a border radius dot circular, and let's keep up to 10. Now we can center this by using a center widget, and we'll pass a size box height 20.0. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have created an upload event page from where the admin can simply add an event, and that event will be directly shown in the user side of the app. Yeah. Now let's move to the upload event page for now. So here let's move and we'll simply write upload event and we'll directly move to this page. Now here, as you can see that when the user will tap to this camera icon, they can simply pick the image. Now to pick the image and to upload the image to the Firebase storage, we need a Firebase storage package and an image picker package. So let's move to the perf dev first. So in the perf dev, the first package in this part I'm going to add is a image picker. So we'll simply write image picker and we'll move to the installing and we'll copy this package and we'll simply paste something over here in the perspec.ml file. Now let's remove this version and the second package will be a Firebase storage. Firebase storage and this package here again. Move to the installing, copy this again and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah. Now we need also one more package, a random string, so that we can give a unique string to the each image that we are going to upload in the Firebase storage. So we'll need to also copy this package and we need to simply paste it something over here, some like this, and let's run all these packages in our perspec YAML file. Now here once it is done, let's move to the upload event page and here I will write final and we'll write image picker. Now we need to write a picker equals to image picker, something like this, and we need to write this function so that I can simply pick the image. Now we need to write a future get image and here we need to simply write a get image function. So this get image function will be called when the user will going to tap on this camera icon and they can simply pick the image. Now here I need to pass a sync and we need to write var and we need to write a variable name which is image is equals to await and we'll write picker dot pick image and the source will be image source dot gallery. You can also use a camera if you want that the user can simply click a picture, but this is an event app, so the image will be directly uploaded from a gallery. Now once it is done, we need to create one file which will be a selected image because the image that we are getting from an gallery will be in the form of the file. So here I'm going to create one file name which is selected image and like this, yeah. Now we need to assign that picked image, or you can see store that picked image file in our selected image. So we'll use a selected image is equals to file and we'll write image dot path and we'll get a path of an image, something like this. Once it is done, we'll use a set state so that we can simply update that image that we have stored here. Yeah. So once we have picked the image, we can show that picked image over here. So to handle that case, I will do one thing. We will move something over here. We need to wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply write a function name which will be get image. So once we have picked the image and if the selected image is not equals to null, then I'm going to show that image. So our image is in the form of the file, so I will use image.file, not network, not asset, because asset is something when we store the image in our asset folder, and network when it is in the form of the HTTP link, but it is in the form of the file. That's why I'm using image.file, and now I'm going to use selected image. Yeah, and here I need to simply pass the height. We'll pass the same height that we have passed for the container, something like this. So here it is done. Now once we have picked an image, we'll simply show it over here. So let me show that. So when I'll tap to this camera icon, it will simply tell that uh, missing plugin exception, because we have just added one, like a new package in the perspecaml file. And as I've told you before, if you want to run the app while adding a new package, simply do not use a hot restart, because it will simply show that this same error. Simply close your VS Code and the emulator you are using and rerun this project again. So there is some more thing for the image picker. Let's move to the pub first, so that I can show you what all cases comes when you are adding this image picker package. So for an Android, you don't need to do anything extra, but for the iOS, you need to simply add this three, you can say, command in the info.plist file, so that you can give an access to an Apple device to simply handle the gallery for this app. Like, this app also needs some permissions to simply open your phone gallery and pick the image from there. But for the Android, you don't need to add this all these things. It's simply you can run image picker there. Yeah, so this is a three commands that we need to simply add in our iOS runner info.plist file to simply access a gallery to upload the image to the Apple app. So once it is done, we need to simply rerun the app again. But as I am just writing a code for now, and I will show you later like how to simply use image picker. So let me write all the code, then I'm going to rerun the app again from the starting. So once it is done, we need to simply handle a text like the user enter on this text field. Now to handle the text, you already know that we need to use a text editing controller, and we'll write name controller is equals to new text editing controller to handle the text. Now we need to simply use two more for the price and the detail. So I will write price controller, and a third one will be simply a detail controller. So these are the three things that we need to add. So once it is done, I need to simply move to the event name, and here in the controller I need to simply write event, sorry, name controller to handle event name. We need to do also for the price, which will be controller price controller, and the last one will be a detail. So we'll write controller a detail controller, something like this. So these are the three things that we need to add over here. So let's move to the upload thing, and here we need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method, here first we need to do one thing, like once we have selected the image over here, we need to upload that image to the Firebase storage, where we can store that image and we can use it. But if you know that the Firebase storage is not free, because according to the new rules of Firebase, you need to simply add a like Blaze plan to add a Firebase storage in your Firebase app. So this is a new thing, or you can say like it was free from last 4 to 5 years, but Google is also looking to earn lots of money from the Firebase. So they think that why we give them in free, let's add some packages or subscriptions for the Firebase storage. Don't worry, only my courses are free in this world. So you can see that my courses are free. You don't need to pay anything extra to watch my courses. Now here it is done, and let's move to the Firebase storage, and let me show you. So here you can see when we move to the storage, you need to simply upgrade the project to the Blaze plan, as I've told you. But like for an example, if you are making an app just for a resume or anything, you can simply add some link to show the image, or you can use like one image for all the, or 2 3 image for all the events. Like if you don't want this app to be professionally used by someone or anyone, but if you are looking to add a storage by using a Blaze plan, then I will show you how to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now here on the on tap function, I mean for the upload button, when the user will press this, we need to upload all this detail to the Firestore database. Now for that, first I need to use a string add id where I can keep a random like alphanumeric character where we can simply pass like each unique ID for the image as well as the data we upload to the Firestore database. Now to upload the data to the Firebase storage, the image to the Firebase storage, here I'm writing a code. So I'll write reference and here we'll write Firebase storage ref is equals to Firebase storage dot instance, and here we'll write dot ref dot child and blog images. Now the reason for writing a blog images is because the blog images will be a folder that will be created in the Firebase storage, and where you can simply upload one image after the another in the blog images folder. I will show you how it can simply create a folder. Now here I'm going to simply write a child and the add id, which will be a unique id for the each image. Now we'll write a final and we'll write upload task. Yeah. Now we are going to write a task is equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file, and put file will simply upload the, because as you know that our image is in the form of the file, so that's why I'm using a put file and selected image where we are stored the file path. Now var download URL. Now one more thing I want to tell you that, so if you want to know more about a Dart coding, you can simply follow the Python series. Now you will say that what's a relation between a Dart programming and a Python language, but in most of the coding language, the list, the arrays, the strings, you can say integers are almost same. So you will get to know a lots of things regarding the data types, variables, and if condition, because you will think that why I have wrote this var over here. So var is like act as a dynamic character where you can simply store anything like an integer string or like anything. It's act as a dynamic a dynamic character. Now if you want to know more about different data types, you can simply follow the Python series. Yeah. Now once we have done all this, so now let's move with a code and we'll write await. So for that we need to write an async await, and here I will write await task and we'll write dot ref dot get download URL, and here I'm going to get the URL for the image that we have uploaded in the Firebase storage. So once we have get this download URL, I will create a map and will write a string and a dynamic, and we'll write like upload event, which will be the map name. And here first I'm going to show the image, and this image will be a event image that we have uploaded over here. So to handle that, I will write download URL, but if you don't want to use a Firebase storage, you can simply leave it blank and you can use the image from the asset file. So in both the case you can use, but if you want to use it professionally, then you can use a download URL and make it sure that you can simply comment all this thing so that you can run this code and can upload the data to the Firestore database without any Blaze plan or anything. Yeah. So here it is done. Now we need to write a name and name controller.text to handle all the text that the user enter on this name text field, and for the price we need to write price controller.text. Like after the price we need to simply show the category, like the user going to select a category of the event they are going to upload. So here I'm going to write a category. Now the category value have been stored in the values string that we have wrote, sorry, not values, a value string. And now once a category is done, there will be event detail. So here I will simply write detail string, and here I'm going to write detail controller dot text. Yeah, so this is the some data that we are simply going to upload in the Firestore database. Now there is one more thing. To upload the data to the Firestore database, we need to simply move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply create a function so that I can upload a data. So here I will write a function name which will be add event. Just write add event, and here the collection name will be simply event, and here the doc id and the user info map where we are going to show the map. So once it is done, here let's move to the our where upload event.dart page, and here I need to simply write await database methods dot add event, and here we need to write a map name which is simply upload event, and in the id we need to simply pass a unique id. So the unique id we are going to provide to each events that we are simply going to upload. So here I will use a random alphanumeric 10, yeah, and here we need to pass an id. And once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to simply show the toast message that the data has been uploaded successfully, so that the user can simply know that, sorry, I'm telling user, then keep in mind that it is admin. So the admin can simply know that the data that they are trying to upload through this upload event page has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So to get a scaffold messenger, we'll simply move to the or.dart, and here we have wrote a scaffold messenger. So I'll simply copy and will paste it over here. So once the data has been uploaded successfully, we'll simply show the toast message like event has been uploaded successfully. So we'll write event uploaded successfully, something like this. Yeah, so the event has been uploaded successfully. Now once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to simply clear all this text that the enter on this text field. I'm saying this because, for an example, if the admin wants to upload the event like one after the another, so once we upload first event, we can simply clear this out so that the admin can like easily can upload a second event. They don't need to simply like rub all the data that he have entered on this text field. I'm doing this because it will simply make the app more like user friendly, and the user can simply enjoy while using this upload event booking app. Now here, once the data has been uploaded successfully, we'll simply, as I've told you, we'll use a set state, and we'll tell that our event name. So we'll write name controller.text to space, and we'll make it blank. We'll also make a price to blank. So we'll write price controller.text to space, and I think so we need also a event detail. So we'll write a detail controller.text should also be space, something like this. So here it is done. Now after this, let's test the case, but for now I have didn't upgraded my Firebase to a Blaze plan, as you already know that, because I'm just testing the app for the users, for the viewers or users who didn't want to simply upgrade a Firebase plan. So you can do one thing, you can simply use a command tag over here and can simply use this and just make the image to space. So once you buy the plan, you can use this command, because this command is simply upload the data to the Firebase storage. But if you haven't upgraded the plan, then it will simply throw the error and simply make it space while showing the image. So once it is done, we'll simply do one thing here. First I'm going to write an event name. So let me first show you how the pick image will work. So when I tap to this camera icon, it will simply pick the image from a phone gallery, something like this. But as you can see that the dimension of the image has been changed, because we need to add some of the commands over here. So what will be the command? Let me show you. It will be a fit boxfit.cover or one thing, something like this. And we need to also provide a clip react because we need a border radius. So we'll wrap up with a widget and we'll simply pass a clip react and we'll write border, and the border radius will be something like 10. We can pass up to 10 and we can center this by using a center widget. So we simply wrap up with a center widget. So here it is. Now I will write a event name. So let's write an event link like Honey Sing Concert. Honey Sing Concert. Yeah. And the ticket price, let's keep like 50. And the category will be music. And the event detail, you can write a random thing. I am writing just like Honey Sing Show. Honey Sing. Why it's coming on Hindi? Honey Sing Show. Yeah. So Honey Sing Show. Yeah. Just a 3 words. But if you want, as I've told you, you can add lots of data on this text field. Now I'll tap to this upload button and you will see that the data, but there is some error. Let me see what the error is. I think so. We need to rerun the app again because as I've told you that when you are adding any of the packages in the prospect.yml file, then you need to simply rerun the app again because that package usually don't get enough data to the Flutter app. So rerun the app again. So don't use hot restart or hot reload over here. You need to simply like shut down all the not shut down your computer system. You need to simply like close a VS Code and emulator everything and rerun the complete app again. So let me do that and let me show you how we'll simply upload the data to the cloud Firestore. Yeah, so I have added all the data and rerun the our VS Code and the emulator app again. And here I have filled all the data in the upload event page. Now I'll tap to this upload button and here you can see that our event has been uploaded successfully. So let's check that and we'll move to the cloud Firestore and we'll simply reload this page. And once I reload this page, you will see the collection name events and this is a unique ID. The category that I've set is music. Detail, you can see Honey Sing Show. Name is Honey Sing Concert and the price you can see 50 and the image is space because we have passed a space over there. Yeah, and as you can see that once the data has been uploaded successfully, the details over here is simply space or you can say blank so that the admin can now upload a second event over here. So we can do one thing to show the image also like a space or you can say blank, not a space, a blank. You can use a selected image is equals to null and the image will also remove it from here like an old image and the admin can upload a new data. So here the upload event thing is done. Now the data we have uploaded to the Firestore database like an events, we can simply show them in the home page. So let's move and let me call the bottom name here so that I can show you how to handle that case. Now we'll simply hot restart the app. So here in the upcoming events, I'm going to show all the events that we have stored over here. But you can see that it has wrote upcoming events. But in the event, there will be a case like when the admin has uploaded the event like for tomorrow, but the user are checking the app like for day after tomorrow, then we don't need to show the past event over here in the home page. Now to not show the past events over here, we need to simply manage the data while keep on checking the date like at which date this event is going to held. Now the main thing I think so I have missed over here, which is showing a date and the time. So we need to also show the date and the time at which day and the time the event going to held. So to do that, I need to simply move to the upload event page again. Now to show the date and time over here, I need to do one thing, like let's move to the upload event.dart page and let me add some of the data to simply set a date and time over here. So here you can see that I have added a date and the time. Now here I have added a date and time. Now the admin can simply select a date while tapping to this calendar icon and the alarm icon. But before that, let me show you what all code I have added here in the upload event page. So here you can see that I have wrote this code, basically a pick date function, and this pick date function will simply open the calendar and you can simply pick the date and can set a date at which date that event going to held. Now we have done same for the pick time, and here to change a peak time on this format like 6-8 p.m. we have passed a function name which is format time of day. So these are the code that we have wrote just for the pick date and time, and here when we'll go down and just below the select category I have added this row, and in this row you can see that I have added a calendar month date format where we are going to show the date and here the time. Now when I tap to this calendar icon you can see that there no execution is happening because here we need to simply wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector in the on tap method I will simply do one thing. I will write a function name which will be simply pick date, and we'll do same for the time, and here we'll wrap up with a widget gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write which will be pick time. Yeah, so we have passed these two function in these two icons. Now when I'll tap to this calendar icon, it will simply open the calendar that I've told you. Now when I'll select a date, like for an example 13th, and we'll click on OK, it will simply show the 13th date over here. Now we'll do same for the time, and here you can see that we can simply select first an hour, then a minute, and a AM and the PM. So this is a choice you can simply get to select a date and the time. Now once the admin has been selected this date and time, we need to upload the data to the Firestore database. So here I will do one thing. Here for the date I will write date, and to get a date I need to simply copy this format and will simply paste it something over here, and for the time we'll do for the time. Yeah, for the time. Now the time will be on this format, so we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it something over here. So this is how we can upload a date and the time. Now let's remove this collection from here so that I can upload a updated event collection, or you can say a documents over here. So let's add the event name and the price and the category. So date and time I have already been selected. Now I have wrote random event detail. Now I'll click to this upload button and you can see that event has been uploaded successfully. Now we'll simply refresh this page which is of Firebase, and here you can now see a event collection with a date and the time. So here now the document, and here you can see the date and the time. Now we can simply track like if this is the upcoming event or the past event. So date and time is a most important thing for that. Now let's move with a bottom name, and here let's show all the events that we have uploaded in the Firebase. So let's move to the home.dart page, and here I will simply create one function which will be like all events, and will write widget first over here, and as I've told you the function name which will be all events, and here we need to simply get a return which will be a stream builder. So basically a stream builder is something that help us to get all the documents from the respective collection. If you have followed my old series, then you already know that we have used a stream builder, I think so lots and lots of time before. So here we need to simply create a stream which will be our event stream. Yeah, now here we have created the event stream, and here we need to simply return a stream builder, and in the stream builder we'll pass a context and the async snapshot. Now you will think that what is snapshot? So snapshot is something that will simply help us to read the each document that will be present in the collection name event. Yeah, so here I will simply write snapshot, something like this. Now we'll simply return a snapshot.data. So we'll write snapshot.data, sorry, not data. We need to simply first check that if the respective collection, like we are calling an event stream, sorry, not a stream, event collection over here. So snapshot.data will check that if the event collection has any documents in this or not. So if their document will be present, then we are going to show the data by using a list view dot builder. And if there will be not any data present, then we'll simply do one thing. We'll simply show the container suggesting that no data available to show in the any collection we have passed. So here we need to also pass a stream that we have just wrote above, which will be simply a event stream. Yeah, now after this, in the item builder, I need to simply pass a context. So we'll pass a context and an index. Now the index will read each field that will be in the respective document. So this is a collection, this is a document ID, and this is a first document, like a complete document, and here the category, date, detail, these are the fields. So I think so you get to know the difference between the collection, document and the field. Now here we need to write a document snapshot. So we'll write document snapshot ds is equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and here we'll write index, and this ds will help us to read each field details, and we can get the data from the each field. Now after this, we need to also pass an item count so that we can keep a count, like how much documents present in the event collection. Like if there will be a 10 documents or 5 or 3, it's up to like how much documents you upload in the event collection. Now we'll write a snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Yeah, something like this. So once we have done all this thing, we need to simply pass a padding. It's not necessary to pass a padding, but I choose to pass a padding because I don't need any unknowing space from the padding, like a list view builder. So that's why I keep the padding up to 0. Yeah, and we need to also pass a sync and wrap, which will be true. Yeah, so here it is done, I guess. Yeah, now we need to simply return it. So we'll pass return, and here we need to show this details that we have make just for the UI, but now we are going to connect a backend. So I think so this was the container. So we'll copy this complete container from here. Yeah, I think so I'm making a mistake. We need to copy this complete container and the row together. I'm thinking that why the container is not showing over here. Yeah, now we'll simply paste it over here, something like this. But the error we are getting because we need to simply wrap up with a column widget, and here just put this all the things inside a column widget to get a correct result. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, now to get our data here, the will leave this image as it is, because as I've told you that our image is null, because if you are using this app just for your resume, then you don't need to upgrade a plan. It's up to you. I'm not forcing you, but it's up to you if you want to upgrade the Firebase to a Blaze plan, and if you want to show the image over here. But if not, you can simply leave this part as it is, and it will simply get the image from the asset folder. There will be no problem to show that like this. And here we need to show the like and time. To show the time, here we need to write ds, and we'll simply write a time, sorry, a date, not a time. Yeah, so here we can show the date. Now our event name, which will be ds, and here we have stored the event name. So where is name? Yeah, here is name. So we'll write ds and name. So when you are writing the field name, make sure that you write exact field name. Don't like give extra space, or like if you can see the name, the first letter is capital, then show exact capital letter over here. If you think that I will write small over here and I get the result, so no, it will simply throw the error. Now we'll need to show the price, so we'll write plus ds and we'll show the price and a location. So I think so we have missed one more thing, which is a location over here. So the location is also a main part. So let's move to the upload event or dart page. So this is an app that I'm coding with you all. So that's why we are keep on adding the data to the upload event page, because these are the data that we need to show over here in the upload event in our event booking app. So we need to also show the location. So what I'm going to do over here, so let's move and we'll copy this text field and we'll paste it over here. Sorry for that if you are thinking that you are going to change a lots of thing in the upload event page, but here how the app works, you don't know how the data and which data we are going to use in the future. So here we need to also show the location. So we'll simply write event location, and to track a location, we'll also allow the admin to enter a location. And let's do one thing, price controller. We need one more text editing controller for the location. So we'll write location controller. Oh, we have already added a location controller, but we haven't added a text field. Wow, that's my mistake. And here we need to simply write a location controller. And when we have done all this thing, we need to simply move down, and here we need to add one more field, which will be a location, and we'll write location controller dot text, something like this. So we have added one more field which is a location. Yeah, so you can upload some more data from the upload event page to add some more events, and the location field will be simply shown over here. Now to handle this, I will simply add the location manually from here. So we'll write location and let's keep it Mumbai. So this is the way you can simply add the field manually also. Now once you have done all this thing, simply click on save all, and let's move to the home.dart again, and here we need to show the location, which will be ds location, something like this. Now here it is done. It is okay, I guess. Now to show the data, we need to simply get a data first, because we haven't passed any functions to get a data from the Firebase. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply write a future, and in the future I will write a stream. As you know that I have explained why we are using a stream, and we'll write query snapshot, and we'll write get all events, something like this. And here we need to simply write return is equals to await, and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and we'll pass the collection name, which will be simply events dot snapshot, and it will now give me all the documents that present on the events collection. Now let's pass this function over here in the home page. So here I need to simply write one function name on the load. So this on the load function will be called. So like for an example, if the user open the app, they directly move to the home page. Yeah. So for an example, if there is not their first time, because first they need to sign up, then they will move to the home page. But for the second time, we'll directly move the user to the home page, because we can't tell the user to sign up again and again, right? Now, once we move to the home page, this on the load function will be called, and it will simply get all the data from the event collection. So we'll write event stream equals to await. So for that we need to pass a sync, and we'll write await database methods. So we'll write database methods dot get all events, and we'll use a set state, and in the init state I will simply call on the load. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have called this function, let's pass all the events in our upcoming event part. So to do this, let's do one thing. Let's close this list view first, and we'll remove this. We have just made this for the UI. I think the purpose is over. So we'll write all events, something like this, and we'll simply hot restart the app again. And here there is an error, I guess, or it's okay. Yeah, so the mistake that I've made. So here you can see that the mistake I was talking about. Here you can see the events collection name. It doesn't match with event data. So that's why I'm not getting any data where I'm thinking that why I'm not getting any data, because I have passed everything correct. But here just because of S we can't get a data. So this is a small thing, but we need to look how to handle this. Yeah. So here you can see the date, but the date is showing on this format. But if you want to show the date on that format, you can also show that. So to do that, I need to simply parse the data first, like our data. So our date is in the form of the string. So we need to simply first change to the like a time format. Then we are going to like can simply use that data. Now one more thing I want to tell you, that like if you are adding a date and time, like we have already added in the upload event page, do not forget to pass this package over here, like intl. So this is an important package. If you are using a date and the time like we have already used, then do not forget to use this package, otherwise you will get an error. So this is the main thing. Yeah. Now let's do one thing. Let's parse out the data first. So I will simply paste this code over here, and we'll call this format, and here I will simply first get this date on here. So we'll write ds, and we'll get the date, and we'll simply store in this input date string. Then we'll simply change the string to time, and now we can use this date. So to use this date, now I'll simply pass this over here, which will be a formatted date. So yeah, so here you can see that now we can simply use this, and here how it's look. And you can see our first document, which is Honey Sing concert price. The location is set to Mumbai, so it is Mumbai, and the date and the image that we have saved already in the asset folder. So you can see I have done some smart work, like without the using a storage, we can use the image from the asset folder, and we can also connect a Firebase. So let's Firebase add some more plans in their system, but we are going to do some smart work to do it in a free. Yeah. So after this, you can add some more events over here, and the events will be directly shown like this. Now when I'll tap to this event, we'll directly move to the detail page. So yeah, so to execute that, I need to simply wrap up the column widget with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I need to simply push the user. So we'll write navigator dot push, and we'll push the user to a material page route, not a material page route. We'll push the user to a detail page. So for that, we'll use a material page route, and we'll write detail page, something like this. Now when I'll tap to this, we directly move over here. So we need to simply pass some details over here. So first we need to pass an string image. Now I'm writing image is because if you want to get the data from the Firebase storage, you can simply pass the link of an image, and you need to simply change from asset to network, because the link, so image will be in the form of the link. So that's why you need to simply use image.network rather than an asset. So now once we have wrote an image, we also need to get a concert name. So we'll simply write a name over here, and after a name I need a location where this event going to held, and then the date, I think so, then a detail and a price. Yeah, so these are some details that we will simply need on this detail page. So let's call all this detail first over here. So we'll write detail page, and we'll write this dot date, this dot detail, this dot image, this dot location, this dot name, and this dot price. Now let's pass a required function in each case. So we'll pass a required function in each case, something like this and this. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the home.dart page, because we need to pass a detail to this detail page. So let's move to the main.dart file, and here we'll simply move to the bottom name, and we'll move to the home.dart page, and where we have wrote a column widget, we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector we'll simply pass on tab, and we'll use a navigator function so that we can simply push the user to the detail page. So we'll write navigator.push, we'll use material page route again. So we'll write material page route context, and here we need to simply write our detail page name. So we'll write detail page, we'll write ds, and here we need to write a field name. The field name should be exact that you have wrote in the Firebase. So make sure you didn't make any mistake that I have just done while writing a function. So here we'll write ds date. Yeah, now the ds detail. Yeah, so let me check the field name. So here it is a detail. Yeah, it is correct. Now we'll write ds image. So we are not passing any image for now, but if you want to connect a backend, like, sorry, not a backend, a storage, you can pass an image. So we'll write ds image, which is this image, a location L is in capital, so we'll use that same name, which is an location, and the ds name. So we'll write ds name, sorry, not like this, like this, ds name, and we'll do same for the price. So here I will write price. So these are the details that we are simply passing to the detail page. Now I'll tap to this, and here you can't see the detail now because we haven't passed these details in our different widgets. So here I will simply pass widget dot, and we'll write name, which is our concert name, a date. So we'll write widget dot date, widget dot location. So we'll write widget dot location, and in the event we'll write widget dot event, detail, my bad, detail. Yeah, so here you can see that we have simply passed the concert name, the date, the location where the event going to held, and here you can see the event detail. I've just used like few words, a few letters on these words. It is not a complete sentence, but as you know, the event detail will be in like 4 to 5 lines, so it will cover all of these things. So let pass a price also. So here we'll move and we'll simply write widget dot price, something like this. So here it is, and we can simply show the price page. So as you can see that we have already moved to the detail page, and here you can see the number of tickets. So we'll first add a execution for this number of tickets. For an example, the user can simply keep on adding a tickets, like for how many people they want to book the ticket, so that they can simply increase and decrease the number of ticket from here. And we are also going to add a Stripe payment gateway. Stripe payment gateway is because through the Stripe payment gateway we can simply add the Stripe in our book now button, and when the user will tap to this book now button, they will simply pay through the Stripe and can simply book this event. So these are the things. Now let's move to the detail page, and here let's add a execution as I've told you for this plus and minus button. Like they can simply choose a number of tickets. So for that, here I will simply use a int and will keep a default value which will be 1, because the minimum ticket they need to book is 1. So that's why I'm using int over here, and will write ticket is equals to 1, something like this. And here we'll show the value of a ticket. So we'll write ticket dot to string, because ticket is in the form of the integer, so that's why I'm changing to string. Now when will the user will tap to this plus button, then the execution for this number of ticket will going to help. So that's why I'm going to add a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write ticket is equals to ticket plus 1. Yeah, now we'll use a set state, something like this. And for the minus, we'll write wrap with gesture detector. In on tap method we'll write ticket is equals to ticket minus 1. So we'll decrease the value of a ticket by 1, something like this, and we'll use a set state. So this is a to execution that we need to do. So I think so hot reload is all automatically done. Now when I'll tap to this plus button, you will see that number changes from 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, now when I'll tap to this 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now if you think that when I'll tap to this minus button, then the value should be doesn't decrease from 1, because as I've told you that the minimum number of ticket that the user need to buy should be 1. So when I'll tap to this minus button, it will take to 0, minus 1, minus 2. So this is not a correct execution that we want to show over here. So to handle this case, I will do one thing. We'll simply pass the if case, and in the if case I will tell that the ticket value, what a ticket value should not be like less than 1. Yeah, and we'll simply use a bracket over here. Now let's test this case. So now I'll tap to this plus button. Now when I'll tap to this remove button, it's not working because the ticket value is 4. So 4 is not less than 1. So I think so not less than, it will be a greater than, my bad. So here now when I'll tap to this, will simply decrease the value up to 1. Now I'm tapping to this minus button. The execution will not go over 1, because it simply says that when the ticket value will be 1, then 1 is not greater than 1, then the execution will simply stop. So I can increase from 1, but I can't decrease the value from 1. So this is how we can simply show the number of tickets that the user need to buy. Let's move and we'll add a Stripe to this event booking app. So here we'll move to the perf dev and we'll simply search Flutter Stripe over here, and we'll search Flutter Stripe. We'll simply tap to this Flutter Stripe and we'll move to the installing, and we need to copy this package and we need to simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. So here we need to simply paste this file and simply remove this version so that it will take the version automatically. And here it is done. Now after this, let's move to the detail page. Why I'm opening this page? Let's move to the detail page. So we'll simply write detail page over here. Not write like this. We'll write bottom name, and now we'll redirect to this page. So once it is done, we'll move to the detail page where it is written. Yeah, here is detail page. Now here I need to simply add a Flutter stripe, but before adding a Flutter stripe we need to do some of the settings for the Android and iOS. So we'll move to the Flutter stripe, like our package where we have picked this package from the perf dev, and we'll move to the readme section. And when you will go down, you will see that for the Android you need to add this much requirements, and for the iOS you don't need to do anything extra. You just need to add like a platform iOS 13. So you can simply do that from the pod file. So you can simply change it to 13. It is already 13, and if not you can simply change it to 13. Now for the Android there are lots of settings that we need to do to simply connect a stripe in our app. So if you have followed my old series, like I have made 10 to 12 apps before on this channel, like an e-commerce app, or a barber booking app, or quiz app, news app, wallpaper app. So there are lots of apps that I've already built on this channel. So many times I've used this Flutter stripe and in the Flutter app. So you know that how to do the settings if you have followed my old series, but if not, I will show you how to do that. So here you can see that it needs a API level 21, so don't need to do anything on this. Now the Kotlin version should also be 1.8.0, so don't need to do anything on this too. Same for the 3, don't do anything. Now let's move to the fourth point, and here we need to change our theme to a night theme. So to do that we need to simply move to the Android folder. We'll move to the app, src main, and Android manifest.xml file, and here we need to simply change the Android theme as it has told over here, because we need to change the theme. So let me change the theme and I will show you what you can simply write over here. Yeah, so this is the theme you can use over here. You can simply write as it is. I have wrote over here. So it is a light theme that we need to add to enable a stripe, because a stripe uses a light theme in their interface when they simply show their to add a card number and all. So you add this. Now let's move with a fifth point, and it simply says that we need to change to the Gradle version, like update to the Android Gradle build tool version. So don't need to do anything on this. Let's move to the sixth point, and here it's tell that we need to add a Flutter fragment activity instead of Flutter activity in main activity.kt. So let's move to the main activity.kt. So we'll move to the Kotlin, and here you see main activity.kt, and it simply says that instead of Flutter activity just add this. So let's change this, and we need to simply change the thing over here, as you can see. Yeah, so this is how your code will look alike when you will do the changes. You can simply pause a video and can simply write a code, yeah, for this main activity.kt. Now let's move with a pro guard rules.pro. So this is also you don't need, so don't add this. We can simply skip this. Now rebuild the app as above. Change don't update with hot reload. So it simply says that don't use hot restart or hot reload over here. You need to simply close the app completely and then rerun the app to simply enable all the things that we have added for the stripe. But before that, let's move to detailed page.dart here again, and here we need to add all the details for the stripe execution. But as I've told you, I have added a Flutter stripe many times in my old series, so I won't write a complete code for the Flutter stripe because it will take lots of time, and you don't need to remind that Flutter stripe code. You can simply copy and paste it, or if you are new to this channel, I will simply paste a link of the source code in the description box. You can simply copy it from there, or if you want to simply pause a video and write a code, you can also do that. So which best way you like to prefer, you can do that. Yeah, so here I've added some of the functions to simply execute a payment through the Stripe. So let me explain you what all things I've added. So here you can see that this is a make payment function that I've added. So this is a code for the make payment function. You can simply pause a video, or you can, as I've told you, can get it from the source code. Now once you have wrote this function, now let me explain what I'm going to do. So in the string amount, we are going to pass this amount, not exactly this amount, because we need to also show the amount according to the ticket number that the user increased from here. So that's why we need to simply show the total amount over here. So I haven't shown a total amount over here. I will show that, do not need to worry. So we'll simply pass the amount over here, and once we have shown the amount, we'll show the payment in the USD. But if you want to show in the different currency, for an example INR, you can also do that. You just need to add a different currency over here. So I'm just keeping it USD. Now once you have done all this thing, we have added one more package, which is a HTTP. So this HTTP package will simply help you to get a HTTP link, like execute a HTTP link, because here we have added one HTTP link, as you can see here. So that's why we have added this as HTTP package over here, and this is also a payment intent. We have also written this over here. So this is how we can simply add a Stripe. And one main thing I want to tell you, that in the services folder, you will see that we have added one more file, which is data.dart. In this data.dart, there will be a two key, which is a secret key and publish key. Now you will think that what is this two keys all about? So these are the two keys that we need to simply connect a Stripe with our Flutter app. So this is a special key that you need to simply get it from the Stripe website. So let's move to the Stripe website first. So this is a interface of a Stripe, and you can see that Stripe has been used mainly by big tech giants like Amazon, OpenAI, Google, Shopify, etc. So you can use this Stripe, and you can simply create your account first. And once you create an account, you can simply move to the API part and can simply get a secret key and a publish key. I won't show the key over here, and I will recommend you to that if you are adding this key, do not share with anyone, because it word itself says the secret key. So keep it secret, don't share with anyone. Now once you have done all this thing, now we can simply use a Stripe. So let's move to the detail page, and here first I'm going to show the total amount. So like for an example, if I'm increasing the ticket price, the amount is as it is. So we need to simply change the amount. So for that, I will do one thing, like let's keep one integer, and here we'll keep a total is equals to 0, not 0. Yeah, keep it 0, and in the init state we'll simply assign the value to total, which will be widget dot price, something like this. So it is in the form of int and it is in the form of string, so that's why it's showing the error. We need to simply change it to int. So we'll write int dot, and we'll simply parse it with a widget dot, and we'll write price, something like this. Now once you have done this thing, we can move to the code, and here where we are executing to simply increase a ticket price, we'll do one thing, we'll write total, and we'll keep on adding. Like for an example, if it is 2, then we'll write 34 plus 34, which will be the price of 2 ticket. I think so you are getting what I'm trying to explain. So here I will write total is equals to, and here we'll write total plus int dot parse, and we'll parse widget dot, and we'll write a price of a ticket. So this will simply increase my ticket price, and once I want to decrease a ticket price, we'll simply write a minus over here. So let's check this case. Now when I'll tap to this, so let's pass first the total over here. So we'll write total dot to string because it is in the form of integer. Now when I'll tap to this, you can see that it simply increases a ticket price up to how much the number of ticket had been shown over here. And now if I'll decrease, it will also decrease it. But as you can see that the one ticket price is not shown over here. This is because we need to simply hot restart the app here, and now it shows a first ticket price. Now when I'll increase, it keep on increasing. Now when I'll go to 1, so it also shows a one ticket price and it won't go down from 1. So this is how the execution will work. And let's move to the book now button, and here we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply use a make payment function, and here I am going to pass the amount that have been shown over here, so which will be a total, and here we'll write to string because the amount have been shown over here is in the form of string. So once you have done all this thing, and don't keep this thing empty, I have just keep it empty because I don't want to share the secret key and publish key. So you can fill this all this detail before executing the stripe. So here it is done. Now let's check a stripe how it is going to work. Yeah, but before that, once a payment is done, I want to show the booking details in the user side of the app and the ticket details in the admin panel. So to execute this, I need to do one thing. We need to write a map, and here we'll create a map string dynamic, and we'll write a map name which is like booking detail. Yeah. Now first I want to show the number of tickets that the user have purchased. So we'll write number of, let's keep it only number. I don't want to like write lots of string over here. So let's make it simple when you are writing a field name so that there will be a less error. So here I will simply write what I'm going to write. We're going to write a ticket. So here we'll write ticket dot, let's keep it to string. Yeah. Now we'll show the total. Yeah, and we'll write total dot to string. Now here comes a main thing which is showing a details of like a username who has booked this ticket, his image, the concert name. So here we can also pass a name of an concert. So we'll write concert, and we'll write, or you can simply write event also if you want. If you don't want to write a concert, you can write event, and here you need to pass event name which is widget dot name, and the location. So let's keep the location. So we'll write widget dot location, and then we need to show the date. So we'll write widget dot date, something like this. Let's keep it time also if you want. Widget, I think so we are not getting a time. Let's leave a time. Let's keep it only date, location, event name, total, and the number of tickets that user have purchased. So these are all the things that we need to do. Here comes one more main thing, which is getting the user details. But we haven't used a shared preference till now over here. So you will think that what is shared preference? So shared preference is something that will simply store your data locally in your Flutter app. So each time you don't need to get a data from the server. You can also save some of the data like username, his picture details, like his email ID, or anything like his unique ID. You can keep them locally so that you can simply use them by using a shared preference. You don't need to get each detail from the server. So these are the things that make your app really simple. So here we'll move to the service folder, and we'll simply create a new file which is shared pref dot. Yeah. So on this file I'm going to paste the code. Now you will think that why I'm doing a copy paste thing, because if I will write all this thing manually over here, then it will take a lots of time to develop this app. And I think so this is a sixth part, and it will go to like 12 to 13 parts. And I think so that will be a boring for the viewers to simply write this much code. So that's why I'm telling you that if you have followed my old series, then you can simply copy and paste the code. The code is almost same for the shared preference, like a stripe and all. So you can simply paste the code for the shared preference. So this is the code I have pasted for the shared preference. Now to use the shared preference, we need to also add a package. So let's move to the perf dev, and here we'll simply search a shared preference. Yeah, and here we'll move to the installing. Now we'll copy this package and we'll move to the perspec YAML, and we'll simply paste the file over here. It's not a file, a package, and we'll simply run this. Now we can use a shared preference. Yeah, so here it is done and all the errors are gone. And now we can use a shared preference. As I've told you, the shared preference will simply help us to like save a username, a email, a image, a id. So that's why these are the four strings have been created, and there have been created different functions for the to save username, email, and you can simply get that. So this is the simple code. You can simply know that why I have wrote all these things. Now let's move to the like signup.dart page, and not like or dart page, and here I'm going to save the data that we are getting. So we'll write await shared preference helper dot save user email, and here we'll simply write user details dot email, something like this. Yeah, now we need to do same for the name. So we'll write shared preference helper dot save user name, and we'll write user details dot display name, something like this. We'll do same for the image. So we'll write await shared preference helper dot save user image. We'll write user details dot image, so which is a photo URL, something like this. We don't need this over here. This, yeah. And the last one is a unique ID. I will show you how to simply use this, all the details, like once we have stored this locally. So we'll write user details dot UID, and if you are facing any problem related to the app or any questions, you can directly write in a comment box. I will try to give a quick reply. And if you want like to simply follow me on my Instagram ID and write a questions you are facing, like an errors you are facing, you can simply write DM me on my Instagram ID too. Yeah, now once you have done all this thing, you need to like sign up it again. I'm telling this because so that we can simply save the data once. So let's do one thing. Let's move to the sign up page and hot restart the app, and file save all. Yeah, it's already saved. Now I will click to this sign in with Google button again, and will sign it again with a same ID. Click on continue, and here I have signed up with Google. Yeah, that's the same error, which is unhandled exception platform. This is because, as I've told you, when you are adding the new package in the perspec.yaml file, simply don't use a hot restart. You need to simply close all the VS Code and the emulator and just rerun the app again, because we have just now added a Flutter stripe. So that's why I'm facing this problem. So this is not a big problem. You need to simply code and rerun the app again. So let me do all this thing, and then I will sign up in the app and will simply store the data in the shared preference. I have successfully run the app, and now I will simply sign in with Google. So here I will simply tap to this button and will again sign in with this same account, and will click on continue button and will directly move to the app. So now you will see a register successfully text, and now I'll show you how I can simply get the data from the shared preference. So let's move to the detail page .dart, and here I will do one thing. First, I will create a string, and here we'll create a string, and we need to get a username. So we'll get a username and his image. Yeah, so these are the two things, and we need a unique ID, because as I've told you that the unique ID we are providing to the each users, so that we can successfully track the users while uploading the data to their collection. So for an example, this is an one user and users collection, and this is a specific doc ID that have been given to my account. So this is how I can simply track a ID, like which user have booked which event, and we can simply show that event on his account. So this is how the specific ID going to work. Yeah, so now let's move, and here I'm going to call all that thing. So we write on the load function, and here we'll simply get a data from the shared preference. So we'll write name await shared preference helper dot get username, and now we'll simply get the user image. So we'll write image await shared preference helper dot get user image, and we'll do same for the ID. So we'll write ID equals to await shared preference helper dot get user ID. Yeah, so these are the three things that we need, and we'll use a set state. Now as soon as the user come on this screen, I want this detail to simply pick from the shared preference. So you already know that we need to pass them on the init state. So I will simply write on the load. Now let's pass the detail over here. Where? Here. So here I will simply write a name, and let's keep it capital, and here we'll simply write a name, and now we need an image of an user. So we'll write image, and we'll get the image. So these are the some details that we need to simply upload for both user and the admin, because admin also need to check in their admin panel like which all users have booked their tickets, right? Because the admin should also know that, like which user have booked for tickets for which event, otherwise there will be a scam. So yeah, so we need that the admin to also see that whose ticket they have in their admin panel. I hope so you are understanding what I'm trying to explain. I know that you are smart, you can understand what I'm trying to explain. Now let's move and let's upload the data. So here we'll move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply copy one function and will simply paste it over here, and we'll rename this function like add user booking. So this is for the user booking that we are going to show in the booking page, and we'll move to the users collection. So this is the user collection. We already get his ID, so we'll pass the ID. Now here I will pass one more collection, and we are going to show all the booking. So here I'm writing the collection name, which will be booking dot add. Yeah, something like this. Now let's pass this, but before that, as I've told you, admin will also check the tickets. So we need to also need one more functions. So we'll write add admin bookings, not like add admin tickets. Yeah, so here in the admin panel we are going to show the tickets. So I will simply just write a tickets collection over here, and we'll use dot set method, and I don't think so we need doc ID, so we'll remove this, and from here too. So when you're not providing any ID, then we need to use add rather than set. Yeah, so let's pass these two functions over where in the Stripe. So once the Stripe user pay through the Stripe, we can simply write like await database methods dot add user booking, and in the booking we'll simply pass the map name, which is booking detail, and his unique ID. Yeah, now once it is done, we need to also something like this. I think so it's correct. That's correct. We'll write again await database. For that I need to write async over here. So we'll write await database methods dot, and we'll write add admin tickets, and we'll simply pass a booking detail, something like this dot. I think so, rather than passing then, we'll simply show the toast message over here that the booking has been successful. I think so we don't need that, because once the payment is done, that have been automatically been successful. So I don't think we need to show a toast message. But if you want, you can add a scaffold messenger over here. No worries about that. Now let's move and test the code what all we have written over here. One more thing I want to tell you, that if you added a stripe, I think so you have added a stripe, then there will be one more function that we need to add over here, which will be like stripe dot publishable key is equals to published key. Yeah, it is right. So this, you can say a line we need to pass in the void main, so that we can simply give a publishable key or published key in the system that we have added in data.dart file. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now let's test the case. I think so I have passed make payment function over here. Yeah, we have passed. Now I'll simply tap to this, and we are getting an error as expected. Without an error, we can't build any apps. Yeah, so it simply says that rerun the app again. So let's rerun the app again. I think so 90% of time you are keep on running the app again. This is a side effects of an app development. It's not very easy, but it's also very interesting. So yeah, so let's close all the thing and let's rerun the app again. I think so I'm doing this fourth or fifth time in this part. Yeah, so I have rerun the app again, I think so fifth or sixth time. Now let's test this, and we'll simply tap to this book now button, and here you can see that it simply shows the interface of an stripe. Now if you can see that it is on the test mode, because we are simply testing the app while do real payments over here. So I'm simply testing the app. That's why I provided the test keys. So here you can see the test mode, but if you want to simply switch to the live mode, you can simply do that from the Stripe website. So here to test the card, I will simply pass the test card number, which is 4242. You need to tap it 12 times, and we'll write this, and we'll simply click on pay button, and here it is done, and we have simply, our payment is successful, and it had simply shows that statement, and my data must be uploaded to the Firestore database. So let's check that. So now I'll simply refresh this Firebase page, and here in the users collection you will see the bookings. Yeah, now you're seeing the booking, and now you are seeing this ID, and this is the event detail, and this also show the how much payment I have done. Yeah, and I think so there will be one more collection. Yeah, so here you can see the tickets, and these tickets we are going to show in the admin panel. Now let's move to the our booking.dart, and here first I will write a scaffold body container child column and children, something like this. Now here in the booking page, first I'm going to show the headline of this page, which will be bookings. So here first I'm going to provide the background color to this screen, not to this screen. We'll copy this background color of home screen to the same in the booking page. So here we'll move to the scaffold, and we need to copy this color. So for that I need to simply copy this, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here. Yeah, so this is the color that I want to provide. Now here as I've told you, we need to simply add a heading for this page, which will be booking. So I will use a text widget, and we'll simply write bookings, and here we'll use a style, a text style, a color, which will be simply colors.black, font size let's keep the font size up to 25.0 and font weight will be simply bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold. So here you can see the bookings text. Now if you want, you can simply do up to 20, and if you want to increase a size, you can do up to 30. So here it is. Now here I am going to show the curved container. I think so I have done same for the upload event page, so I will use the same thing over here. So for that, in the column widget, I need to do one thing, like first let's move to the upload event page, and here I think so we didn't provide anything over here, so I will provide it in the booking.dat page. Now here I will use a container, will pass the width, which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width. So the media query is something that provide, that makes your app highly responsive. Yeah. Now here we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, a border radius. As I've told you, we just need to provide a border radius from top left and top right. So that's why I'll use a border radius dot only, and we'll simply write top left, we'll write radius dot circular, let's keep it 30, and we'll do font same for the top right, which will be radius dot circular 30. Now let's pass the color to this. I've already written the decoration, sorry for that. Now here I need to simply pass the color, which will be what, the color, and we'll simply pass colors dot white, something like this. Now let's pass a child, and here I will write a column again and a children. Now as I've told you, first I'm going to create a UI for this booking page, then through the stream builder I will simply get all the details from the Firebase. So here first I'm going to create a container here again, and here we'll use a decoration, a box decoration. Now here what I'm thinking, that first I will show the location at the top with the event image, event name, and the number of tickets they have booked. I think so I've shown the number of tickets in booking collection, if I am right. Yeah, I've shown the number of tickets and the price that the user have paid. So yeah, so we'll simply pass the color, we'll pass the colors dot white, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, let's pass the child, and we'll write a column widget, and we'll write children. Now as I've told you, I will show the location. So for that I need to simply use a row, write a children. Now the icon, which will be simply icons dot location on outline, and we'll simply pass the color, which will be colors dot blue. Yeah. So this is, you can see the container that we have used, but we can't see the border radius before that, like we need to pass a margin before that. So we'll write edge insert dot only, from the left let's keep it 20.0, from the right let's keep it 20.0, something like this. Now you can see the circular radius, and let's pass the margin, or let's pass the size box, let's keep the height up to 20.0. So here it is. Now here you can see the icon, but we'll do one thing. Let me show what I will do. I will simply pass material widget later on. I will not use now. So we need to copy the text widget here again, and we'll simply paste it something the row widget. And here for an example, I am just writing Mumbai, India. So this is the location where the event going to held. While let's decrease the font size up to 20, and let's keep it 500. I think so it's okay, I guess. Now we can simply pass the size box width, which will be 20.0. Now we can simply center this by using main, and we'll use main axis alignment dot center, main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, here in the column widget I will simply write, why I'm writing children again, as I've told you, first I'm thinking that let's provide the border radius. So not a border radius, sorry, divider. So we'll use a divider over here, something like this, and it's okay, I guess. Let's do one more thing. we can do one thing, like we can provide a border, and the border will be simply border dot all. Now the color, which will be colors dot black 54, or let's keep it up to 38, something like this, and we'll keep the width up to 2.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now I think so it is good, I guess. You can't see anything, so I know you don't like the design now, but let me add, there will be some more thing over here. So let's provide the size box, and we'll give the height 20.0. Now I want this like container, I mean this container where you can see a circular radius, to use a complete height of the screen. So I will simply wrap up with expanded widget, and will tell them to use a complete height of the screen. Yeah, now let's do one more thing. Here in the column widget, we'll again use a row children, will use image dot asset, and will first pass the image from the images folder. So let's see the images folder, which is event.jpg. So we'll write event.jpg, will pass the height, let's keep the height 50, let's pass the width 50, fitboxfit.curve. Yeah, so this is the image. I know it's very small, so we'll increase the height and width up to 120, and here we have done, I guess. Now we can pass a size box. We'll pass a size box height up to 10.0, or rather than we can I don't want to use padding because there will be problem with a divider then. And here we can provide one more thing. Let's provide a border radius, which will be border radius dot circular, and let's keep it 20, something like this. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, now we can use a clip react border radius, and let's pass the border radius up to circular, and let's keep it 20. Yeah, so this is a event. Now we'll simply wrap up with a padding for this, just a row widget, and we'll write dot only from the left. Let's keep it 20. 20 will be too much, I guess. Let's keep it 10, sorry, bottom, which will be 20, and I don't think so we need to give from the top. It's okay, I guess. Let's keep it up to 10. It's okay. Yeah, so here you can see the border radius and the event. Now we need to simply write the event name that the user have booked. So here in the row widget, I need to simply write a column widget. So we'll simply write a column, a children, the event name as I have told you. So we'll look for text widget again. So we'll simply paste, and we'll write event name, which will be honey sing concert. Yeah, now so this is here. We need to move over here something in the starting position. So again across axis alignment dot start, and we can provide width. So we'll write size box width 10.0, and if you want you can decrease a font size up to 18. It's up to your choice, like how you want to simply design and make your app really attractive. Yeah, so once you have wrote this concert name 19, I think so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Yeah, now as I've told you, we're going to show the number of tickets, and I've already shown the location. I need to also show the date, like when, at which date this event going to held, so that the user can simply know that at this date they have booked the ticket, and they can simply check in the booking page, right? So here I need to do one thing. We need to use an icon. So we'll write icons dot calendar month, and here we'll use a color, which will be colors dot blue. Yeah, now we need to use a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now we'll pass a size box. Let's pass the size box 5.0, and we need to pass a date. So copy the text widget here again. We need to use a row, otherwise it won't work with an icon. And let's keep a random date. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can use a size box up to width, which will be a 5.0, something like this. Here now we need to copy the size box and the row again. We need to simply paste it over here, and here we need to show the number of tickets. So persons, person to persons, or yeah, so the icons I'm going to use, which will be a group. So this will simply show the number of tickets they have booked. So we'll simply show 3 over here, and just let's keep it 10. Yeah, I think so, it's okay. And just beside this, I want to simply show the amount that they have paid. Yeah, so to show the amount, I will simply copy the icon and thing again. We'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to show the dollar sign so that it will simply indicate the price. But before that, let's copy the size box with again. We'll paste over here, and let's keep the dollar sign, and let's $30 for an example for now. And if you want, you can see the show the amount in 20 and dot bold, so that it will simply highlight all this case, like how much amount they have paid, etc. Yeah, so this was that we have done for the booking page. Now if you want to simply center this, you can do one thing. You can simply remove this cross axis alignment that we have added. Where here. Yeah, so we'll remove this, and it will simply center this case. So here we have made just the UI for a booking page. Now let's get all the data from a Firebase. So again, we need to use a stream builder. If you haven't followed the last part, or I think so we have done in 4th part, this is 6th part of this series. As I've told you, I will simply paste a complete playlist link in the comment box, so you can be a part of this complete event booking app series, as I think so there will be more 1 or 2 part, and we'll simply make this app from the scratch. Yeah, now here I will simply write a stream. Now in the stream I will write a stream name, which will be simply a booking stream. Yeah, now you can keep a first letter small, and let's get a data. But before that, let's write a function, and I will copy this function here again. We'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply rename this function name, which will be get bookings. And here I'm going to get a booking from the user ID, so that's why I need to pass a unique user ID of the user. So we'll write users dot doc ID dot collection, and we'll write the collection name, which is this collection, which is a booking. Yeah, so I will write booking. Yeah, so here it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart page, because I need to copy this function just up to here. Yeah, so we'll copy this, and we'll simply paste it over in the booking.dart page here, and let's give all the brackets so that okay. Let's do one thing, otherwise you can't get like what to add and what to not to add. It will simply make you more confusion. So we'll simply paste all the thing over here, and we'll simply rewrite the code. So let's first get all the thing that we need, and we'll simply change the function name to all bookings, and we'll simply write a booking stream, something like this, booking stream. Now Once we have done all this thing, let's copy the UI that we have wrote just for the data. So I think so it is correct. Yeah. So we'll copy this container from here. Let's cut this and let's paste something over here. Let's go down here, we'll paste it over here. Yeah, let's remove this date format, we don't need this. Something like this. Here it is done. Now we need to show the location, so we'll write ds location. As I've told you, the field name should be exact. Let me check it is correct, which is ds location. Let's keep the image.asset as it is, because our image, you can see, is this is the user image. I didn't show the event image over here, so don't copy this image. This is the user image, not an event image. So if you want to get an event image, you need to simply pass a event image over where, let me show you. So move to the detail page, and if you want to pass the event image, you need to do one thing. You need to simply write event image like this, and you need to simply pass widget dot image. So this is how you can simply pass the event image. As I'm trying to make this app just for the viewers who don't want to upgrade a Firebase to a Blaze plan, so that's why I'm trying to make it free for them. Now after this, let's move to the booking.dart page, and here we need to pass a concert name, or you can say event name. So our event name is, yeah, is just root event, so we'll write event, and date, so we'll write ds date. Yeah, now the number of tickets, so I think so it is in the number field. And now let's pass for the price, so we'll write ds, and let's pass, I think so it is total, not price, I guess. Let me check again. Yeah, total, it is total. Yeah, fine. Now let's pass a function so that I can get all these details. So we'll simply write on the load async booking stream equals to await. We'll write database methods dot get bookings, and here I need to pass an ID which will be the unique ID, and you already know that we have used a shared preference in last part, so that's why I am adding the shared preference now. So here I'm going to pass a string ID, and we'll get through the shared preference. So we'll write get the shared pref. Yeah, so this is our function name. We'll write id is equals to await shared preference helper dot get user id. We'll use a set state. Before on the load, I will simply call the get shared pref, so that I can simply get id first, then we can move to the further execution. Yeah, and we'll pass a set state. So here it is. Now we need to simply pass in the init state here again on the load, on the load. So here it is, and we have wrote some functions. Now let's pass all booking over here. We'll write all bookings. Now let's hot restart the app. We'll move over here, and here you can see that we got the detail from the booking page. Here you can see Mumbai, Honey Singh concert. This is Honey Singh concert. The date have been shown over here, the number of tickets, and the total price. So this is how our booking page is done. Now let's move to the home page back again, because the main thing that we have left till now, which is an upcoming events. But as you know that here it's show the date for the event, like it shows all the events. We didn't add any filter over here to simply like remove a past events from here. So we'll move to the home.dart back here again. Yeah, so here you can see that I have used two line over here. So let me explain you. So in the current date, we'll get a current date like when we are using this app. So the app will simply check that if that date, like for an example it is December 13, then it will simply check that if the current date is after the date that have been shown in this event. So for an example, if the date have been passed, then the has passed will be false. Yeah, because it is, sorry, has passed will be true, sorry, because it is passed. And if it is false, then it will simply show this container. So we'll simply write that if it is has passed, then we'll simply show the container, and if not, then we'll simply show the gesture detector. Yeah, so as you can see, after running this event has been gone because it has been set to up to 13, and today's date is 13 when I'm recording this video. So that's why the video, sorry, not video, the event has been gone from here because it is not after. But for an example, if I will change to 14, then it will simply show the event over here. So this is how it's going to work because the event is going to be held tomorrow. Now if the event is going to held today and user want to simply book the tickets for today, then that will create a problem for the advanced bookings. So that's why this case is best to simply check that the event is going to held like tomorrow, and it will simply show the upcoming events over here. So here it is done. Now here you can see the different categories. Now let's add the execution for these categories. So here let's move to the pages folder and we'll simply create a new file which will be categories event dot. Yeah. Now we'll simply import that by using a material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be like categories event. Now here let's pass first the color to this screen. So we'll write a scaffold, now a body, a container. Now here I'm going to pass the exact color that we have passed in booking page as well as in the home page. So let's move and first close this function, and we'll copy this color and everything, and we'll simply paste it over here like this. Now we can simply pass a child, a column, and a children. Now here I need to simply pass the text which will be like a music event, a clothing event, a festival event. So here I will add one execution. I will show you how we'll do that. So for that we need to copy this text widget. I think so. Yeah, we need to copy this text widget. I'm right. And here we need to paste this. We need to wrap up with a row widget because as I want to simply show the back arrow over here so that I can simply move back to the home page when I'm selecting any of the categories from here. So for that I need to simply pass an icon which will be icons dot arrow back new iOS new rounded. Yeah, and let's, I think so default color is only black, so I need to pass a black. We'll use a size box width. Let's pass a media query dot of context dot size dot width divide by, let's keep it 3. Now let me show the execution of categories event. So we'll write categories event. Yeah, so there are lots of space. I think so not look good, so we'll move over here. Now we can give some padding, so we'll wrap up with a padding edge inset dot only from the left 10.0, or let's keep it 20, and let's decrease up to 4. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Now here, as it won't be booking, I know that. So for that, first let me create all the thing, then I will show you how the execution for work for different categories that the user choose. Yeah, so let's move to the booking page, and we need to copy this and we need to simply paste it over here like this. You can remove this one. Yeah, so here you can see. Now Now we can pass a size box height 10.0, or let's pass up to 20. It's up to your wish what you want to show. Now here one comes a main thing, which is a string, and we'll write event category, and we'll simply get a event category from here. So to handle this, I will simply write categories event like this. We'll write this dot event category, and we'll pass a required function, something like this. Now let's move to the bottom name first. Bottom name, yeah, and we'll move to the home dot back here again. Let's close this. Now where we have shown the different categories in this list view. So what I'm going to do is that now I will wrap up with a gesture detector. Yeah. Now in the onTap method, I will simply use a navigator function to simply push the user to the which page? Categories event page. So we'll write navigator.push material page root. We'll write a context. We'll push the user to the categories event. So write categories event, and now here I'm going to pass our category name, which is a music. So I'm simply writing music. Now let's do this case to all the other categories that we have added over here. Festival, and the last one will be food. So again we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap food. Yeah, so we have added all the things that we need to do for the category. Now when I'll tap to this category, you will see that now you can't see that the headline of this category event because we haven't passed that. So we'll simply write widget dot and we'll pass event category. Now you can see that it simply select show the music, not select, it simply show the music. And let's do up to 3, I guess, or 3.5 will be okay. Yeah, so here you can see the it shows a event name. Now when let's pass pop thing, so we'll write onTap gesture detector, we'll write navigator dot pop. So we'll write navigator dot pop context. Now I'll directly move back to the home page. Now when I'll select to clothing, it simply shows a clothing. Same it will do for the festival. So this is how we can simply show the headline for this page of the categories that the user select from the home page. So once it is done, let's move to the database.dart file, and here we need to show the events according to the categories. Like here when you will move to the event, you can see the category. So in this category there will be a category that the admin has been selected for the events. So we need to simply show only that events that have been selected by the user, right? So for an example, music, then we need to show all the events related to the music. We can't show the festival or clothing over here, right? So to handle this case, I will do one thing. Let's move to the home.dart file, and we need this widget like stream builder, all same thing. We'll copy and we'll simply paste in event categories. The main thing we need to do a change is in the function. So again I will write a stream which will be a event stream, something like this. We'll call this, yeah, we'll call this, and same for the detail page. So here it is done. Now once we have wrote all this, we'll do one thing. We'll move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply get a data. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it over here. We'll write get event categories. Now here I will simply pass a category. We need to pass a category because it will going to match, as I've told you, the category that we pass. And we'll write events or event. Let me check. It is event. Yeah, so event dot, I need to get where. So this is dot where we'll simply check that if the category match with the category field that we have provided over here. So we'll simply write a category is equal to, and we'll simply match the category. So we'll write a category. We don't need ID over here, so we'll simply remove this. Yeah, so here it is done. Now let's pass the function same over in categories event page. So we'll write get on the load, and here we need to write async all events. Sorry, why I'm writing all events? Sorry, event stream is equals to await database methods dot. Now there is one case I want to tell you, that the event category name that you are passing over here should be the exact category name that you have shown in the admin panel also here, because it should be match exactly. Now if you think that if M will be small like music and you want to simply pass a capital M over here, then it won't match and you won't get a result, and you will simply think that everything is correct and why I'm not getting the result. So a simple a capital and small M will also create a lots of problem to get a result. Yeah, so keep on mind that you need to simply match each field and cat field detail while getting the data from the Firebase. So this is a few things that you need to keep on mind. So now we'll need to write event category. We'll write widget dot event category, something like this, and we'll pass a set state. Now in the init state I need to simply call this function, so which will be get on the load. So here it is done. Now all event will be as it is. We don't need to do a changes over here. We need to simply call this. So here I will simply write all events, and let's refresh this page and let's tap to event, and here you can see the event which is a music event, right? It is a music event. Now when you will move to the clothing event, you can't see because there is no event related to the clothing I have added. So let's pass padding and all so that it will look good. Yeah, so we can pass from here, I think so we can pass here. We'll pass a padding edge insert dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. why it's gone? I think so we can't use a padding. Yeah, sorry, because all event is a widget. I'm wrapping up widget, which create a problem. Yeah, I'm getting why it's the error. Yeah, so let's pass the margin from the left 20.0. so here it is, and we do need to do same for here, which is our event name. So we need to wrap up with a padding edge insert dot only from the left 20.0. It worked on. Okay, we need to do same for the location dot only from the left 20.0. Yeah, so this is how we can simply add a different category, and our category part is also done. So now let's move to the admin panel, because the bookings that the user have done, we have already shown them in the booking page. But as I've told you that I have also added a tickets collection over here to show the tickets for the admin panel to verify that if the user have booked that ticket or not. Yeah, so let's move to the admin here, and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be ticket event dot. And here first I'm going to import the package by why it's become a folder. So let's delete this and create it again. Ticket event dot. Yeah. So here we'll simply import by using material dot something like this. We'll write a stateful widget which will be like what, a ticket event. Yeah. Now we'll write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, a column, and a children. Yeah. So here we'll try to create a same interface that we have done for the upload event thing. So I think so. Here we need to copy this row widget and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply rename the text widget to which is a ticket event. So let's write tickets, event tickets. What is tickets event? Let's write event tickets. Yeah, event tickets. Yeah. So here it is done, and here you can see this. Now you can't see this. I have just wrote a text. Now let's do one thing. What we will do, let's call this page first. So I will simply call the ticket events from here, something like this, and let's pass the space so that I can see the text widget. Text or text widget, both are the same thing. Now here we'll pass a margin as insert dot only, from the left 20.0, from the top which will be 40.0. So here you can see the event tickets. Now here I'm going to show all the tickets. So again we need to call our data from the tickets collection. So you already know that we need to use a stream builder. So we'll copy this widget thing here again. Yeah, and we'll simply paste it over here. We need to write a stream again, which will be stream event stream. Let's keep it ticket stream. Let's call this, we'll write ticket stream, and first we call our data. We'll remove all this unnecessary thing because we don't need this. Remove this. Yeah. Now here first I'm going to show the ticket. So I'm thinking to use the same style that we have done for the widget thing. So we'll copy the container here again. Let me copy the container and we'll simply paste it over here. Where? Over here. Let me show here. Yeah, it's correct, I guess. Why we are facing an error? Yeah, so here it is done, and we have passed our data. I need to pass document snapshot. It has been removed from here, so we need to copy this thing. We'll simply paste it over here. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's pass all tickets. So we'll write all tickets, and here we need to pass a data that we get from the tickets collection. So here we need to copy this snapshot from here, and we'll paste it over here, and we'll write a function name which will be get tickets. So write get tickets, and the collection name will be simply a ticket. Yeah, tickets. Yeah, so here it is. Now we'll write dot snapshot to get all the documents that present in tickets collection. Event tickets. We'll write what we'll write on the load function so that I can call a function. We'll write async ticket stream equals to await database methods. So the database methods dot get all tickets. Sorry, why I've passed a category. Remove this category, don't need this. And the collection name is exact, right here. We'll write get tickets. We'll pass a set state. In the init state, I will simply pass on the load. Yeah, I think so. All the data are same. We don't need to change anything. We need to only show the user image rather than the event image, because we have already passed the event name. So we'll write ds image and let's pass the name of an not a name. We'll write all tickets. Let's hot restart the here again app, and here you can see this is the user image. Yeah, so we can pass a size box. You pass the size box height 20.0. Yeah, so here it is, and through this, let's keep it 0. Yeah, no, we need 10. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. So here you can see the ticket that the user have booked. So here you can see the location, the user image. So this is a normal image, but once the user will change the image, that image will be directly shown over here. The username, not a username, this is a concert name. We need to also show the username over here. So this is the name that we need to simply show over here. So for that, I need to copy and paste the thing, and we'll simply change the icon to icons dot person, and we need to show the username. So we'll keep the name over here, and this is the username that they have booked the ticket, the amount of ticket, the total amount, and the date, and etc. So this is the event ticket page. Like the admin can simply know that which user have booked how many tickets and for which date and for how many users, or you can say how many persons, and the amount that they have paid and the location and all. So this is how the admin can manage all the tickets, and it will simply show in the admin panel. So first I'm going to create a profile page UI, then we are going to create a add a complete backend to the profile page. So let's move to the profile.dart, and you can see that we need to add all the things that make the complete profile page. So first I need to simply write a scaffold. So I will write a scaffold, now a body, a container, a child, and a column. Now here in the profile page, I will use the same color that we have passed for our booking page. So let's move to the bookings.dart, and here I'm going to pass the same color. So I will use this color and will simply paste it in the profile page, something like this. Yeah, now in the column widget, I will do one thing, what it will be. Yeah, so here we'll copy the text widget and this widget also, from where we can show the details, or you can say a profile of that user. Yeah, so here it is. Now here it's wrote booking, so I will simply change it to profile. So I will simply write profile over here, and here you can see now in the profile page, first I'm going to show the image of an user at the top. So I will use image.asset, or no, I not use image.asset, because as you know that we already saved the data locally by using a shared preference. So I'll use a string and we'll write an image. We need to get a username, his email, and his specific ID. Yeah, so we need to get all these details from the shared preference. So we'll again write get the shared pref function. Here we'll write async, and rather than writing all this thing, I will simply save the time by copying this code and will simply paste it over here, which will be for id. And now we need to do same for the image, so we'll write image equals to await shared preference helper dot get user image. We'll do same for the name, await shared preference helper dot get user name, and we'll do same for the email. So we'll write email equals to await shared preference helper dot get user email, something like this. So these are the four things that we need to simply show over here. So let's call this get the shared pref in the init state. So I will simply call the get the shared pref over here. Now here first I want to show the user image. Now you know that the image that we are getting here is in the form of the link, so I will use image.network. So we'll write image.network and we'll use just image here. So it simply says a null check thing. So let's refresh this page, or you can say hot restart, and let's move to the profile page first. And here it simply says a thing. This is because we need to use on the load rather than calling all this thing again. Use async await get the shared pref again a set state. I think so this way we can get a data. Still a same error because what's the problem is null check. It simply says that the image is null. Why the image is coming null? So here you will see that how the profile page is completely done, but sorry for that, I was simply recording a video, but how the recording stops I didn't know about that. So this is some problem that I'm facing in my system, but do not need to worry, I will simply fix that. So I will tell you what all code I have written in the profile page. So as you seen that I was facing a problem in the profile page, so that was not a like a serious problem. We need to simply rerun the app again, and after rerunning the app I simply got my profile image, as you can see here. So here you can see that I've simply get my image by using a clip react, and I provide the border radius and image.network. So through the image.network I simply get my image. Yeah, now here you can see that I have created one, you can say a container, where I have shown the name, which is my name, and I'm getting the name through the shared preference, as you can see here. So I have shown you all how to simply write a shared preference and how to get a data from the shared preference, right? Now here let's move to the email section, and I have simply create one email through the container widget. So this is all the simple code that I have written. You can simply see that, or you can simply pause a video and can code for this thing, or if you want a source code, I will simply provide a source code link in the description box. You can simply get it from there. Yeah, now here I have also added one more section, which is contact us. Now I have added this section just for the profile page, but if you want to add some more thing like terms and condition, or maybe share app or something like option over here, you can simply show that. Now here I have added two more button, which is a logout and delete account button. So the logout button will simply, as you know, that simply log out the user and it will redirect the user to the onboarding page. And the delete account button, so while typing to this delete account button, the user can simply delete the account, right? So these are the two buttons that I have added. So this is just a simple code that I have written in the profile page. You won't face any difficulty to write this code. Yeah, now you can see that in the log out, I have wrap up with a gesture detector as you can see here, and in the onTap method I have used this function. Now let me explain where this function is. So as it has simply written auth methods, so it has used a class name auth methods that we have written in the auth.dart file. So here you can see a class name auth methods, and here I have wrote a function name which is sign out, and it is simply firebase auth.instance.signout. So this is just a single line of the code to simply sign out through the app and directly move to the onboarding page. Like sign out through the profile page and move to the onboarding page. Yeah, not through the app. Yeah, so here we need to simply call this sign out function that we have wrote in the class methods, and just below this you will see one more function which is delete user. So this delete user function, as the word says delete user, so you will think that we need to execute in delete account button. So you are right, because I have simply called a delete user, and we just need to write these two lines to simply delete the user details from the Firebase, and once the user have simply delete their account, they can simply move to the Firebase. Now when we'll move to the profile page here back again, you will see that I have written auth methods dot sign out as the function that I have shown you. Dot then, now once the user have signed out, what we need to do next? We need to simply push the user to the sign up page. So that's why I've used a navigator dot push replacement. Now the reason for writing a push replacement rather than push is because, like for an example, if the user have logged out from the app and they have moved to the sign up page. Now I don't want that the user can simply tap to the back button and they simply went back inside the app. So this is not make the app like user friendly. That's why I've used a push replacement. So it will simply provide a new route to the user, like once they have signed out and they move to the sign up page, and when they tap to the back button, the app will simply shut down. Yeah. So it will simply say that there is no position to move back from there. They need to simply again sign up in the app. So this is the how we need to use a push and push replacement. Yeah. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the delete account button, and I wrote same function for the delete account, like not a same function, a same way how I have written a logout button for the logout button. Yeah. So here I have written auth methods dot delete user. So here it is done, and this is how the profile page is made. Now here I have done one more thing in the app, is like here I have shown the, like in the home page all the things are done, but there is one more thing left, which is like this search bar, because I have already written a code for the search bar too. Now let me explain you what all thing I have written. So in the search bar, when you will write HON, so you can see that by just writing HO, it will show me all the events that starts from HO. So this is how the search bar works in many of the tech giants, like on Amazon, and you have seen on like YouTube and etc. So this is how the advanced search feature that I've tried to integrate in the app. So let me show you what all code we have written for the search bar. So let's move to the home page, and here you will see that I have written a query result set and a temp search store. So this is a to list where I'm going to store all the, like for an example, if I will write HO, then it will show me all the events that starts from HO, right? Now if I write M, then it will keep on like as a filter, like which all events starts from HON. Yeah, so this is like advanced search. You know that how it works. If you have definitely used somewhere in the Amazon, I know that. So it will simply store all the events in this list, and through the initiate search function, I will simply search up events that the user right here. So yeah, so here you will see that I have added one more thing, which is an updated name. Now you will think that what I have written in the updated name. So here you will move to the upload event.dart page, and here you can see the updated name. So I have tried to simply make the updated name to uppercase so that the user can simply search for the specific event. Like there will be, for an example, if the user is entering the H in the capital letters, uh, yeah, for an example, if they will try to enter a letter in the capital letters like HON over here, then the app will won't face any problem to simply get a result. They can simply get the result while they will write in a capital or small letter. So that's why I have simply made the updated name to uppercase, and here I have used the search key. Now in the search key I need to simply get a, so here you can see the search key. Now in the search key I need to simply keep a first letter of the event name. So through this I am getting just a first letter of an event name. Let's move to the Firebase and let me show what all things I have written. So here you can see that in the updated name I've simply changed this name to an uppercase, as you can see, and as I've told you, the search key will simply store a first letter of any event. So here you can see H. Yeah, so this thing are done. Now let's move to the home.dart back again, and here I have just passed one thing like where over here. Now in the text field, as you can see that I have simply passed on change method. So for an example, if the user starts typing on this text field, then the initiate search function will automatically get called and will simply show the details over here. So these things are totally easy. If you think that these are complex, so do not need to worry, because I have used a search bar, as I've told you that many times before in my series, like in the e-commerce app, a food delivery app. I have also tried to use in the recipe app. So there you can see that this is the search feature that I've integrated. So this is how the search feature work, and here you will see that I have used a search boolean character, and if the search will be true, then it's going to show all the search related to the thing that have stored in the temp search store list. So these are all the things that we have written for our search bar. Now let's move to the main thing, which is like showing a current location. Now here the current location, I want to simply show the all the events in my locality, or you can say in the city. Like if the events going to hell like 100 and 200 kilometers away, then how can I simply book that event to go that much far, right? So that doesn't make any sense to simply show that events in the home page. So that's why I have shown this like a search feature, not a search feature, a current feature, like a current location feature, so that the user can simply know that in their location how much events that going to help. So this is the new thing that I have tried to simply integrate in this app, and I didn't like add any time before in my any of the series. So this is the new thing that I want to simply teach you all, right? So for that we need to add some of the packages, because we need to simply get a geolocation of an user, right? So to get a geolocation of an user, we need to use some packages like geolocator and geocoding, I guess. Yeah. So here I will simply write, move to the pub dev, and will simply search geolocator over here. And in the geolocator, we'll move to the installing, and we need to just copy this package and we need to simply paste in the perspec.ml file. Though I've already pasted them in the perspec.ml file, as I have told you that there was a problem. So a geolocator package I have already pasted them, and you will see that we need also one more package, which is geocoding. So this is the thing that we need to simply add on. So sorry, geocoding, you can simply search that in the pub dev and you will simply get a geocoding package. So this is the package. Now let's move to the geolocator, because if you are using the geolocation, then you need to also add some of the things to get a, like for an example, if you have added a geolocation in the Android app or an iOS app, then they need to also ask a necessary permission from the users who are using the app, right? They can't simply like get a geolocation without asking any location permission. So these are the important things that we need to add on. So here you can see that in the usage part, you will see that there is an Android thing, and here for the Android, you need to simply add these two lines in the Android manifest file, right? And you can also add this one. So these are the three main commands or permissions that you can simply add on Android app src main android manifest.xml. So as you can see here, I have added these three commands, or you can say permissions, in the Android manifest file. Now when you'll move to the iOS, and let's move to the iOS, and here you can see that we need to, this command to be added in the info.plist file to simply ask a user for the usage of their location. Yeah, permission, they, it simply says that this app needs access to location when open. Yeah, so this is the thing that we need to simply add in the info.plist file to access a geolocation in our device. So I have run the app successfully. Now I will show you what all details like a location I get over here. Now I'll simply hot restart the app, and here you can see that I have added some of the code for the get current city. Like here I wrote a string current city, and this is the function that we have added to get a current city. And here you can see that I have added unnecessary permissions to simply get a device location, and you need to simply write this code over here and make sure that you will pass that in the on the load function over here. So once you have done all this thing, now I can show you what current city I am getting over here. So I will simply write a string detail over here, which will be a current city, something like this, and will simply hot restart the app. Now here you can see a null check error because we have passed a thing. So we need to do one thing. We can simply pass like a current city is equals to null is true, then we'll simply show the circular progress indicator. Yeah, something like this, and we'll simply just center it with a center widget. Yeah, so this is the thing we need to pass, and here you can see the my current city is showing San Francisco. Now don't think that I am sitting on US or something. So this is the emulator that I have used to get a current location. So if you are running the app on the real device, then it will show you the current location. If you try an emulator, that won't work because emulator is just attached to your system you are using. So that's why it's showing a San Francisco. I'm from India, so don't think that I'm sitting at US and San Francisco. So that's why it's showing a location something like this. Now let's pass the name over here. So to pass the name, I need to simply pass like this a name, and through the shared preference I will simply get the name, which is get the shared pref, get the shared pref. And here now I'm going to pass the name, which will be name equals to await, yeah, shared preference helper dot get user name, something like this, and we'll simply pass a set state. Now we can simply pass get the shared pref in our on the load get the shared pref, and now I can simply pass the name like hello Shivam. It is a fixed name, but now I can simply pass the name through which I have simply log in the app. Now here I will simply use plus and will simply pass the name something like this. Yeah, so now we need to simply hot restart the app again, and here you will see the complete name that I have used to simply log in the app. Now if you don't want to show the complete name, you can also show the first name. Like you just need to remove some word from the space, and it will simply show the first word of the name. Yeah, it won't show the surname. Now here I want to show the total number of events that present around my location. So to handle this case, I need to simply write an integer and we'll write a location. Let's keep like event number is equals to 0, something like this. Now you can simply pass the event number something like this. Like here, just below the document ds, you can simply check that if the current city, like the current city that has been shown over here, so we'll write current city is matches is equals to the ds location, then we'll simply add the event, like the event we are getting, so we'll simply add the event number 2 plus 1, so we'll write event number plus 1, something like this, and we'll set like this. So once we find a city that matches the location of an event, then we'll simply show the event number something like this, and we can simply show the event number over here. Yeah, I think so. We have added all the things that we need to require for the event booking app, and here it is. But before we close to this last part, let me show you one more thing. So here I will simply log out, and here you can see we directly move to the sign up page, and here you can see the admin panel. Now I'll tap to this admin panel text, and this is the admin login page. Now I need to simply add a unique username and the password that I have provided to this admin panel, and this is the home admin page from where I can simply manage all the admin panel. Like I can simply navigate to the upload event, event ticket page and everything. So this is how the home admin going to work. So congratulations, you have developed a fully event booking app from the scratch. I know that you definitely love this series because we have learned lots of things in this event booking app series, and here we come to the end of event booking app series. But if you haven't hit that like button till now, then show your support by hitting that like button, and let's be a part of this channel by hitting that subscribe button. So hit that subscribe button because there are some more awesome series that I'm planning to bring in this channel really soon. And if you need a source code of this app, then I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can simply get the source code from there.